Welcome. Today is, I almost said Tuesday. Today is Wednesday, the 9th of November.
It was October
It
1.
was a late night. It was that lunar eclipse. So hopefully the day will be clear. I want to thank everybody for being here today. Steve is at home. The rest of the commissioners here with me. Before we start, I want to congratulate Kelly McNicholas Curry. She's got 4 more years.
And Patty does too.
And I do too. And I really want to thank the voters in Pickens County for supporting the Aspen Ambulance District ballot question, because that way life is a little easier on the budget side. And I'm going shopping for an ambulance.
I want to congratulate the clerk's office.
Oh, yeah.
And Ingrid and her team on an excellent election that they tied up last night, which doesn't always happen.
That's amazing.
And did a very good job.
Amazing. So it was a long night, and we are here today to do budget. So I'm going to turn it over to Connie or John or whoever.
Good morning, everyone.
We'll turn it over to the expert.
Pull up the presentation and we'll get started. Okay. So today is the last of the core focus areas that we'll be looking at for the budget, the prosperous economy. The success factors in this area deal with sustainable economy and employment, quality healthcare options, high-performing county leaders, teams, and employees, and stewardship of county assets. The departments that we'll be looking at today, a lot of them are internal service departments or elected officials. Most are in the general fund, with the exception of the health insurance fund and the risk fund. This section of the budget, compared with the other core focus areas, is the smallest section. It's $36.4 million in the proposed budget, and that's 19% of the total proposed budget. Part of the reason it's a smaller section of the budget is that there is little to no capital included in this part of the budget. The 3-year expenditure comparison shows 2021 actuals, the 2022 original budget, and then 2023 proposed budget, and compares the original budget from 22 to the proposed budget. You'll see percentages vary quite a bit between different departments depending on the circumstances and what's included in the budgets that we'll be going through today. Overall, though, for this section, it's a 2.5% increase. And so,
Can I ask a real quick
Yeah.
question? What is fund administration?
fund administration includes items in the general fund that are not specific to any particular department. And in there, we have, let's see, I believe there are the operational transfers in there. If there are grants that are proposed, say ARPA funding, but that's not in there. I'm trying to think of what else is in
What
there.
else is in there, John?
The transfers
one?
are probably the biggest
It's-
component.
Yeah,
The
it's
transfers
mainly
to and
the
from.
operational
Yeah.
transfers.
So it's just kind of a catch-all to move forward to something specific. Okay. And then the BOCC increased by almost 30%. Is that it? We just shifted employees or something into personnel into?
Yeah,
The main change, and we'll see that in a slide coming up, is that the cost for grassroots TV transmission
Okay.
was moved out of community relations and into the BOCC budget.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, this is just a 2.56% increase in expenditures.
That's right.
Okay.
That answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Overall, it'll be different, in different areas. Yeah.
That's the end result.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to start right off with the manager's office and also the BOCC budget.
And I will try and go through this quickly to be mindful of time. I know we have a lot to cover. And Really, the manager's budget proposal, along with the board's budget proposal, is a combination. We had come to the board earlier this year with a realignment of our department, partly driven by Phyllis announcing her retirement and transitioning, and also driven by just the changes in demands that we're seeing in the organization and aligning our administration, particularly the 2 deputy county manager positions, to that. And so right now, we'll talk about our transition plan a little bit more, but you have myself, county manager, 2 deputy county managers. We do have Phyllis, who's in transition, and we'll talk about that transition through next July in the next couple slides. We have our projects and records administrator, which is Jeanette, our executive assistant and administrative specialist, Charlotte and Lanny, and then a vacant position. All right. Yeah, boy, I cannot listen and talk at the same time like that. And then we have currently a vacant management analyst position, which was previously assistant 2. For the board, in the board's budget, we have, of course, our 5 commissioners, clerk to the board. We do have 2 positions that are really 50% budgeted in the manager's budget. That includes our community resiliency manager. Half of that is in the housing budget, as well as climate planner, half of which is in community development. And then we have close associations with other general fund budget requests, as we've created particularly the infrastructure department with our new engineering construction director, assets and employee housing director, and our infrastructure administrative specialist, which is a new FTE that we're asking the board to approve. I wasn't looking directly at you, Patty.
That was
Caught
wise.
my eye.
So we do have 2 org charts I just quickly want to share with you, because we are going through a transition in January and then again in July. And so coming into January 2023, the org chart will look like this. We have, with myself, we have the vacant management analyst position that we will be going out to hire. We have...
Can we stop there for just a second?
Yeah.
So what does a management analyst do?
Yeah, so in this case, we'll be bringing this position back to what we previously had. And so the management analyst is going to be looking at a lot of our internal policies and procedures and doing work and cleaning those up. So we'd be working closely with Jeanette and department heads on internal policy and procedure work. The other piece that we used to have in the management analyst position is a resource in our office who's paying closer attention to legislative items and supporting the board in those areas. And that's a role Kara used to play when she was in that position, but as we added more and more supervisory responsibilities, there was less and less time to provide that ongoing support for the board. It is, in this field, in this profession, a succession planning model to bring somebody in as a management analyst who typically does not have direct supervisory responsibilities, but starts to build their expertise by working on policy issues, doing special projects, working internally in the organization, as well as providing that external support. I would imagine that over time that position's role will grow as part of a succession planning kind of opportunity, as we have to plan for having somebody who might be ready to step into a deputy manager position in the future or county manager position, depending on how long y'all want to keep me around. So, does that answer your question?
Yes.
And
An
so they are
interesting yes.
typically a master's level position, and they're doing a lot of the analytical work and research and reporting that you typically don't have time to do when you're supervising in meetings a lot.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
And we found when we created this position with Kara, especially on the legislative side, because we were definitely getting in the weeds there, and it's really nice to have somebody who helped us
Yeah.
sort out the bills and bring forward letters. We were able to really be more active in that role, so.
And as that position grew into other responsibilities, that really did fall off and came to the board, and the board's been doing that work, but I think we would like to be able to provide more staff support.
Right. Okay, moving on.
Yep. Go ahead and go to the, so by July, my screen didn't switch. So by July, we're anticipating that Phyllis will no longer be in that senior advisor role. Is that what we're calling it now? Or yeah, the senior advisor role.
Well, that's only if we approve her departure.
I know. Well, that is part of your budget
She hasn't even
discussion for
asked us
sure.
yet.
I know.
Yeah.
She just thinks she can waltz out of here.
Yeah, but as Phyllis moves into more of a contract role, I'll be taking on more of those supervisory responsibilities that are remaining on Phyllis's plate that haven't transferred to either Kara or Ann at this point. And so this will be the final kind of look of our organization through the transitions. And so we're taking some time to do that so that we have time to really manage those transitions. In terms of major trends right now that the budget anticipates, succession planning, that's been a lot of how we've been thinking through the reorganizations and realignments that have happened really throughout our organization and that we're continuing to finalize. We are also working on flexible retirement options as more and more of our workforce gets to that retirement age. How do we build more consistency in how we're transitioning and offering the opportunity for a glide path, both for the organization and the person retiring, and not just a hard stop? We have incrementally done that, as we're doing with Phyllis right now in my office, as we did with Nan, as we did with Cindy, really formalizing those because such a large percentage of our workforce right now is in that, 50 or older kind of age range, and we're going to be in this churn of retirements. How do we plan for that? Housing and childcare, leaning into those board priorities. We're going to be having some conversations coming up about the ARPA funds and use of that in both of those areas. We're going to be leaning into those. Of course, still working to support community development and the community growth discussions. We are coming up on our 7th meeting of the Community Growth Committee, and they're starting to get into the big questions of the policy work, and so we expect that that's going to be more intense as we move towards developing recommendations for the board. You'll be getting an update on that, I think, December 6th. Is that right, Kara? Climate action planning, we have a vacant position there. Right now, we're understanding our relationship with CORE and what is needed in that position going forward. So we're anticipating that will be a higher and leaning into doing more of that work, really more coming out of our office than it has in the past. Infrastructure policies and projects, we've got some major planning going on in a number of areas. There's probably going to be a lot of just a lot of changes and such coming up as we adjust to election results, as we adjust to, changing kind of regulatory environments and such for the airport, JL, microgrid project, Phillips. We've got a lot of big projects on the horizon that we're providing support for. Records management, we're continuing to lean into that process with Jeanette. And then really providing more assistance and training so we get more consistency with staff. We've had a lot of turnover in leadership positions and folks that are doing those AISs and presentations that are coming to the board, and so we need to come back in and really do a lot more training to create more consistency again that we just had when we had longer term employees in those positions. So really looking at that. And then, of course, as we've talked about, better staff support for the board on the legislative monitoring
That'd be
going
great.
forward. Yeah.
Question just regarding the climate action planner. So this is a new FTE for the county, and climate action planning is what's anticipated?
It's not a new FTE. It's actually a position that existed in community development. Zach
This was Zach's
held
position,
the
okay.
position
Still
before.
vacant, okay.
With the change in structure in our office, where we have a deputy county manager really looking at the planning and creating an umbrella for planning, so that includes your resiliency planning, climate action planning, community development, strategic planning. No pressure, Kara, but trying to create a better umbrella for those types of planning activities. We felt that climate action planning fit better under that umbrella. So it's really no new FTE, it's just a change in how it's
Okay.
reporting.
But we're going to be looking for a new face.
Correct,
Yeah,
yeah. We have
yeah.
not hired the position yet because we wanted to get clarity with all the changes in leadership in our office, in community development and core, to understand what those needs would be.
And this
Even
was, part of this is a
federally.
fundamental restructuring of how ComDev is also,
Correct,
what's under their umbrella, yeah.
that's correct, yeah.
So you really haven't started looking for that individual yet? That may be a heavy
Yeah,
lift.
go ahead,
That's
Kara,
gonna-
come on up.
You're
help
gonna
me
have to
out.
cast a wide net, I think. We want the best and the brightest.
Yes, we do. And one thing I would just share about this switch from community development into the manager's office is actually in reflection with Zach and Cindy of a lot of the climate action plan coming more from the manager's office to have a broader breadth across the organization. But as Connie said, this position would still be 50% in community development to support any code review as well. So that's what we were working through with CORE, with some of our internal partners to see what's the specialty to bring in this position to and how can we leverage our partnerships to push the climate action plans as
What's
well.
the name of that position?
It's in works. It's climate action planner.
Yeah, we'll probably play. We aren't always great at titling these positions, so we're going to look at, is there more of a standard that may reflect more of the skill set that we're looking for out there in the market.
And so where would
Master
it
of
be on the
Sparks.
chart?
I'm sorry?
Where would it be on the
It's at
chart?
the bottom of,
Way down under
So if you're-
climate action?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
one?
yeah, exactly. So if you're looking at the
Okay, I
July
got it.
2023, yeah.
when she's done with the six-pack, the meeting's over.
If I drink 6 of these nitro brews,
We're in
go
trouble.
very fast, yeah.
Thanks, Kara.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Kara.
Kara.
Thanks,
This-
Kara.
That's
We-
exciting.
And we go ahead to the proposed budget. So, only other thing I'd point out is that there is a large increase that's reflected in the manager's budget. Part of that is the overlap in positions. It's also a number of these one-time projects that are listed here. We have the continued funding for wildfire mitigation. There may be some different proposals coming back to the board that I know the fire district is looking for some support on Pano. We're continuing to talk to the Wildfire Collaborative about their funding needs and such, and so we'll be talking about that. We do currently have professional services, including justice planners, financial audit, and housing resiliency studies in the manager's office, succession planning, implementation, DEI assessment. We just selected a vendor on that.
What is that?
That's the diversity, equity, and
Oh, yeah.
inclusion, where we're doing the assessment to try and bring back more of a educational opportunity for all of us about what the gaps might be and work that we might want to do going forward. We do have the one-time contribution to CORE that I know they presented to you. We have placed that in our budget. I do have some concerns that we need to get a little bit more detail laid out in terms of how that funding is really going to be used to build that capacity. And we had this conversation with CORE, the executive director. It shouldn't be a surprise, so we wanted to make sure we were keeping our finger directly on that in the manager's office.
Right, that's how it was presented to us last week, that
Yeah.
this is a conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask about professional services? Just trying to figure out we're looking at about just looking the difference in the budget, $350,000 increase. And I'm trying to tally it up. How does that add up? Looking at projects, we see professional services with justice planners as part of it, and and then the rest of this list as well.
Most of the rest of the list.
Most of it, but not all of it. Okay, the core isn't in there.
The core contribution is under other expenditures, actually, because it's a contribution. And there was a decrease in some other costs from prior year in that line, so it ends up being a net decrease.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Now I see it.
And then
Oh, Veterans Memorial. I did want to ask the 10,000 for increased cost for supplies and equipment for Veterans Memorial.
Yeah.
Is that the plaque? That's not the plaque.
That's a whole I think there's some maintenance issues on the
Oh, the
marble
marble.
orb and
Yeah.
the marble. Yeah, so I think there's just some fundamental maintenance kind of
Maintenance,
thing.
okay.
The plaque I'll bring up in open discussion. It's pretty cool.
And equipment, I believe, includes AV systems
Sound.
for when they're
So
doing
when there's an
ceremonies
event.
and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Okay. Thank you.
And the property services, what kind of things are property services?
Property services would include room rental, and that's probably just about all that's in that line. So when the board has its annual retreat and we rent a room somewhere, that would be included there. I would have to look and see what else is included, but
and we don't always spend that. It's just to have available.
Use of the office in Basalt, that kind of stuff? We don't charge
No,
out
we
for that,
we
do
own that building.
Yeah.
And like, for example, this last year, we did the retreat in the city hall, and so we didn't have the room rental costs, but sometimes we do it
Dorhoesier
at the
or something,
Meadows or Dorhoesier.
Okay.
We just like to have a little bit in there to be able to accommodate that.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, Kelly.
On that related note, I know there's been some interest with like making some of our advisory board meetings more accessible to the public. Is that something that would get included in here?
It would
As far as like recording them or making streaming available or something?
that would probably be in the
probably under BOCC.
BOCC.
That's where all the
in the
grassroots stuff
BOCC
is.
budget is where we have grassroots.
Okay.
And extra costs for additional meetings would be included in that contract.
And then is that where memberships live also? So
Memberships
like
and
the increase
dues
to
also.
RWAPA and all that
Yeah.
would be in there?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
And then another question I have is, do we have some money dedicated for like translation services or, how are we?
Yeah, I'm looking at
handling
Marcy.
that?
In the community relations budget, and that's actually part of one of their positions, is that we do have in-house translation. And
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons we've asked to extend that, so we can do longer term planning around those needs.
Right.
Yep, great. Thank you.
And then do we have the board?
Yes, we do.
next? And I'm going long, I'm sorry. So in terms of the board's budget, of course, we've talked about the TV production. That's, again, not a net. We're just trying to account for these costs in the right places, so trying to make those incremental changes. We anticipate the hybrid meetings continuing to go on. We're trying to account for that capacity. Then we have our Board of Equalization. We think it's going to be a fairly large year, of course, with reassessments coming up. That's why you see that increase.
What is that? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Board of Equalization is going to be property tax, like assessment hearings and such. And
Why is it called equalization?
It is to make sure that the property tax burden is equally distributed based on property values. And so it's an opportunity for folks to make a claim that their values have not been set appropriately.
Francine, we are the Board of Equalization.
Yeah, and it's statutory, it's listed in statute that way.
Okay, thank
We
you.
used to hear all of these as members of the BOCC.
Yeah.
And it was crazy, especially when you have 6,000 or whatever, 5,000.
Expecting many this year, yeah.
So we decided to take it
You're expecting many this year, why?
because of it's a reevaluation year.
So we're expecting that property value assessments based on the, because it's about an 18-month lag time, so we're going to be capturing that 2022 market, or 2021, 2022 market when the market prices were up considerably. Because of that 18-month lag, this happens from time to time. The assessments go up in a market that happens to be potentially going down, and that tends to drive a lot of appeals.
So the assessments go up and everybody's property taxes go up.
Yep.
Well, remember though, most entities operate under revenue restrictions like Tabor, so there are limitations, except for those jurisdictions that have specifically exempted themselves from Tabor. But yes, that is one component that causes property taxes
And
to go
then
up.
the next 2-year reevaluation, they'll come down based on the 18-month timeframe
Yeah.
that people are living in today. And they're going to wonder, well, my property values have dropped. Why did you increase? Because of that lag time. It's very confusing and it's hard to
You
explain.
mean the
sometimes.
taxes aren't in real time adjusted according to assessment?
No, it's a lag. You're always a year to 18 months in the rears.
It's the hangover from the exuberant appreciation.
Well, it also gives everybody time to evaluate all the properties. 'Cause
Oh, I see.
You have to go out and reevaluate all the properties in the county.
Okay.
So that they give you that 18 months and you know what numbers you're basing your reevaluation on because those numbers have already been calculated.
And that's after people have had a chance to come in and argue about that.
Then they come in and argue about that.
And then they come
Before
in
they pay
and
the bill.
argue. Or they pay the bill, and so that's where the Board of Equalization, we're expecting a higher number of appeals, because every other year is a reassessment year, and we know we're going to capture a peak real estate market within that reassessment period. And so we just expect more people to challenge those. The process itself is laid out in state statute, so it's not one that we have discretion on timing or process on.
Okay, thank you.
And
Um,
it's why there's all these prod conversations about readjusting the percentage of property tax and how it should be assessed.
And then 5 years from now, they'll want to rechange it back again and everything drops, yeah.
Core has proposed membership dues as part of their new financing structure of $30,000. We had placed that in the board's budget with other membership kind of dues, so that's included in here.
And just as a note, all the other members of CORE pay into this. It's not just us.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
And who is that?
Town of Snowmass, City of Aspen, Town of Basalt. I should know this. We have some
Holy Cross
citizen
is on
members. Holy Cross isn't a member, but
But
we have
they're-
them. Yeah.
They're
They
represented
should
on
be.
the board.
We should have them. They should
Yeah.
be getting money from them.
Yeah.
And they've been paying the dues. I think we've kind of been
Who's been paying?
ignoring
this?
it. The other members.
And you said there's individuals that are also members?
We have individual citizen members, like Bill Sterling.
Who sit on
is
the
a
board, they're
member,
not.
Sits on the
they're
board.
not- They don't
But they don't
dues.
pay $30,000.
No. We'll try to get them to, but
Yeah, I'm sure Bill will be big
And
about
with
that.
COG, that's based on a formula.
Right.
And so that can tend to go down because it's also based on property values, so that's more confusing. But we didn't list all the other members, because everybody's gone up a little bit. Remember,
Right.
Ruapa has asked for,
WAPA's gone up.
yeah, so don't just be picking on Northwest COG there.
Well, we thought I'd get your attention, Patty. So.
It did.
And then, of course, we have some broadcast equipment and such that, you know, we've had some challenges in trying to make some replacements and improvements there.
Well, you don't have our big races on here, what the heck? You guys are getting these, right?
We just come up to where you are. You've been making more money than we have. Something wrong with that picture.
No, I don't think so.
Any
Connie,
other
can I-
questions on the manager's budget or the BOCC budget?
Nope, no, don't see anybody.
Nope, thank
Steve's
you.
good?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, we have community relations, and Marcy is here.
Okay. Well, thank you. This is my first time presenting a budget to you.
And you have
so,
your whole team here.
and I have my whole team here. Rosa
You brought
Salcedo
backups.
is our bilingual communication specialist, and Abby Cheney is our communication project specialist. So everybody's here. And of course, you see them doing the BOCC moderating outside of what they're doing for community relations. So just an explanation of what our department does. The goal of the Community Relations Department is to build trust with the public and expand transparency for the county. And as we've learned from COVID, the community survey, and our listening sessions, communications both internal and external is crucial in working to increase understanding and support for county-led projects, programs, and policies. And of course, communications is essential in helping keep our community informed and safe during a crisis. So, yep, there are our photos, and there's the team.
I know they're really, I was just
Nicely
looking at them,
done.
very
Nicely
Who
nice
took the
photos.
pictures?
Well, Abby did.
Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, and Abby is so skilled in photography and videography and graphic design. And Rosa, of course, does all of our translating. So we're very lucky to have
You
have
keep
them
our
on the
meetings
team.
online nicely. Thank you.
And that as well, yeah. So we can go ahead and go to the next one, Connie. So there's essentially 4 bullets of what community relations does. It's external communications and public outreach. So that means a lot of, working with the various departments across the organization, and within the manager's office to inform the public about opportunities, projects, and county news. And some of the examples of external communications that the department does are the community survey, Pitkin County Cares Awards, which you see there, the award winners pictured. Just this week we worked with elections to help spread the word about yesterday's general election. We've been assisting community development with the Community Growth Advisory Committee and short-term rentals. The reopening of the courthouse, which you can see there pictured. We've done some communication, worked with finance on pushing out the new transparency tool, OpenGov. We're beginning to work with the airport to deepen the public's understanding of the Airport Advisory Board.
Marcy, could you speak just a little bit louder?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry,
She's very
Francie.
soft-spoken.
And right now, we're also in the trenches working with Human Resources on a recruitment marketing campaign. We've had several vacancies, and we are actually highlighting the stories of our employees using video, which Abby has done all the creative for this project. And hitting on purpose-driven work and workplace culture and all of that through these stories that the employees are telling. So that will be a marketing campaign that will launch later this month. The second bullet is community and media relations. And of course, that's, maintaining relationships with journalists and pitching them stories and pushing out press releases and that kind of thing. But probably more critically, it's working to reach every member of our community with information, which means outreach to people within our community who do not speak English. And Rosa has not only, provided translation to departments across the county, but she also brings that bicultural perspective and helps us understand, where to put our ads, for example, to reach that population, which many of us would not know. So she brings that important perspective. In the future, regarding, reaching those underserved communities, we'd like to do more outreach to them. So the non-English speakers, young people, seniors, people with disabilities, both internally and externally, creating a communications plan to reach those stakeholders. In the internal communications side of things, I hope all of you have seen the employee newsletter, which we are working to improve every month, and Rosa puts that together, and we've been doing interviews with staff profiles, department profiles, updates on, who's entering the organization, who's leaving the organization, and sort of those adjustments, reorganizations within departments, and just trying to let employees know what's going on. We use the PCIN, the intranet as well, and we keep that updated. All staff emails and events, and the managers' chats are a few internal tools that we use. And then, of course, the emergency communications. I lead the ESF 15 function of the Emergency Operations Plan, and Denise White, who's the communications director for the City of Aspen, is my co-lead on that. And we've formed that group, maybe 10 plus people, representing various organizations in the community are part of that, and they would be called up during an emergency to help with communications if it was a large emergency. I help lead the monthly Pitkin County PIO meetings. We're all, doing training on the incident command structure, and also working pretty closely with emergency management on messaging about, important things to know for the public around wildfire and all of those things. So we can go to the next one, Connie. So the 2023 trends, issues, and opportunities. In 2023, we do have some money set aside. It's a one-time expenditure for strategic planning. With me being new to 6 months in, so not necessarily super new, but still new to this role, we are planning to take a deep dive and work on figuring out some goals for the department, understanding what's needed in terms of staffing for the future, and also understanding how we can best help the departments with public outreach and communications. And then you can see that second bullet talks about building up crisis communications and emergency communications and winding down the COVID-19 communication response, which was very robust. As you all know, there was a team of mostly contracted communicators who met regularly during COVID and created a COVID website that was used a lot by our public, and really, and the public really leaned on that, as well as creating advertising campaigns and all of that. So that is winding down, and that's partially why Rosa and Abby are now on the community relations team. They were hired during COVID to help with COVID communications, and now they are helping with more general government communications. And then that third bullet is, continuing to expand on the improvements in communications that we've made with the additional capacity of Abby and Rosa's positions. And as you can see there, with them on board, we've been able to build upon our coordination with departments, expand our external communications toolkit, and reduce our reliance on contractors.
Question.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
How does what Abby's doing now, and what Rose often does, helping run keeping us all on track with the meetings, connect? This is outside the scope of this, so how is that handled? They just do it
Yes.
for free for us, right?
Yeah, when they are doing the BOCC moderating, it's under IT. So each week they meet with IT to talk about scheduling for coverage of these meetings, and they trained with IT. So that's more of an IT
Right.
function.
Well, I guess the question is that continuing? Are we going to continue with them? Or how does, as they get busier, what's going to happen?
Ask Kara to chime in on that.
That's a great question, Greg. Right now, Abby and Rosa have been stepping in that BOCC moderation, just as IT has been short-staffed in their capacity to support. So I think while IT is getting staffed back up, they'll continue, but the idea is not indefinitely. And in addition, collectively, IT and community relations is looking and working with grassroots as well of, is there a better way to integrate all these, understanding the capacity it's putting on both departments. So that's a long-winded way to say in the short term they'll continue, in the long term we're working to see if there's other options.
Right, and I know we've talked just today, Kelly asked about our capacity to handle a Zoom meeting from a distant location. And so it sounds like the moderator position is going to be an important one, and the equipment's going to be important as well.
Correct.
Okay, and we've got that budgeted, so I think, no,
Not-
we don't like a
not for
remote
the-
kit.
To Kelly's question, not for the additional kind of meetings and support.
Got it.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting
To
to see what a
clarify,
kit looked like to do that.
we're learning even with the growth committee, we're building up the technology to be able to Zoom and have hybrid meetings. What we don't have the capacity to do is stream to grassroots live, and so that is one of the pieces that we're working with grassroots of how is Zoom integrated with or without grassroots, and then how are those productions coming together, both for remote and in person.
Switzerland and Alaska were pretty far away and they were pretty successful.
What's that?
Well, when you were in Switzerland and Steve was in Alaska, those were pretty successful. Zoom.
Right, it worked from there. I know, so
Yeah.
it's working. I guess the next question I would have is how is the relationship with using traditional cable TV working, and is there redundancy and is there necessity? That's a question we need to discuss going forward.
I think we're all asking that question.
Yeah.
All those hours.
And we're still broadcasting, over
Right.
the air too.
Right.
Well, because, that's where I watch the meetings. I don't go to my computer or anything. I go to my TV.
Oh, really?
If you really want
She's
to
old
fall
school.
asleep at night, you go turn on a BOCC meeting.
It is the
Better than counting sheep.
it is our desire, Greg, you're right in that this is kind of a policy question. It has been our practice to expand the number of channels, and every time we do that, whether it's grassroots, Zoom, YouTube, whatever, there's back-end capacity that's needed to drive that.
Right.
And then there's also the question of what kind of production quality are you really looking for? Because the higher the production quality, then the more resources are needed. And again, this is one of those changes. I think we thought we had a decade to kind of work through, and COVID came through like a wrecking
Bam.
ball, and it
3
just
months.
happened. And yeah, literally, our Zoom transition was a week,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And then we've been trying to figure it out ever since, I think. So,
I'd say in general, it's working pretty well, but thanks for the
It's like,
conversation.
we're in the bell curve, right?
Yeah,
Not getting the
yeah,
far
right.
end, maybe.
Some days it works perfectly, and other days it's just what happens.
Well, I'd like to maybe bring back that conversation at some point in next year to talk about, like, what is the board's expectation for how the public can access more than just this meeting?
Because there's a lot that would like to watch P&Z,
Right.
of course, the airport, growth management now, and health rivers and streams, and open space. Yeah, it keeps going.
Anybody who misses a meeting, if they're on a board, wants
Yeah.
to catch up, and how they do it is the question, yeah.
And we never know how many people will want to watch the weed board meetings, or go on the weed board meeting.
I always thought those like took place outside, but.
Yeah. Okay, so that's
Be a
something
weed
we'll.
And maybe just
advisor.
a quick
It's a prestigious thing.
clarification, we can bring that back, but, and just for the public to know too, a lot of those meetings are recorded and available on Zoom, so I think you're talking about live and making sure that we're transparent about how to access them, but I think it's important, a lot of those meetings are recorded and posted to our website for folks to be able to go back and watch.
and if we're wanting them to be live and have them supported, we're going to need staff
Right.
to do that.
Right.
Live is tough.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
How many people are asking for that? I know one,
It'd
but
be nice to know, yeah.
I mean, out in the world, or inside our.
in the county.
I
I know
think,
one person who is.
I think it's,
Oh.
and frankly, I think it's generally a small group of interested citizens that tend to pay attention to advisory board meetings.
And we don't know. If we put it
Now-
out there, we may get a lot more people who then find it easy to
And that's a
fall asleep at
possibility
night.
too.
We might, but we may spend tens and tens of thousands of dollars and just have that one person.
Yeah, so that's gonna be, will definitely be part of the discussion.
Yeah, it might be cheaper to help that individual or those individuals come up to speed
Get here.
technologically than to
Yeah.
have the extra capacity. That's a good question. I wanted a quick aside, and I'll stop my asides. I'm sorry, but Ann Mullins has just retired from our weed advisory board, but she did point out the weed advisory board is a stair step to a BOCC seat, or an elected official seat. Like, look, Steve, I think, started on the weed advisory board.
I did the weed advisory board
And Patty
and
Clapper.
P&Z.
If you want to, move in politics, you got to start
gotta
on the
know
weed
your
advisor.
weed.
Got to become a weed advisor, or we call them a weed sommelier here.
How about just a weeder? I was definitely a weeder.
That qualifies. Thank you. Sorry.
I was on the weed advisory board for as long as I have been on the BOCC at this point,
Oh,
10
wow.
years.
Well, in 2 years, we can reappoint you to
I
the
have
weed
to say,
advisory
it did
board,
not come
Steve.
up once in the last month as a qualification.
Steve, we consider you a master weed sommelier now.
So I do have a question,
Yeah, go ahead.
Patty, if I may.
Yeah.
When Pat Bingham was our communications specialist, she was a one-person department, but I think she relied a lot on help from other staff members in various departments in the county, for instance, to get the Spanish translations of things and whatnot. There would be somebody in the county who would do that, who wasn't, they were taking away from their other responsibilities to do that. And she also did a lot of things, like I remember all of her PR pieces about the airport. And I think she had a lot of help from airport staff on setting those up. So now Marcy, with basically a 3-person department at the moment, I'm just trying to figure out the transition there where we have more people working on it officially, but maybe no more people working on public relations than when Pat was just supposedly a one-person show. So I wanted to find out if maybe John could enlighten us on that a little bit.
Well, Steve, there's probably another piece here too that I think Marcy tried to highlight is the reliance on contract work to fill some of those gaps in addition to seeking out support where we could find it, particularly for translation. We had a few folks out in the organization. We still have folks out in the organization that can support us as needed doing that. But it's a combination right now, Steve, I think, of reducing our reliance on contract work, reducing our reliance on being able to absorb resources from other parts of the organization, and leveraging some of what we have learned during COVID works. And again, I'd point out that right now these are term limited. It's really extension of term limited while we kind of work through that longer term structure and strategy with the organization. But from a cost and resource perspective, I think how I would look at this is we're changing how we're resourcing versus adding a whole lot of capacity, actually.
And if I could maybe add one other point, after Pat's retirement and looking at the position, as John and Marcy alluded, there's definitely a lot we all learned during COVID and communications, but I think also the community survey pointed out a request for improved communication, and the listening survey internally pointed out needs for expanded communications. So it is also an expansion of what are the tools, what are other things that we need to be communicating that maybe was not able to be done when Pat was a one-person shop relying on other staff.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just comment, I think, can you promote me? I think I'm on as anyway, I would just
You got
comment.
promoted
She just
last
won
night.
election, like
Last night,
she just
right?
got reelected, now she wants a
Another
promotion.
promotion. You haven't even been you haven't even taken
Sorry.
been
Isn't
sworn
even
in
dry.
again.
Well, I'd love, because I want to talk to Steve, and I don't think you can see me on here. But, I just think demands for communication have changed. Like, Pat really came from, I think more of a journalistic, traditional communications background of, text-based, radio-based. And, I just think there's greater demands for visual communication and storytelling to connect now that is bigger than I think what we offered in the past. And I think more effective and impactful to get our message across. And I personally would love to see the board be able to leverage more with the communications team, just as far as communicating what our strategic goals are, and telling a story around that, which I don't think we really do at this point. So, that's my observation of how the department best functions now.
And this is kind of we're going to kind of see how things unfold. We've got this 2-year term limited time frame that gives us an opportunity to see how we can best utilize the three of you. I know that we'll find some projects. Kara will definitely find some new projects that she will need help with. At first I was a little hesitant, but in thoroughly reading how it all fits in, this makes sense here on this decision packet here. So we do need a decision on this, I do believe. So is the board going to nod and move this forward to our budget approval? Okay.
Yeah, can I have
Yeah.
another comment? I would be interested if, the DEI work illuminates any more in this context as well, and sort of we'll be interested in seeing what those findings are.
Okay, so I'm seeing nods to move this forward. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, all of you.
And the last slide just is a summary of all of the budget line items. Some of the one-time costs are highlighted there, but also reductions. There are some reductions overall, and you see a negative 9% total. And as Marcy said, part of this is coming down off of the large amounts of contract COVID communications that were being done, and now normalizing the work of the department. Okay.
Okay, yeah, because you can see there's still an increase in professional services, which is usually our contractors, so we'll look forward to that line item going down in the future when we bring more in-house.
Okay, next we have the county attorney. Is John Ely
Is he on here
on the
anywhere?
line?
Do we need to promote
Yes, he
him?
is.
So did we change the schedule today?
Oh, John, yeah, he's on. Hi, John. Oh, there you are. We got you. Good morning, Mr. Ely.
Good morning.
Obi-Wan.
All
Company, it's really.
right, John, you have the floor, and your budget is so confusing.
Yeah, it's confusing because, it looks so similar to last year's budget and, well, the year before and kind of the year before that, and a little bit the year before that. There have been adjustments made to the numbers to reflect inflationary pressures, but the sum and substance stays the same. The mission as the office has stayed the same. The personnel profile is staying the same. I'm not anticipating any changes. We still maintain a degree of flexibility to respond to whatever the board may throw at us. I guess the only thing I would caution the board to keep in the back of your mind and position your nose into the wind is that it's a pretty good office. In fact, over the years that I've been county attorney, I've taken great pains to try to construct an office the best I can so that there is a redundancy, so to speak, within the scope of job profiles, responsibilities, and ability to step in for one another as far as the attorneys go. And I think that actually this iteration is probably the best I've ever put together. And the dilemma is, of course, maintaining that team. And there is most significantly economic pressures that would influence the ability of that team to stay together. I think that the team still reflects the principal characteristic that I look for when I hire anyone into my office, which is a desire to and a motivation for public service. And that's what will keep people in the office and in the county's profile and doing work for the BOCC. If, however, there becomes too great a distance between compensation levels, then you run the risk of the team splintering and disintegrating to some extent. The HR department, of course, is undergoing a re-examination of job descriptions and different compensation levels and calculus, but the attorney's office does not quite fit into to the form that's used typically by HR. Typically, it's something that's distinct because it is a professional group with realistic ability to obtain alternative positions right in our own community. And the desire, I think, of the board should be high to maintain the strong team, because in the long run, it serves the organization better, it serves the board better, and it most definitely reduces the cost of operation and the ability to be responsive to different opportunities that might not be acted on if you were to be overly dependent upon outside counsel and a more inexperienced in-house group. So with that sort of cautionary tale, I guess I will just take any questions that anybody has.
Does anybody have any questions for John? John, looks like you're getting off the hook easy here this morning. Nice to see you.
Nice seeing you.
Yeah. And we will hopefully talk soon.
Late night.
Yeah, it was a good night.
Congratulations, Kelly.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Good night last night.
We're not doing the little.
Oh, is John retiring anytime?
that at a-
You gotta
that
hang out
clock
for the
is
next
wrong.
4 years with me?
It's like-
Oh,
Yeah,
Kelly,
we said it.
I don't know how I could leave before you left.
Glad to hear.
8 years for you.
So
day
I
at a
I have a job for somebody with skills. We need to reset that. It's confusing.
One of the IT people would be good.
It's confusing, Francie, over here. I reset
I
the
was
clock in
completely
our
lost
office.
in
The other one
space.
is bigger than me, so I haven't reset that one yet. And the other one, I need to get up on one of those high stools in the kitchen, and I don't think you want me to do
I
that.
was a whole hour off by looking at that. That's pathetic.
All
Especially
right.
with my computer open.
Exactly on schedule, let's put it that way.
Yeah, John, you took way too long. You should have been done an hour ago.
No, it's not.
All right, thank you, John. Now we're moving to what we've been talking about is information technology. Welcome, nice to see you.
Likewise, congratulations on a successful election.
Yes, it was nice to have that over, right, Kelly?
I am sore. My body is like sore from this election.
Yeah.
You worked hard.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Well, we will hopefully keep to our time constraints here and keep this pretty quick and painless. Connie, thank you. So in regards to just our 12-month outlook, overarching, we continue to support the ERP system in conjunction with finance, HR, and of course the rest of the organization, as well as the PATS system, which is the permitting applicant tracking system out of our community development department. So we continue to provide tech support there. In the future, we will be deploying a password management software. Keeper is the one that we had vetted and had chosen. You may have heard of LastPass or something else. We think that it'll be helpful for our users across the organization. Furthermore, our team is working in conjunction with community relations, so Marcy, Rosa, and Abby on the PickensCounty.com website refresh. We are thrilled that it's going to get a bit of a facelift and hopefully entice folks to visit it more frequently. And last but not least, something ahead that we have budgeted for are services from a consultant, which we will put an RFP out for to basically help us look at our data management practices and then in conjunction determine if there's a better business productivity suite versus another, e.g. Google versus Office. So that's slated for this coming year. On the GIS side of things, and Mary has joined us, and you're welcome to sit up here with me, Mary. For those of you who don't know, Mary Lackner is our GIS manager. And then I have Andrew next to me, who is our process and projects manager.
I miss seeing you at our meetings.
Former
Yeah.
moderator extraordinaire, Andrew.
We had fun. We had fun. There was some meetings that were fun.
On the GIS side of things, so continuing with data updates for over 90 GIS layers, support of Picken maps and more.
Can you explain what GIS layers means?
Sure.
You got to come up on a mic. Not letting you off that easy, Mary.
When you request a map or see a map on our website, you see different things like properties or address points or road center lines or imagery. So each of those pieces that you see on a map is considered a layer. We have about 90 that we maintain internally and obtain about 40 to 50s from other organizations and make sure they're current. Things like we get from other agencies would be wilderness boundaries, those kinds of things, to making sure that they're all current.
And so loosely, they might align with a search for a certain thing. So you would, if you would search for, I don't know, Crystal River sections that have been approved for wild and scenic, for instance, that would be one layer.
The wild and scenic designation is one layer, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's really fun. You get addicted, though, when you get in there and you start flipping layers and stuff. It's fascinating.
How do you access that?
PickinMapsandMore.com.
Pickin' maps?
I use it all the time.
PickinMapsandMore.com.
There it is, right there.
It is on our website, the main county page. There's a link to it, and there's a lot of resources.
It's pretty
in
cool,
there.
thank you.
I pull it up during like land use hearings. Like I'm like, who's the adjacent property owner? Or something. Like,
Yep.
what's the name of this person?
Good to know.
HOA mailings.
It's really fun. And sometimes you get like layers upon layers. Like, God, this one person here just keeps getting stacked up on over here.
Yeah.
Oh, now the fun one. Oh no, we've got that, and then we've got BOCC redistricting. That's going to be fun.
Yep. So that's the last bullet point on the GIS side. And then, of course, network administration in our help desk, which is through ProVelocity, obviously continuing to provide support across the organization through both on-site and remote support. Next slide, please. So, increases and decreases, what do we have proposed for you? So, an increase to our professional services line, again, for that data management and records study. A slight increase to our technical services and fees line item, as most of our applications will be increasing just due to inflation. So small increases across those. And then an increase to our computer equipment line item for computer and other hardware replacements due in 2023. And again, we pay for all general fund departments. So just a reminder there. And we do have some decreases with repair and maintenance, communications, professional dues and subscriptions, and materials and supplies, just as a quick highlight there. On the GIS end, an increase to technical services and fees. Again, same reason, inflation, everything's going up, plus the lease of aerial photography. And then an increase to our education and training line item for continued education of our existing employees, as well as those who are newer to the department. And we currently have 2 vacancies in our department right now. So we will be using some of that education and training budget to make sure they're up to speed.
What is aerial photography that we're leasing?
So traditionally, we purchase and own the imagery that we acquire. We're on a 4-year replacement cycle. So one of the base layers you see in Maps and More is the new imagery, which is exciting because you can see improvements in roads and vegetation and all sorts of things. The trend in the industry is going to a lot of vendors providing high resolution photography that might be acquired by an aircraft. A lot of it's acquired by satellite. We can get that for a lot less than we do when we own it, but we have restrictions on distributing it to the public. Knowing that we are a public agency, we do like to, what we acquire, have the public have the same information. So we are looking at doing some leasing to use it internally. It is a much quicker refresh cycle, every 2 years, but it is for internal use. We can show the pixels on our website, but you can't allow the public to download those pixels. So it's a different delivery model. It's going to be more pervasive in the future, and we're just exploring it right now. So
I thought we were leasing an airplane and we all get to go for a ride.
We can throw that in there, Patty.
I'm still working on that helicopter ride, guys, so you know.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, certainly.
Just regarding, how did you manage to decrease repair and maintenance dues and subscriptions?
Just slightly. We had budgeted pretty cautiously previously, and in looking at this year's budget, especially to try to make up some savings for our comp and class study, I just looked in all of our areas to see where we could find some decreases for that
Right.
effort.
Yeah, it's so rare to see that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And then last slide for you. So just an overview of our capital fund proposed budget. So just a carryover of the phone system replacement, which we should be wrapping up, but again, wanted a little bit of a cushion. Again, we're moving away from Avaya to a system called 3CX to provide more of that hybrid solution that we are now accustomed to. And then between server replacements and switches that are aging, in fact, we found that several of them are from the split between city and county, so they are absolutely in need of replacement, so that's why we have a pretty large chunk budgeted there. Some printers across the general fund, again, those are the bigger Xerox machines that you've seen across the county. And then capital software at about $95,000, again, for the continuation of the permitting and applicant tracking system in ComDev, and then a little bit of money for that password manager. On the GIS side, GPS equipment, a UAS vehicle, which is a drone, and then we are in need of a plotter. Any questions on that?
Do I see, I can't see Steve, so Steve, did you have any questions?
Which drone are you
There,
buying?
he has his video off.
Okay, all
Is she
right.
still there?
Which drone are they buying?
Yeah, do you have, which, oh, you can tell me this,
Yeah,
okay.
Oh,
I can
he-
speak
Andrew
to
can
that.
tell
So we don't have a model chosen, but we did want to set aside some money because as that technology evolves and becomes more capable, we want to make sure that we're able to leverage that.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
Put it in the newsletter when you do, it'd be interesting to see it,
Yeah, for sure.
or send it out, or whatever you do.
Actually, he wants to come play with it, so I feel it.
I just
anyway.
wanna watch it, I don't wanna hold the controls.
Oh, we could definitely make that happen.
Okay, so we are now going to, just the budget spread.
This is the budget for IT and GIS. This prior slide is capital fund, and then this is the general fund portion. Thank you, sorry. The prior slide was what is included in the capital fund for IT, and then this is all of the general fund operations for IT and GIS. And the increases, as Carrie mentioned, plus some decreases in a number of the sections.
Great. Do I see, no, I don't see any questions.
Okay, great.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys,
Thank you.
appreciate
Great
it.
to see ya.
Cheers. All right, now we're going to the big
Next,
stuff here.
we
huh?
are looking at the capital fund. In prior meetings, we've discussed the proposals in the capital fund from other departments, and now with IT, that concludes everything that's within the capital fund. Just as a reminder, we are required by state statute to have a capital fund where we account for the capital expenditures of the general fund. That includes IT, vehicles, facilities, general fund department equipment that is greater than $5,000 per piece of equipment, and that will last longer than 3 years. We have the microgrid budgeted there. What is not included in the capital fund are repair and maintenance items. Say if this building needed new carpeting or painting, that would be repair and maintenance. It would not be in the capital fund, but in operations. So just a little bit of distinction about what's in the capital fund and what's in the regular general fund operations. On the revenue side, 10% of our sales tax is allocated to the capital fund. We supplement that with a transfer from the general fund so that we can take excess reserves in the general fund and help fund different capital projects. For 2023, there's also a transfer from the airport for $500,000, which is supporting the microgrid project. And then we have sales of vehicles and investment income. This is a recap of the different projects that are budgeted in the capital fund, the IT projects that you were just shown. On facilities, we have the jail building design and then solar at both the South Side building and Basalt River Park Center. The South Side also includes the new roof. General fund department equipment for elections, for facilities, and then some BOCC meeting room equipment. General fund vehicle replacements or normal replacements of 6 sheriff patrol vehicles, 2 jail transport vans, and then one item that is a little bit newer is replacing EV charging stations at Public Works. And microgrid project was originally a supplemental request in 2022. We are rebudgeting the unspent portion of that in 2023.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The EV charging stations at 150,000, aren't there only like 2 or 3 stations there?
I believe it's 3 or 4.
3 or 4? Is that what a charging station is? Cost like 50,000 or something?
And the electric run to it and those sorts of things, the
Really?
electric service, they can get expensive.
But those are already wired for electric service.
I know,
Are we
this
upping the
seems
ante?
really excessive. I mean, when you do one at home, for instance, it's nothing
Yeah.
like that.
Those are 50 amp. I think these are level 3 chargers, the fast chargers,
They
which
are
is
quick
a
chargers.
totally different infrastructure. Yeah, I've played with that myself on the home side, and So you can have, you know, anywhere from, I think it's a 12 amp service up to, you know, the fast chargers are doing like up to 250 kilowatts, I
Right,
think.
they're
And
pretty big. It's a
um,
different animal.
mhm.
So how fast do they charge, those chargers?
The
100 miles per hour?
Yeah, it
Maybe
depends.
higher.
It depends on the vehicle and their
the charger.
capacity. I know at level 3 chargers, my own experience has been anywhere from 500 to 800 miles per an hour.
Wow,
Mhm.
faster than I thought.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. You charge for an hour and you can go 800 miles. That's
Well, it doesn't take that. Yeah, you can only charge for like half an hour. That's the thing. Yeah.
But it's interesting that we're spending $150,000 before we even charge a vehicle.
Mhm.
They're using them now.
Well, I know, but I mean, this is
Think about
not
the
including
equivalent
charging
gas,
vehicles.
though.
This is just,
Yeah.
yeah. And are we looking at some of those stations being pay at Public Works? I think that was part of the.
being
They
paid.
they have the option.
Right now they're free.
Yeah, they have the option. All those stations have the option of going paid. We have been keeping them free for previous board direction.
No one-
Just for Pitkin County vehicles, right?
No,
No.
it's
Oh, they're
open to the
public?
public. Hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and some people from North Forty bring their cars over, charge them there, and walk home and come back and get them.
The primary usage is our own vehicles, but there are a few, to Patty's point, community members. I've gone
gotta
over there.
try it.
Yeah.
I've got to try it. I haven't been over there yet.
Yeah, and the ones at Buttermilk are all pay, I believe, and that's through Holy Cross, I believe.
That's correct.
All right.
And those
so-
are 50 amp service, so that would be a different, that could take 8 hours to charge a car versus 30 minutes.
Carbondale's free. I don't know how fast it is though.
Okay, so we are a microgrid.
I'm just looking at the replacement schedule. The 150,000, it says 2 level 2 chargers and 1 level 3 charger.
Now, are we upgrading or are we adding? Or are we doing both?
I believe they are upgrading.
Yeah. I knew there have been some glitches and there's a time frame of use where you have to switch them out.
There was a time when, in the city of Aspen, I think there were more chargers that didn't work than there were that worked, including the ones at the Intercept lot, park and ride. They put them in and leave them, and then they realize a year or two later they're not working anymore. So I think they're more on top of it now across the valley, but that's been an issue as more people are demanding it.
Okay, so,
Okay, so then we have our decision point in the capital fund. We've reviewed all of the expenditures that are included. We have about $5.2 million in expenditures, not including then the debt service of about $1.25 million. And revenue of $3.8 million, and then the transfers from the general fund and from the airport to help supplement the different projects. The fund balance in the capital fund is projected to be $1.8 million at the end of 2023, and maintaining roughly that balance through the course of the 5-year plan. One thing that you should notice is in 2024, we do have a placeholder for a jail building. Again, this is just a placeholder. This is offset with potential bond proceeds or COP proceeds. And then this following year, an increase in the debt service, assuming that would need to be debt financed through the bonds. Again, this is just a placeholder, but we did want to point out that we have included that with planning dollars in 2023 and then potentially moving forward with a project.
okay.
So any other questions on the capital fund?
Steve, you have your hand up? Thank
Yeah,
you.
I do have a question. It's actually from the previous page about the 2 prisoner transport vans, which I presume we maybe need those now because we're transporting people back and forth to the Garfield County Jail.
Yeah,
But
these
is
are
that
not
is that a long
new.
term?
These are not new vehicles. They're just replacing the 2 vans that we currently have and that we have
Okay.
always had.
Yeah, and Steve,
Okay, so
we from time to time do transports to other facilities too, even before we had the agreement with Garfield. So, for example, if we have someone who does get a bed in Pueblo or who may need a higher level of service, their transports are certainly historically haven't been as frequent as they are now. Yeah.
And I think one of them is used for meals when they need to pick up the meals
Right.
at ABH.
okay, that was the second question was, do we use them for other things also, and at least using it for one other thing?
Yeah.
So I can see the need for 2 where somebody might be off in the Front Range or to Pueblo, and then you need to transport somebody between Garfield County Jail and here or something like that, and so you would need to have 2 of them.
That's correct, as well as the meals and such, the other things that they're used for.
Okay, all right, thanks for the clarification.
Any other questions on the general fund or capital fund budget 5-year plan? Kelly?
Remind me of where we're at with the library boiler.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that
Replacement.
yesterday.
So
'Cause my memory's not-
that is really what kicked off the electrification study. So the assessment of all facilities is going on right now. We are going to continue limping along with our boilers and repairing them until we can bring back some of those considerations for the board as far as what's feasible in terms of electrification, what the comparable costs are, and get some direction from you all. So I do know that the consultants were on board, gosh, I want to say last week or 10 days ago.
The electrification concept?
Yeah, where they've been going around and actually physically doing walkarounds of the facilities, looking at the electrical kind of service panels, those sorts of things.
Space.
Yeah, and space.
Is that Marty? Is Marty Treadway doing that, or somebody else?
No, it's I
don't
think
know
it's
which one it is.
Kimberly Horn, actually.
Okay.
Oh,
Got
thank
it.
you, Rich.
Ah, Rich
Oh,
shows up.
how did I
Hi,
do
Rich.
on that, Rich? Maybe you should give that update. I didn't see you on there. Sorry.
No, you had
From the
you
ether.
did just right, John.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's Kinley Horn. Yep.
And something also for the board to note is that the facilities capital plan is fairly light in the out years, and part of that is because we're waiting for results from this study. And so as we move forward and the study's complete, the board may see other projects popping up either mid-year or in future budget years.
Okay.
And the question regarding the boilers of the library in particular is a tough one, because, you know, the electric boilers may not be ready or able to work there, but there are other measures that can be taken.
And I think they're looking at the whole building for
So
that.
they're
That was
looking at-
part of our request.
Yeah, so they're looking at everything, so.
Well, I've been looking at boilers pretty intimately the last week or 2, not having an operable one at the moment. And honestly, the information I've gotten from consultants at this point is that electric boilers are just not quite ready. you
Right there
know.
yet?
Yeah, I mean, you can get an electric boiler and.
You're talking about for a house, for a
Or
house size.
even
is
commercial, I
different
mean,
animal.
yeah, they're just not competitive with gas or propane at this point. But the problem is that we're gonna have, the scales are gonna tip in probably less than 5 years, and we're gonna have much more modern, efficient electric boilers. So, just like we said at that first meeting, when I said, well, why are we putting in something for 30 years that's gonna be an albatross, you know? But I mean, now it's close time-wise. One of the consultants I talked to has got in a big Aspen house, which is probably the size of the library. You know, they've got little electric heaters right now because she's waiting for the heat pumps to get to the point where they're going to be a reasonable alternative in Aspen. And so that's sort of where we are. We're like right on a tipping edge, and
It also
I know when
depends
it's
on
gonna
who the
tip.
contractors are, because if they're not familiar with it, they're gonna make it more expensive to cover their mistakes until they're familiar with,
No
that's one of the
doubt.
big questions, is that, you know, the installers don't quite know what to do yet.
Yeah.
And so they're making it more expensive, because they'd rather do the old thing they know.
And even the
Yeah.
tankless ones now, they're saying that as you move up Valley, Carbondale up it's not a great idea to get tankless because there's so much condensation because the water temperature comes in from the source so cold and creates all this problem with the pipes and stuff. Carbondale down, south of whatever that direction is, west of Carbondale is more likely to be efficient with tankless or with heat pumps. It's this.
Solar preheat.
It's pretty weird right now. We're right on the cusp of
Okay, I'm gonna,
modernization, but we're just not
Yeah,
quite
keep
there.
researching it. It's fascinating, you're right, things
Yeah.
are changing. Yeah.
So if I could weigh in, Patty?
yes, please, and then we're gonna start because we have another speaker who's coming on 11:30, but go ahead, Steve.
So I was just looking at my photographs standing on top of the ski company building in Willits. I had pictures of their heat pumps for heating and cooling the building and also for heating up their hot water for their domestic hot water. To me, that would be the way I would like to go if we would be able to. I have no idea if the library building, it's not like pre-wired for having the stuff up on the roof, I presume, in terms of getting heat from up there down to where it's needed. But I would rather do a heat pump system than an electric boiler system if we have that option.
Okay, this will be a future discussion. Thanks for bringing it up, just so we know the current status.
Right.
Before us right now, we have a decision point for the Capital Fund 2023 budget. All this does, again, so the public and everybody knows, we're just moving it forward to the approval process for the budget. So, just any other questions, or we're okay moving it?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, thanks. So
We'll
we
pick
are
back
now
up
going
after
to
lunch.
hear our discussion about Little Elk Creek, and I think we should have, oh, there you go. We are ready to go, sir. Nice to see you.
Thank you for having me. So I'm Raphael with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Brandy Logan from our organization is here as well. And Roy Smith from the BLM is going to be joining us shortly if he already hasn't. And I have a little presentation I'd like to go through if it's okay to share my screen with everyone.
I believe so. We got him.
Okay, so hopefully you guys can all see this pretty picture of the area up by Little Elk Creek. So I'm gonna keep this pretty brief. We're not asking the board for any kind of action today. Just want to provide information about actions that the CWCB may be taking in the coming year or years. So I'm going to go through a little bit overview of the CWCB, a little bit of in-stream flow program history, and then talk specifically about the recommendation on Little Elk Creek. So for those that don't know, the Colorado Water Conservation Board is the state water planning agency. We're housed within the Department of Natural Resources. We are governed by 10 voting board of director members. 9 of those are appointed by the governor and are regionally located throughout the state. The representative here in the Colorado Basin is Paul Boucher, rancher up near Kremling. I work within the Stream and Lake Protection section, but there's many other facets of the CWCB, including interstate and federal that deal with, the bigger compact issues, intra and interstate compact issues, water supply planning with the water plan, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, watershed and flood protection. So they do what they, kind of what the name says, and then finance and administration. And that's mainly how our organization is funded, is through a low interest water project loan program. So real briefly, the in-stream flow program is getting near its 50th anniversary. It was created in 1973, and it was created to recognize the need to correlate activities of mankind with some reasonable preservation of the natural environment, and invested the people of the state of Colorado to appropriately require such waters and natural streams and lakes that may be required to preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree. In the way the water rights system works in Colorado, I have two pictures here, not too far apart, about a month apart, where a stream is almost completely dewatered, and one where it has flow in it. This is completely legal within the state of Colorado. And before the in-stream flow program was created, there wasn't a mechanism to kind of keep water in streams for the protection of the natural environment. So what did that legislation actually establish? So in-stream flow, where ISFs are in-channel appropriations of water and recognized as beneficial uses. They're made exclusively by the Colorado Water Conservation Board. They're to preserve the natural environment to a reasonable degree for minimum flows. And probably most importantly is they're administered within the state's water right priority system. So the water rights that we'll be talking about now would either have a 2023 or 2024 appropriation date, and they would be junior to all water rights that were decreed before that time. So what was the program, what is the accomplishment of the program? So one is that it can help maintain flows of water in streams to preserve the natural environment. And kind of just as important, it provides regulatory certainty for water users by preserving the doctrine of prior appropriations, and that these type of water rights would operate within the priority system. So in the last 50 years, there's been over 1,700 in-stream flow water rights that have been decreed. Most of those are located in the western half of the state. They're on mostly perennial headwater streams. And this is probably an important part of the program too, is that any entity can make in-stream flow recommendations. So CWCB staff does not go out and try to develop these recommendations. These recommendations are brought to the CWCB. By rule, we have to seek recommendations from different agencies, as in Colorado Parks and Wildlife, some of the federal agencies such as Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service. But we've also had recommendations from counties and cities and homeowners associations and nonprofits. So any entity can bring these recommendations forward. So what the board is going to have to do when these are brought forward is they have to make three findings. The first is that a natural environment exists. This is typically done through the presence of a fishery. We're a cold water fishery, and I will go into how we quantify with a fishery in a moment. Second finding is that the natural environment preserved by the water for appropriation. So there's a standard water availability standard that we use of roughly 50 percentile, so median hydrology, that water is there around 50% of the time or more. And then the third finding that the board would have to make eventually would be that there's no material injury to other water rights. As I stated before, these would be new junior water rights. But the legislature also put in a clause there to make sure that any undecreed uses that were occurring at the time of the appropriation can be recognized as well. So this could be, if a diversion was occurring that the entity decided that they didn't have to go to water court to decree, or if there's an inter-ditch exchange that is occurring, we can recognize those too under that clause. So I'm going to go real briefly into the quantification piece and developing recommendations using RG-CROSS, which is the main methodology that we use on probably upwards of 90% of the water rights that the stream flow program holds. And all that is it collects stream flow measurements and channel geometry, and we try to model hydraulic parameters of average depth, velocity, and percent wetted perimeter. As you can see here, these are some people taking an RG-CROSS reading. And so those three parameters that the RG-CROSS is trying to model were developed by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife in the 1970s. And in summer flows, three of those three criteria need to be met. And in winter flow, only two of those three criteria need to be met. And so here's a little table that kind of goes through, the different stream widths and how those parameters apply to the different stream widths. So on stream width of less than 20 feet, which we're talking about today, they're seeking to have an average depth of 0.2 feet, an average velocity of 1 foot per second, and a winter perimeter of 50%. And so I'll go through this table in this next diagram that kind of goes through and kind of shows how those would be represented in the stream. So if the bank was completely full, that would be outside of those 3 parameters. When you go down into this table and you look in the first of the 3, when all 3 of the parameters are met, here in this example is average velocity. And so the summer flow recommendation would be somewhere between these 2 numbers. And when you go down even further to just meeting 2 of those 3 criteria, which in this case is average depth, you get another flow recommendation that would be between these 2 numbers as well. If you went all the way down to just meeting one of those 3 criteria, Colorado Parks and Wildlife has determined that that's not really a sustainable flow for long periods of time for fish to continue to survive in. Short periods of drought, fish are very adaptable and can kind of go into pools and survive for short periods of time, but over a sustained period of time, a flow meeting only one of the 3 criteria would not be successful for the fishery. So those are what the 3 criteria are. So what does that look like in, kind of practice? And just here's an example on the Little Cimarron River. The 3 of 3 criteria for this stream is 13 CFS. And the day we were out here, the measured flow was 13.5 CFS. So you can kind of see what that minimal flow would be on the creek. So the second criteria that the board is going to have to make a finding on is water availability. And this is, kind of viewed as water that's available for appropriation, and there may be a limitation on the biological quantification. And so the way we come up with this water availability analysis is a statistical analysis to provide median flow on hydrographs when possible. Ideally, there would be a long-term gauge on every one of our recommendations that we'd be able to use to develop this water availability analysis. Unfortunately, that's almost never the case. So we have to use the best information that we can come up with, whether that's using short-term gauge or temporary gauges, doing spot flow measurements, we're using diversion records. In some situations, we use regression analysis, like the USGS has on stream stats, or on very large rivers, we would use a detailed modeling program through the state. Then we also get additional information from, the people on the ground, so the water commissioners, the landowners, if there's ditch or reservoir operators in the area, different resource managers. So in this case, we'd be talking to Bill Blakesley about, operations on the creek. We've also sent out letters to adjacent landowners to try to have them provide information to us. And we've talked to some of those people, and might have to tweak our analysis based on the information that we get from them that might not be clear from the records that we're examining. So this is how a water availability analysis and a recommendation come to be. So when you do the Archie cross modeling, it just comes out as two flat numbers, one that meets all of the 3 of 3 hydraulic parameters, and one that meets the 2 of 3 hydraulic parameters. So what the recommending entity will do is they will go out, they'll do these measurements, they'll conduct this field work, and then they'll get back, process the data, and be like, okay, so we have the 2 of 3 recommendations, which is more the base flow period, and then we have that 3 of 3 recommendation that's the higher flow period, and we'll kind of shape that into a hydrograph. They'll try to do some cursory hydrology in the area to kind of figure out the timing of it. And so this is how a recommendation may be submitted to the CWCB, is something like this. As I said, the CWCB then does its own independent water availability analysis using the best data we can. And we may be able to develop a hydrograph that looks something similar to this. And what we'll do is we'll interlay the biological recommendation onto that water availability analysis and kind of see where there might be areas where we don't think water may be available for us to move forward with an appropriation. And so in this case, in the shoulder months out in July, in this example, that was outside of where we think that 50% median number is. So we may go back to the recommender and ask them if they would be able to make their recommendation fit with inside this water availability analysis, and if that water right would still complete all the important life cycles that they're hoping to with that water right. And if they do agree, that's how we would get to a final recommendation, which would be something like this. So for in-stream flow water rights, it's typically at least a 3-year process. It's a year process going out and having the recommended entities. In the case of Little Elk Creek, they went out and did fish surveys and R2 cross measurements on Little Elk Creek. So they'll do that for an entire, up to an entire year. CWCB holds an in-stream flow workshop annually in January, February. That's when these recommending entities would provide that information to the CWCB with their preliminary recommendations. CWCB starts providing public notice at that point that we've received these recommendations and that we're working on it. And so we provide public notice in a couple of different ways. We publish notices in local newspapers. As I mentioned, we try to identify adjacent landholders to the creeks and rivers and send them notice of the pending recommendation. We also have an in-stream flow subscription mailing list that we send out notices to that as well. And then we'll go out through the entire year trying to do as much outreach as we can, and then we'll provide kind of informational presentations to local elected officials like yourselves. And then we have another notice procedure in November where we're getting closer to finalizing the recommendations for the upcoming year. That's kind of where we are now. That's where we send out another notice to our subscription mailing list and provide notice at the CWCB meeting. After that has all occurred, the CWCB staff would then bring a recommendation to our board. They would form their intent to appropriate, and that would start off an official notice and comment period that can last as shortly as through May. If there's any uncontested appropriations, those can be done in May. If the people from the public would like to contest an appropriation, then that would last longer and go through a contested hearing process, which would typically occur in the fall in September or November. And then once all this is done, and once the board has made their determinations and taken final action, then the CWC would apply for an in-stream flow water rate in water court. And so, that can take multiple years afterwards as well. So it's not a short process, but it's one that's trying to be inclusive of the public and the different entities. So now we're gonna go talk a little bit about the Little Elk Creek recommendation itself. So I don't know if Roy is on here and available, and if he could speak.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Okay, we have some questions here because we have about 15 minutes left in our discussion, and I know that you're going to get a lot of questions from the BOCC. So, Francie, go ahead.
So when you do these appropriations, you'll be creating new water rights in the waterways that you're working with?
Correct. So this would be a new water right with an in-stream flow use associated with it.
And who will own that water right?
The Colorado Water Conservation Board would.
And that'll be a junior right?
That would be a new junior right, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's get to Little Elk Creek.
So Roy, do you want to go through this? I don't know if you can see my presentation. I can kind of flip through and you can talk about it.
Sure. Even though I think you're seeing me on the Zoom screen as Rob Veal, I'm coming in under a link that Rob sent me. So my name is Roy Smith. I'm the statewide water rights and in-stream flow coordinator for the Bureau of Land Management. And I collected the data that was used to make this recommendation. The reason that BLM made this recommendation is that BLM owns and manages very little land in Pitkin County, and this small piece of BLM managed land is one of the few fisheries that BLM manages in Pitkin County, and we're interested in keeping this small fishery going with continued flows. So the recommended reach includes land owned by many different owners. The headwaters is owned by the Forest Service, and then the stream reach passes through a mixture of private and public parcels. Then there's a BLM parcel thrown in there, and it's pretty heavily accessed by the public for recreation use. And so we're just one of many landowners, and we're making a recommendation to the board for the entire creek, because if there's an in-stream flow water right, it has to apply to all landowners along the creek in order to provide the desired protection. So, you know, this reach is probably about, it's not super long, it's about 1.75 miles long. So, Rob, did you have any, your next slide? There are not any insensitive or endangered fish species or aquatic insects in this stream, but it is a good, healthy, high altitude, typical stream in Colorado. It supports a brook trout population, has a healthy and typical assemblage of macroinvertebrates or stream insects. It's got a healthy willow, spruce, and alder community that you can see in this picture. And the headwaters is up on Forest Service lands where it's heavily forested. And then this lower reach where the BLM land is located, it flows in and out of meadows and then small bits of forest like this aspen forest you see on the photo.
Okay, Roy, Steve, did you have a question on this so far, or did you want to wait till after Roy's done?
I could wait till afterwards. I have a lot more information I can give to the presenters.
Okay, let's remember our time frame here too, please. Okay, go ahead, Roy. Thank you.
So as Rob mentioned, we collected R2 cross data, and the preliminary flow rates that we have recommended to the board are 1.2 CFS during the late spring and summer months, 0.6 CFS during the shoulder season in the fall, and 0.3 cubic feet per second during the cold winter months. So this is a small stream, and these are not huge flow rates, but we believe that they'll be sufficient to keep that brook trout fishery in the riparian environment going. Next slide, Rob. And this is a typical high altitude creek. It's just the hydrology is driven by snowmelt runoff. There's a nice groundwater discharge system that keeps the creek going at base flow, and there's no gauge data available on the creek. We're not aware of any water rights that divert in this reach, but we are aware that at certain times of the year that there are water rights that bring water to this watershed from other watersheds near Little Elk Creek. So that's just to keep, I know we have a time limit, so we're just going to keep this short and allow time for questions, but Rob and I are available for questions.
Great, thank you. Okay, Steve, the floor is yours. Oh, Johnny, wait.
Okay.
John, wait, hold on, Steve. John, did you have something quick, or can we go with Steve first?
No, I don't want to preempt Steve, but Steve had asked earlier for some maps of the area, and Mary Lackner was nice enough to prep those, so I can share those if and when you want to see them.
Okay, and then Greg after Steve. Okay, Steve, thank you.
Okay, so Rob, just for your information, I live along Little Elk Creek. We're not adjacent to this stretch. We're further downstream. We own the Little Elk Creek #2 ditch, which is the next one down from Little Elk Creek #1 ditch. I was actually just up there this morning and took a couple of photographs of an irrigation ditch that diverts water out of Little Elk Creek right in the BLM land. It crosses the BLM land to go to private land. The BLM had indicated they're not aware of any water rights within the proposed in-stream flow reach, but I would disagree with that. Now, Bill Blakesley told me that the water that is put into the Little Elk Creek during the summer, which comes from Capitol Falls ditch, once they put it in the creek, then it becomes free water which then there are 2 points of diversion going down Little Elk Creek where the owners of the Capitol Falls ditch divert water out of Little Elk Creek. They don't actually have a separate water right to divert at those locations, but that's how it's operated for over 100 years. So the water that's measured by the hydrologist during the summer is either a tiny bit of return flow from the Hutchins ditch, but a couple of little springs along the way. The great majority of it is water from the Capitol Falls ditch. And it basically, Little Elk Creek is just a glorified irrigation ditch with some more natural features. So the way I see it, you would be filing for a minimum stream flow using primarily water that is not even natural flow from Little Elk Creek. It's water that's been introduced from Capitol Creek through the Capitol Falls ditch. So to me, it's really not a natural stream very much. It would have very little water in it at all during the summer if it weren't for the other irrigation ditches putting water into the creek. Another point, I would disagree that any of this flows through Forest Service land. It definitely flows through the BLM land and through private land, but when you get up to the Forest Service land, there is no creek there. There's no water flowing. Little Elk Creek starts farther down on private land. The Forest Service, I think, at times has administered the BLM land for the BLM because it's the trailhead for the Hay Park Trail. But I don't think the Forest Service has any bit of Little Elk Creek and its property. I would disagree with that statement. So that's just a little bit more background information, and I'd be glad to meet with anybody up here and show them things.
Okay,
So
great.
I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
So Steve, oh, sorry. I was gonna say thank you, Steve, for that information. Yeah, we had originally hoped to bring this in 2023, but after talking to some of the other landowners, we had more difficulty with our water availability analysis. So we're not gonna be bringing it in 2023. It would be now in 2024. So there might be opportunities for us to discuss this further along next year.
Yeah, and I'd be glad to go out in the field with, if anyone is up here doing the measurements or anything and show you the different ditches and diversion points and whatnot.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna, John
excuse me.
Ely, did you have anything else, or can I go to Greg?
No, go ahead with Greg, but I do have a map that Mary put together that demonstrates where the diversions are that Steve has just described, the way the creek works with the Capitol Falls ditch and the way there is a McCabe ditch diversion in this reach that services, at least what I know of, to be parts of the Barrett the Door property, the Rupert property, and ultimately the monastery. But we can share that information with the CWCB at a different time, just because of what our limitations are here today.
Great, thank you. Yeah, this is kind of just an introductory to the conversation. Greg, please.
Yeah, thanks. That answered part of my question. It'd be interesting to understand the history of this water course. It clearly was a water course before people came, but as I understand, it seems that it's fed only by irrigation outflow, according to Steve. So that's an interesting thing. I can't wait to follow this. The other question was just on. It's talked about the possible, is it damage to the riverbanks or riparian from from livestock, and that I assume will be part of the conversation or the research going forward. It's an interesting dilemma. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Kelly, please. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Thanks, I appreciate all of this. I learned a lot in this last half hour. I'm still a little confused about where the exact reach is that They're talking about, I think John's maps will help illuminate that. But, and then another question I have is how is the CWCB enforcing these in-stream flow rights? Like, you know, I know we have one on the Crystal, and there's sort of been some complaint that it's not been enforced when we need it to be. And so what is the, you know, the thought on that, and what are you thinking about that related to this particular in-stream flow right?
So the CWCB, for all of our water rights, we review water court cases every month to make sure that there's no new water court cases that are going to have an adverse effect on our decreed water rights. So if there is, we'll seek terms and conditions in those cases to apply in the future. And then for administration, we rely on gauges that are out there. I think we have about 250 gauges that we monitor on a daily to 15-minute basis to make sure that our in-stream flows are met. Unfortunately, a lot of times the in-stream flow is just junior to a lot of the operations that are occurring on the stream. So like on the Crystal River, there's a lot of senior irrigation water on the Crystal River. So the CWCB would not be in a place to necessarily create more water by placing a call, because those senior water rights are in priority above the in-stream flow water right.
And whose obligation is it to put the gauge in this stretch?
So if the CWCB would want to administer, we would look for partners to try to install gauges in different stretches throughout the state.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me see. I have a hand. I think, Roy, did you want to chime in?
Yes, thank you, very briefly. I just wanted to reiterate, this is just a draft recommendation from the BLM to the CWCB. I really appreciate this information that we're getting from the commissioners, and we would be totally happy, next field season to spend some time with Steve and others to better understand the hydrology of this creek and how it operates. Because if we do proceed with an in-stream flow appropriation, we want it to, match what's on the ground out there. I will clarify, BLM's draft recommendation is that this in-stream flow reach would end at the head gate of the Elk Creek #1 ditch. So we wouldn't extend it past that point. And we preliminarily believe that we acknowledge that there is introduced water to this creek, but when that ditch is not operating during the winter, there appears to be enough water in the watershed to keep this fishery alive during the winter. So there's a combination of base flow, natural within the watershed, and introduced water, and we'd really like to understand that better.
Great, thank you.
And you will not have a more pleasurable day than tromping around with Steve over there. And you will learn everything about the history of the area.
And then
I look forward to that. That'd be great.
Well, I have to ask you, Roy, what's behind you in your screen?
Oh, that is a river I've spent a lot of time working on in-stream flow protection. That's the Dolores River in southwest Colorado.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. Okay, bringing it back to the board. Does the board have? I think for me this is and thank you for the update on the time frame, because I was thinking, oh, this January we're moving fast, and I think the board has not only a lot of questions, but obviously a lot more information to provide in this effort. So I think. I know that we will have more discussions on this again when we have more data and actually have some of the mappings before us. And I think we all want to come with you when you go on the trek with Steve. So we might have to. That's a site visit I think I can definitely support. So, is there any other input from the board? Kelly, please.
No, I really appreciate the in-stream flow program. It's a benefit for sure. So I look forward to continuing learning more about this one, because I'd love to be in a position to make a positive recommendation as we learn more.
Yeah.
Ditto.
Anything else from board or from our wonderful invited guests today? No. Okay, guys. We are at 11:59. You guys were great on the time frame. I really appreciate that. We had a long day yesterday, and we have a long day today. So we look forward to hopefully seeing you soon. And Steve will let us know when the best time is to go out in his backyard. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you
having
very
us.
much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was great information and it was a great presentation. I appreciate it.
John, if you can email those maps, if they're in a format to email, would you send that to the board, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. To my board and to Grassroots, we will be back at 1 o'clock. We have budget afternoon again. So thank you. Welcome back. I'm going to get the date and where we are correct. This is Wednesday, November the 9th, 2022. It's the Board of County Commissioners work session, and we are doing budget. So the first item on our afternoon budget discussion is the clerk and recorder. So we have Ingrid Gruder here. And Connie, did you need to kick it off, or can we kick it right to Ingrid?
Go right to Ingrid.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all yours.
All right, we'll go through the slides. I think these first slides are sort of just introduction, so you.
Great picture of everybody.
There's our crew.
No, I didn't.
I think Lainey took that for us.
Really, everybody gets a great
Yeah.
picture.
Okay, the org chart, the changes here. The chief deputy is now with the motor vehicle manager. The recording manager is open now because we, for one, we're about 30% down, as is the whole state, in real estate recordings. And I can still manage and answer questions and so forth. Further down, we'll talk about future with that. Well, probably by 2024, I might be kind of busy in 2024. I might want to at least have a recording supervisor or such, but we'll play that as it comes. Elections, we just brought back our election specialist position so that we don't have to get a temp and train every election. And he will cross-train motor vehicle next, but as soon as the election time is over, and so he will be able to work in different departments. And let's see if and that position before had been underneath the operations administrator, and it should be under the applications administrator, because he will also learn a lot of the technical computer systems to be able to back up the applications administrator. And that's about it on that slide, unless anybody has some questions.
No, I don't see any.
Okay. The couple things here, the technology election printers, they're hoping that they get upgraded printers for the ICXs so that they'll be able to print for longer ballots. So that's on there. However, we used to have 22 ICX machines, and now we've only have 9. So there's a little trade-off there. The 5-year, we are expecting state database changes for both SCORE, from Secretary of State's office, and DRIVE, Department of Revenue, for motor vehicle. Let's see, and then of course, I'm throwing this on everything. Safety concerns because of the volatile climate, both elections and motor vehicle. People always get ramped up about
Well, that they do.
their car titles and what they cost. So I think that's, unless you have questions there.
And do we
you know.
have any control over what it costs you to title your car?
Not really.
That's
I mean,
what
and Colorado is one of the most complicated states. It seems like every new little tax gets thrown on to your registration or your title, and yeah, so, and people don't understand, and it's also
Really
based
not our
on
fault.
weight of the vehicle, and yeah, it's just hard for people to understand. They get very frustrated.
I think that's a result of Tabor. Since you can't raise tax revenue, they just put fees on things.
Another good reason to reconsider.
Yeah.
However, you can only complain so much about paying taxes on your car when you drive on highways that are provided for you everywhere. I mean,
And then you complain because the highways aren't provided well enough. and
Yeah,
then we have
exactly.
to raise your
I mean-
fees to, yeah, it's, yeah.
Okay, on this slide, just to touch on motor vehicle, there's possible drives update in 2024, but you never know exactly when that's coming. The other thing I'll say, for the month of December, I think we may close at lunch again because we, our motor vehicle manager has to have hip surgery, and we have one person leaving.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so, going back to a previous career, so.
So if you close at lunch, how does that actually?
Well,
affect that?
what we've done before is 12:30 to 1:30, kind of just to allow the staff to have lunch, so that there's not just one person there getting inundated. And
Oh, I
we
see.
just- Yeah.
So everybody takes time off and then everybody's back on the
Yeah,
job, so
yeah.
they can actually take care of the people. that come
And they do it so people can still come in at their noon lunch hour, because there's that half an hour.
Yeah, that's why we do it on the half
I
hour.
see.
Yep. Yep. So, and as far as recording, this is kind of interest with COVID. Pre-COVID, our e-recordings were about 50-ish%, and since COVID, we're 70 to 75% e-recordings. So, it's fewer over the counter and more online, so.
So is that because people just got used to doing it during
Uh-huh.
COVID, and, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and they just kept it that way.
Kept it rolling.
Yeah, and occasionally they mess it up so much, we say, why don't you come in and record that, so we. But yes.
No, that's okay, they'll learn.
And so next year, we are finally getting our switch to our cloud-based version of our search for recording, our search system. So it will be cloud-based. It will, as far as our stakeholders are concerned, they're gonna be able to search pretty much the same way, but for the general public, it's gonna be more intuitive. It has a shopping cart, and it's gonna be easier for them to use. And and with that also, it has the availability to sign up for fraud protection, so.
For what?
Fraud protection, so if there's anything, you sign up and anything's recorded on that property, they get notified.
Okay.
So, and then other than that, we're still going back and we're QCing all that historical indexing that we had contracted out for indexing, but we want to, some of the stuff, especially old, gets a little bit weird, so we're just going backwards. We're back into beginning of 68, I think, now, and just double checking all those records, but they're online and they're searchable. So I think that's it here. I don't know if you have any questions here.
I want to just go back and ask about, how are you feeling security-wise? Yep, it's on now. How did everyone feel? I didn't perceive any threats, but I wasn't there with you in the.
Right, and I don't think we did. I think that they felt a lot better having someone here, and it was, and they were good. They were friendly. They were, they were helpful. I think they were helpful to Laney as well as and to the early voting judges. And I think a lot of it, we always have had it on election day. I think a lot of the concern was the configuration of that room and how closed in, and there's no egress, and just somebody walking in, it's just like you're the ducks down at the end of the carnival
carnival.
thing, yeah,
There's
right.
no egress from that room, interesting. Okay.
Right.
But we
And
are gonna
it's-
be addressing that
Yeah,
egress, I think,
Right.
this year, John?
right.
Yep.
To have better
Figured
voting
it was on the
facilities here?
list.
Was that?
And
Have
then I
better voting
was gonna
facilities
touch
here.
on this later, but that room also for a general election just isn't big enough. And like the Jewish Center is getting more and more expensive, and, there's that whole move in between, so maybe that can be addressed at some point. So,
We're not building you your own building.
no, but there are some.
Potentially move out into the lobby area, that I think the requirements. Sorry, I think the requirements from the state changed since we, on spacing and that
it's
sort of thing.
barely works. I mean, they're pretty nice with when they come and measure every
Yeah.
year. They're-
Really?
Yeah, they do before the election, they have someone come up. Yes,
Look at
indeed.
some of these older counties, like Jackson County.
Yeah.
Maybe because they only have 800 people live in the county. It's
Yeah.
not that.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, so anything on this slide?
Yes, for clerk and
any
recorder,
questions?
motor vehicle, it's just pretty modest increases. staff and wages and just small inflationary amounts.
Okay. Okay, next.
Next, we
heroes of the
have,
day
we
here.
have our early voting judges there from the primary, so, and I think you all know what the election department does, so we can probably go to the last slide. So 12-month, 2023, we just have a coordinated election. That's still an election, but that means the election staff gets to take some vacations at least. But the cost will go down because there's just the coordinating. There was legislation passed this year about security that is effective in 2023, but the only thing that we weren't in compliance with really was the additional surveillance. So we added in our office, in the that elections area, and in here, where was the other place? Seems like there was a third place we added, but that's been done this year.
In this room too, you said?
Yes, yeah. So the one thing we will need is that we are gonna have them on for longer periods of time, and so we're gonna need to buy a bit more hard drives for the backup, the security backup. 5-year, we have ongoing combating mis-dis malinformation, what kind of advertising, press releases and so forth we need to think about, and could have, additional advertising costs for that. Paper has gone up, I think, over doubled here. Our print vendor, our new contract's already gone up considerably, so there's still those supply chain issues. Safety concerns from judges is what I was just talking about. That's with my note here. And additional security during elections. We did have, as it turned out, we only had 2 ladies that were leaving at a time by themselves that they, I said, well, I had worked out with the Aspen police, and they sent someone to walk them to their cars. The rest of us were kind of leaving in pairs, and we're fine, but they did that. So that's something we probably want to keep thinking about with our mail ballot judges, because they're usually leaving in the wee hours of the morning. The possible drop box procurement. Our Snowmass Village box is quite small, and many times the picking up, they open the door and they're just falling out on the ground. So we might need to think before 2024 about a larger box up there. And then I guess there's been some discussion in the past about a possible drop box at the Brush Creek Park and Ride. I think that was something I heard that may have come up in here at some point, but
Wow, interesting.
yeah, so something to
Working
think
with
about.
RAFTA on security.
Pardon?
Working with RAFTA
Right.
to use their security.
right.
I have to say that it's really sad we can't vote in Redstone anymore.
I know.
It was
know.
so nice. I mean, you would run into people, I would run into my family members, and everybody really liked it, and it was for so long. And then we had to go to the church in Emma, and now we have to go all the way to Basalt, everybody in the Crystal Valley. It's just, doesn't
It's
seem
not
right.
that far from Emma, though.
No, it's not.
What?
It's not that far from the Emma Church.
No, Emma wasn't great either, but I mean, to have the whole Crystal Valley not have a voting place
It's
is
just, it doesn't have, it
It's
still doesn't
unfortunate.
have reliable internet.
And security issues and staff that we'd have to staff that with.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well.
Staff and
Yeah.
paying for it, that is
Okay,
not,
then,
that's
then,
not
then,
the
I
issue.
know, then
I
they'll want one
understand
up in,
about the
they'll
internet.
want one in Meredith, and you don't blame them, and then the people up that live in Independence
There's a lot
will
more
want
people
their-
from the Crystal Valley than in Meredith.
And speaking of that, Alex from the sheriff's office had called me. I'm sort of in a time warp now, but 10 days ago or something, and said they were making sure that they kept a patrol officer on 133 in the Crystal River Valley all of, yesterday afternoon, last night, up until 7 o'clock. And Lainey did report to me this morning that, yeah, right, she was doing the she did her volunteer hours to be one of the runners up to Redstone, and she said the presence was obvious on the road, so
That's great.
that was really
It
nice.
was obvious all the way
That
up
was-
and down
that
Highway
was really
82
nice, yeah.
also.
That's great.
Yeah.
Basalt was out, Sheriff's Rep, Aston PD was out,
Mhm.
the
Well,
Bears were out.
I'd like to see it go back, if we could get a thing where it's not an internet problem and stuff, so just putting that out there, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can explain this, Ingrid, but it's just hard because you need the internet. Because anytime a voter checks in, you have to make sure it checks against the system that they didn't vote somewhere else.
Right.
You know,
Right.
that's why the
Yeah,
live
that's what I'm saying, so as soon as we can have
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
And more judges, and it's always a struggle to get enough
Yeah.
judges too, of the right mix of parties, yeah.
On site.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they have to be.
And
limits.
you know, and I think I've said
You have to have
before,
quite
we
a staff
have
for a
like
12-hour day.
51% unaffiliated, 36, I can't remember exactly, Democrat, and only 13 Republican, and you're really supposed to have the 50-50 between the Dems and the
Yeah.
Republicans, and it's a challenge. I think Kelly knows that.
Is there a Dropbox in Redstone?
Yeah, we did one yesterday all day.
Yeah, just yesterday, 7 to 7, I think.
But people can drop them in Carbondale where the Carbondale
Right.
drop boxes are.
Yeah,
Could
they
we drop
can-
them in Carbondale? Because I looked online and I didn't see Carbondale as a
We,
possibility.
with Garfield and Eagle, we'll, you know, FedEx their ballots. We all kind of
But there is a drop
push
box
them
in
to where
Carbondale.
they
Yeah, I
need to
know
go.
there is. I just didn't know whether
Yeah.
we were able to use it.
Yeah, they can put a Picken County ballot in the.
And we
drop
still
box.
do a sharing with the
Yeah.
one behind the Basalt City Hall.
Yes, yes. That's about all I have, so unless, any questions?
You can go home and take a nap now.
That would be nice, but I can't.
No, I think, Connie,
Friday.
is there anything?
What was the rumor that ballots couldn't make it back up Valley last night? There was an accident or something?
Oh, there was, but our runners were actually, both teams of runners were beyond that point when that happened.
Okay.
The
So they didn't get
accident
stuck.
happened
We
at
got
8
stuck a
o'clock.
little bit at the Aspen Jewish Center because they were having trouble balancing. So our other runner team was stuck there, and that's why they were late with all the Aspen.
Yeah, and there was a closure
Community
of
Center.
82 right at the country inn.
Yeah. So that was the
That was at
holdup,
8
not the
o'clock.
accident. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great job,
Okay.
Ingrid, congratulations.
Yes, you did it, you did
All
it.
right.
Thank you very much.
I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was just
You
your
still
first.
want the
it
job
was
now
your
that
first
it's
one as the
officially
chief.
yours?
Yeah. What's that?
I said you still want the job now that it's
Oh,
officially
that's
yours
right.
and you've
It was-
survived it?
Yeah, yeah. Someone says-
Don't forget, you still have to
yeah,
get
I guess
sworn
I
in.
won too. I wasn't.
That's right.
Well, they were
Congrats.
duplicating ballots, and they kept saying, you know, reading off to the other one. They say Ingrid, I go, what? Oh. So,
Well, that's fun.
yeah.
All right, I will be back to help you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So will I.
Yeah. I'll
Gearing
look
up.
for a couple of you guys.
And if Francie wants me, I'll spend the day in Redstone.
Yeah. All right.
But I think they have enough Democrats up there.
Thank you,
Okay.
Connie.
We have a lot of Democrats, it'd be hard getting some Republicans up there, I think. There's a few.
All right, we are going to
On deck.
the assessor's office.
Assessor's office next.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm good.
Congratulations on your reelection.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to you and Kelly, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, our office is changing a little bit. We have 2 brand-new employees. One of them is shown on the org chart. The other one just started on Monday, so she's not on there. We have quite a bit of commotion going on in the office today. We got training on our new phones. We have a retirement party going on right this minute. And things are very busy. So we have Wendy Schultz now as our new interim chief appraiser and Dan Popish as our deputy chief appraiser. And Larry is pretty much working from home full-time on a part-time basis, so to speak. His wife Cindy got out of Heritage last week. They cleared her to put weight back on her hip because she had fallen and broke it above where they replaced the hip.
Oh, geez.
She fell again yesterday and broke her leg.
Oh, God.
So she's in the hospital right now, getting ready to
Oh.
have surgery again. So poor Larry is stressing out pretty badly.
Oh, that's true.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. And so, yes, we have quite a bit of training coming up for these new employees. And we're getting them all set up, and things are good. Scotty's getting her stuff all cleaned out, and she's done, Friday's her last day, which is a holiday, so she's only really got one more day after today. Okay, so how do I go forward here? So, and again, our primary mission is to produce fair and equitable values throughout the county and help the taxpayers of Pitkin County understand where their taxpayers are being used. We're responsible for discovering, listing, classifying, and valuing all real and personal property in Pitkin County. The assessor's office is the record keeper of the county and is responsible for maintaining the public records, including current ownership and mapping data. We prepare and certify an accurate annual assessment tax roll and submit the abstract of assessment to the Colorado Division of Property Taxation, as well as certifying values to taxing entities and delivering the warrant and tax roll to the treasurer's office while following the rules and statutes of the state of Colorado. Our office is audited annually by an independent contractor contracted by the state and must meet criteria established by the state board. I have an extra copy in my office if you guys would ever like to see what that looks like.
I have a question. You say the assessor's office is the record keeper of the county.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the record keeper of properties?
Of ownership.
Because that makes it sound like you keep all the records in the assessor's office.
No, we keep the current ownership records. So when a property transfers ownership.
I understand that, but
Okay.
the way it leads me when you say you're the keeper of the county records and then maintaining the public records, it just wasn't clear. I'm thinking, I thought the clerk and recorder's office kept most of the records.
No, well, we
in.
get our information from the clerk and recorder's
Yeah,
office.
I'm just saying, but in your mission statement, it's not clear that it looks like you are the record keeper of the county.
We are.
Yeah, but you're not. You're only the record keeper of properties and ownership in the county.
Ownership of the county, yes.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll have to clarify
But it
that.
should say record keeper of the county's properties or, you know,
Ownership?
something rather
I'll
than
figure it
leading
out.
Yeah, because I would go to your office and ask for a copy of my marriage license if you're the record
Oh,
keeper.
yeah, no. No, I'll fix
Yeah,
that.
just clarification.
Okay, yeah, I'll fix that.
Thank you.
So 22 was an intervening year. We had minimal changes over the overall tax base. 2023 will be a reappraisal year like we've never seen. We're expecting a huge protest similar to 2009. I know Patty was here then. Connie was here then. I wasn't here then. I was in the valley, but I wasn't here, and nobody else was here. In our office, we saw over 5,000 protests, 1,800 CBOE hearings, and 100 of phone calls. We had 100 calls a day coming in our office, and lines going out the courthouse trying to come in and see us. We expect it's probably going to be a little worse, especially now that house values are starting to drop a little bit. People are going to see, how did you come up with this value? And we even dropped, the state allows us to go up to 5 years. We don't usually have a lot of sales, so we usually use a two-year period. This year, we went to an 18-month period from January 1 to June 30th. So January 1 of 2021 to June 30th of 2022. And I can tell you that the values are going to be very high. And they're going to come into us and say, we can't sell our house for this. Where'd you get this number? So we're going to see a lot of protests. The 2021 actual value.
Question.
Yes.
Do we, as a home rule county, do we have any, like, exemption authority? You know, like a expansion of the homestead exemption, or, you know, I mean, something along those lines that a statutory county wouldn't have?
So home rule counties in Colorado do not get any additional authorities or powers that are different from statutory counties. It only gives us the ability to organize how we deliver those services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2021 actual value was 42,467,431,950. 2022's actual value went up a little bit, slightly, 42,850,696,050. We had 25 protests this year, which is nothing. Normally, we see in an intervening year between 80 and 100, and in an evaluation year, we'll see 1,000 to 1,500. That's pretty typical. We had 4 CBOE protests. It was a very quiet appeals year, but next year was going to be a lot different. We're continuing to work on secession training and cross-training to get the office up to speed. When I took over, we had our admin people up front doing the admin and the appraisers in the back doing appraisal. But neither one of they didn't know what each other did. So I'm cross-training to make sure that everybody understands what everybody in the office does. That way they can all answer questions effectively. Okay. What we're working on still working on our staff meetings every month. They're partly Zoom and partly in person. We're keeping about 3 to 5 people in our office per day. So those that are there are in person, those that are not are on Zoom. Team building, I would like to continue a return to a retreat in 2023 and do in-person celebrations for accomplishments now that we're kind of cleared to get together again. Mostly employees are working remotely and in person, like I said, with 3 to 5 employees in the office. We are going to need to hire 2 full-time temporary workers for 5 months during protests, so April, May, June, July, and August. This is based on the 2009 protest where we had 2 full-time employees and we needed more, according to what I've been told. But we're going to try to do it with 2. And succession planning is top priority for 2023. Larry continues to train Wendy and Dan. Debbie is probably going to retire next year, so she's working on succession training and writing documentation for the front admin people so we don't get left in a lurch. Because Larry and Debbie both have over 30 years with the county. They have a lot of knowledge, and we need to pull out as much as we can from them. And employee retention is huge for us.
I mean, it's a huge problem, or you have a lot of retention? I mean,
No,
I
we
mean, it's
have
a problem.
longevity. We have longevity in our office.
Okay, good.
But because of the low pay that the new employees are getting, I'm afraid that they may decide it's a lot of work for not enough money. So I'm trying to work on getting the job descriptions updated and working with Melissa and HR to try to get all that worked into our office. And then climate action plan. Always working on climate action plan.
What does that entail?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
For me, I think it entails allowing employees to work from home more than coming in every day and everybody driving their cars. And I think the amount of traffic on Highway 82 coming into town is outrageous. And I just don't think it's necessary for all those cars to be sitting there like that. And I think people could take the bus, and most of my employees do take the bus. Or we have a county car that they drive back and forth for inspections and stuff. But to me, that's what climate action is. To keep the air cleaner.
Reducing vehicle miles
Yes.
traveled.
But then you
Yes.
have to remember that we have employees now using more natural resources in their homes when they're there all day with heat or air conditioning or electricity to monitor all their monitors. So, yeah, there's a little trade-off there, and the best thing is if employees work in the office and ride the bus with some flex time. I
Ride
don't
their
have a,
bicycle, Patty.
oh, I noticed they swept Shell Bluffs too, by the way.
Especially those people from Silt. They should be riding their bikes.
They should, yeah, the ones from
I'll
Carbondale
sweep
too.
that road. No, Greg will sweep Highway I-70 to get him from Silt.
Sorry for the
Sorry.
I just have to say one thing regarding that statement. Since the remote working, my office has had a much higher efficiency and a lot more quality work done because they're not continually sidetracked all day by people coming in and visiting. Because that's kind of the atmosphere in this building. When there are a lot of employees in it, we tend to visit a lot. And it's not a bad thing, but I do see the quality and the efficiency of our work has skyrocketed.
I'm glad to hear that. I don't agree with it, but I'm glad to hear it from you.
Well,
but-
that's just what I'm seeing in our office.
I don't agree with it. It's her department and she's reporting it.
Well, because I'm in the building a lot more than anybody, and I see what goes on, and I see there's a
Says the
very
next chair
positive
to the
effect
current
of
chair.
people knowing what other people, who other people they're working with, and some shared responsibility. And, you know, this county works, the organization of the county works best when we work as a family.
I understand that.
And so I see a great benefit, not of people coming in 5 days a week, but people coming into the office and having that touch base with their.
Well, that's what I said. We have employees in every day, and we have all the way through the pandemic. And if you go up to my office right now, you'll see the whole building in in my office having a party.
Well, yeah,
And
but
they're
we're
all
not here necessarily to have parties, which brings to me, what is an in-person celebration for accomplishments? Does any other department, do we do that?
When we
In-person-
get done with a protest and a valuation year, it's quite a feat. And I have a celebration in person for my crew so we can celebrate. That's an in-person celebration.
I thought it meant like
have a
you
departmental dinner or
you rode your
something.
bike 5 times, we're gonna have an in-person
No,
party
no,
for you.
absolutely not. No,
Yeah.
it has to be a big office accomplishment.
And everybody comes in for the party, but they don't come in to work, so.
Well, evidently they come to work or they wouldn't be in there for the party.
Okay, moving right along.
Yes,
Yeah,
let's
we're
move
gonna
right
change
along.
the name of this
Opinion.
department to the party assessors.
Yeah, since we haven't had a party for 3 years, thank you. And it's only because of the retirement of Scotty. Our proposed budget for next year has substantially increased due to the having to hire 2 employees next year to help out with the protest period, as well as I got this information from Connie. I asked her, how should I do this? And she went back on 2009 and pulled up the number of hours of overtime that we had and calculated how much she thinks we should add to our budget, as well as how much we should add for the 2 new employees, and that's where my number came from.
Question regarding, it sounded earlier, there was a recommendation that you were gonna need more than 2
Yeah, I was
people. Is that
thinking
what you said? Did you say that, or somebody said that? That
I
you-
said we were gonna hire 2
You were gonna
more.
hire 2, but was there a recommendation that there be more? That it was
No.
gonna take more than 2?
No,
Okay.
I said I hope we don't need
And
more.
you're basing it on the 2009
I'm just basing it on
hours.
2009. I'm hoping it's not any worse than that.
Right.
But on this chart, you have an increase of employees for FTEs by 1 over 2023.
Right, that's the mid-year position that
So
we
that, you're
added.
just combining that into one full-time equivalent? 'cause it-
No, so there are a few things going on. We did the mid-year addition of a position, which actually then will, after Larry's retirement, go back down to the original
Okay.
11 positions.
And the 2 temps?
And then 2
are not
temps
on
for a
here.
5-month period of time.
Because they're just there for the 5 months.
Plus overtime for current staff. The assessor's staff normally has no overtime, but in a very heavy
They're- yeah,
reappraisal
to be
year,
expected.
that can happen. So that's why you see the larger increase in personnel
And
is
I
we just
think
have
the
these
better
additional
you
costs.
start looking for those 5-month employees, because we had a hard time finding, people to do our hearings this year, so.
Right.
Because the industry is so busy out there,
Yeah.
with title companies and stuff, so I wouldn't have a problem if you brought somebody on sooner, if you could find them. Yeah, Kelly?
I have a question about the assessment value. Do you have a way to project out, like if it was 42 billion this year, do you have a way to project what you think it might be in the reassessment year?
We don't, because the new values aren't available till May 1st of next year. I mean, we kind of have a clue, but it's against state statute to say anything, so we can't.
I see.
So May 1st is the soonest anybody could
Right.
know.
So we could do like a drawing from a jar or something.
Well, you could have a pool, sure, and then
Yeah.
see what it's gonna go
Okay.
up to.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a clue.
I just wasn't sure if there were like trends over time that, you know.
Well, I can tell you,
I don't
I'll tell you this, and you can just visualize. A typical increase on a reval year is 0.02 to 0.04. The increase for 2023 is gonna be more like 3.5 to 4.5.
Wow.
So you can try to visualize what that might be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty big.
And what does that do with Tabor, Capping, and Benton, and
For us, for the general fund, it will mean that we will probably be proposing a larger temporary mill levy credit in order to fall under the revenue limitation. If inflation stays high like it is and growth stays high, we'll probably hit that 5.5% cap again. We're only projecting that for 1 year at this point, but we know that in the general fund will be capped now. The Open Space and Trails Fund does not have that cap, and so that would be a mill levy conversation that the board would need to have as to whether you collect that whole amount or if you want to give a temporary mill levy credit there. And then there are other jurisdictions that you don't have that kind of decision-making authority with. So, for example, CMC is debruced, and so their board would need to make that call.
we can always
The
ask
other
them.
We do that.
The other two funds where there's a fixed mill levy is the ambulance district and Redstone Ranch Acres General Improvement District.
Thank you, Connie. And then mill levies are decided during the budget, so that would be a budget conversation that we would have, and they're certified now by the treasurer by December 21st, I believe. Ann, is that?
So,
Are we gonna anticipate having that conversation this year?
No, because
No, okay, too
it'll
soon.
come with the reassessment
So it'll be
year and
next-
whatever.
next
we've done
next
that in the
budget
past.
cycle.
We did that
Yeah.
in,
Thanks.
Is it helpful
year.
to have that conversation
Might have been
earlier about to
2009 or
signal, like,
2010.
hey, we may not throw this huge tax bill at you, or?
That I would totally leave that at the discretion of the board, because we haven't had we're anticipating all of this, but we
sure.
don't know exactly what to say that increased valuation might be, and we don't want to run afoul of any prohibitions against projecting that out there.
Sure,
So we haven't
sure.
brought that forward, but I do think it could be a theme as we go into next year's budget. So we'd start talking about it in that August, September kind of time frame.
Right, okay.
And
And the
I-
legislature might tackle some things related to
Right.
exemptions and stuff
and I've
too.
talked to constituents who've been concerned about the taxes on their properties with the values going up. And I explained to them that it was something the BOCC could consider when we know what we're gonna be exceeding as far as our caps on revenue. And at that point, the Board of Commissioners does have some flexibility, and it would be a temporary based on Tabor, and how you having to bring back again, if you do a permanent mill levy decrease, it starts everything all over again.
Let
So
me
just
ask
to make
another
sure-
clarifying question. Sorry, so once the assessments are completed, when does the first tax bill go out?
January of 23, or 24.
Okay.
Of the next year.
Yeah,
We have time.
but you'll get pre-noticed, you get a notification prior to your tax bill, right?
So you get the notification May 1st. That's when the appeal, the month of May, and they
Right.
actually, the state of Colorado added an additional week. So it goes into the first week in June this year, so we have 5 weeks of appeal and 3 weeks to get it done. And then the notices of determination go out. And then if they don't like our decision, then they go to the CBOE hearings
And
with the
bump it
hearing
up.
officers. And one thing is, the revenue, the amount of revenue we can collect is based on how much new construction we have also. And I don't know what that number's gonna be this year yet, because it's not over yet.
They were
It's
trying
close.
to not have a lot of new construction.
But we could have a little bit more revenue coming in. And the state has lowered the assessment rates down for 23 and 24. So the amount of taxes, so the value might be higher, but the assessment rate's lower. So their taxes might not be as bad as predicted.
And it's my understanding that your assessed value is approximately 7% of the value of the property, is that correct?
That's exactly what I was getting at.
I heard you.
It was 7.15. Now it dropped down to 6.95. And I believe it's dropping down to 6.83 or something like 7.5. I don't know.
For 2003, 23, 24?
They haven't announced 23s yet. They kind of gave us a tentative, but they're doing all kinds of weird things in the state. I have to tell you, they've added.
It's all your fault, Kelly.
I'm not sure how this is going to work, but every residence in the state of Colorado is going to get a $30,000 credit. We have to put this into our software somehow. The software.
Off the value of their house? Is that what you mean?
It's not off the value. It's going to be off of the assessed value. So it's going to make their taxes a little bit lower, and 15,000 off of all commercial. And I don't know how this is going to work, and I don't know how they came up with this brilliant idea, but it's going to be the software vendors like ripping their hair out right now, trying to figure out how to put this into the software, because every account in the state is going to get this, only for 1 year.
That's interesting.
So I'm just concerned about timing. So people are gonna be getting their estimates or their tax.
May 1st, they get
on the
mailed out.
1st of May. If we have a conversation about possible mill levy discounts, what are you calling them? Give back?
It's a temporary decrease.
Temporary mill levy
Credit.
credits, when would we have that? It'd be nice to make sure the timing is right, so there's not a 3 months panic gap for everybody.
Well, the
You know what I mean?
certification is due August 25th, the first preliminary certification for special districts.
For the assessed value and then.
Yeah, and then the final certification's December 10th. So somewhere in between there, I would think.
Ann is approaching the desk, the dais.
Oh, with
Come to
no
the-
crutches.
Approach the stand. Look at you.
Good girl.
No crutches? Yay.
Thank you, Andrega's Chief Financial and Administrative Officer and Treasurer.
Scheduler of public announcements
so-
about such.
We calculate the mill levies when we get the first certification of values, which is at the end of August. And until that point, we really have no clue whatsoever how much tax could be collected, and therefore what the mill levy would be, and therefore what a mill levy credit might even look like. So unfortunately, I don't see that there's any way to get between that May 1 gap and the 25th.
Of August.
Right.
The first time you really see it is when we submit the proposed budget, and we typically have the assessed value, and we put the mill levy that we're intending to collect. Now, because the reassessment years, we haven't had one like we're anticipating since 2009, for that 2007-8 kind of run up. That hasn't been as much of an item of conversation for the board. But what I would anticipate is when we do that initial budget presentation, we submit that letter, if all of these factors that we've been mentioning, so you've got a lot of factors playing in that we just don't know. If the mill levy run up is, or the property tax looks like it's going to be an issue, it would be a discussion at that point, because before we can really define a proposed budget for the board, we got to know what the revenues are. So that's going to be the first conversation out the gate.
And I'd also say we need to know what our expenditures are going to be. So an example is the ambulance district, where we have a set mill levy, and we will be collecting higher revenues in the first few years, but then as expenditures increase for the ambulance district over the next 10 years and revenues potentially might drop in the years following, we're going to rely on having a fund balance to draw on to tide us through. And that was how we kind of came up with that mill levy based upon a 20-year sort of cash flow forecast. So
And now we have that to talk about.
right, but let's say in the first year the potential property tax revenues were significantly higher than I even used for our projection. Maybe we could do a credit down to that amount that would meet what we need for our expenditures. So I think there's so many different things that go in here. What we could do in terms of education is that just to say, just because you have a higher assessed value does not translate necessarily to a higher property tax bill, and there are so many factors in that calculation. It's the assessed value is just one of numerous inputs into that.
Thank you. I
That's
think it
what
would
should-
be, I think that would be good messaging to be ready to put out.
And that's why the state keeps lowering the assessment rate.
Correct.
To try and balance that out.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has any idea that we don't collect the amount that we're authorized to
Oh,
on a
we-
yearly basis.
We tell people
you know.
every day.
Yeah.
It's like,
Um,
they're like, oh my God, what's
anyway.
gonna happen to our taxes? It's like, just relax, relax.
Okay, Francie has a question, and then we
Yes.
have our next group waiting for us.
So the value that's used on which to base the assessment, where does that value come from? What is-
That value comes from sales during a time frame. And as I explained earlier, we usually use a 2-year time frame because we don't typically have a ton of sales. And we need to have a certain number of sales to compare the properties to.
We don't usually have a ton of sales?
It has to be within a
It
certain.
has to, yeah, you have to have
Comparative
enough to,
values.
you have to have
Oh,
at
for
least.
each unit, you have
for
to have a
each-
comparative value. I
yeah.
understand.
So, in this case, for 2023, from January 1st of 2021 through June 30th of 2022, all sales during that time period are what we're going to be using to compare for the new values. So,
And so that's the value, that's the real estate value.
Right.
yes.
And then what happens to that? Because my real estate value on my taxes is way higher than what,
That's where you get the multiplied by 7%.
That reduces.
So let
it.
me
That's-
explain
that's
that
your
then.
Yeah,
assessed
explain
value.
So
that.
you take your actual value of, I don't know, $1 million, I don't know what it
Okay.
is, but $1 million. And that's multiplied by the assessment rate, in which case. it's-
0.071?
It's 6.95 right now.
695, okay.
And so, and then you come up with your assessed value.
Oh, I see, okay.
That's multiplied by your mill levy, whatever it may be, and that's where you come up with your taxes.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So that's why we can do a temporary mill levy credit,
Okay.
reduce that multiplier. Okay, we need to,
All right.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Congratulations to Scotty.
Yes.
Yes, I'll tell
Go
her
up
you
to that
sent.
party upstairs.
I'll tell her you sent, I know when I left, it was almost, all the food was almost
We don't
gone.
have any decision points on this one,
Thanks, Connie.
because Connie puts decision points on the piece of paper.
It'll come with the,
For general
whole
fund
fund,
departments,
Francie,
we'll
at
do
the
a
end.
decision
I
point for
do
the whole
everything Connie
general
tells me
fund.
to.
Where is it that you see that?
We had one back here.
Green
Oh,
stars.
I have some red, I flagged mine in red.
Okay, who's next on the
okay.
chopping
All right.
block?
I didn't move because it's us next, so.
Hi.
Hello.
Trying to come up with questions.
We
to
have
trip
only
you
10
up.
minutes now, but that's okay.
No, you're
you wanna
good.
move
We'll be
forward?
all right. You just do your things.
So I won't read through our purpose statement. I'm sure you're very familiar with what the finance department and the treasurer's office does. But I would like to go over our org chart, which is fairly new, and we have a lot of new faces around the table. So as you all know, I recently received a new position and vacated the position of finance director. And so I'm very excited to announce we have a new finance director sitting here to my right, Liz Woods, who has a fantastic history of doing some amazing things for us here at Pitkin County. So, and then on my Liz's right is Naju, who's our chief deputy treasurer, and then somebody who you are very familiar with, Connie, our budget director. So each of Liz, Connie, and Naju head up different areas of the big finance division. There's quite a few new faces in our department. We've had a little bit of turnover this year, but we're in the office most of the time, and so I encourage you to bop up just one flight of stairs and come and say hi. A lot of people are in most of the time. And other names on the photos are from our retreat a couple of months ago, where we played this really fun game where we had to guess
I know, I was gonna say,
what everybody else had on their back and pair
bratwurst,
ourselves
coffee.
up. So
It looks like a dance class. That's very impressive. That's pretty
so
impressive.
yeah, and then we had a cornhole tournament, and coffee and donuts won.
What's the board doing? We are not doing enough.
You don't. Your retreats, I think, are not nearly as much fun as ours.
Yes, I think our next retreat should start with cornhole.
I was gonna have
Noted.
what's on my back, coffee,
Thanks, Ian.
bratwurst, or
Sorry.
We could do both.
Move on. Okay. I'm going to hand this over to Liz.
that took you a minute to.
Liz Wetz, Finance Director. Yay, that's so
Yay!
fun to say.
Yay, we'll clap for you again.
Yeah, this is my first week, so this is exciting.
So she's a new person in the finance. Her first week.
So
She knows
not
so
much
much,
is
that's
changing
amazing.
for finance. Things pretty much going along the way that they've been going. We're still trying to do technology modernization for both finance and the treasurer's office. Because we've implemented Munis, and now that we've implemented Munis, it's allowing us to do things like OpenGov and other pieces to modernize our processes. So that's been very successful, and I appreciate the board's support in all of those processes. We don't have any major new ones really scheduled. There's a couple in the treasurer's office to make things easier to pay bills, that kind of stuff that we're looking at, but it doesn't significantly change our the treasurer's budget next year. Processes and policies has been a big thing, but it's been something that we've kind of had to pick up and put down as other fires have kind of popped up, and then staffing changes and all of that kind of stuff. It is something that I hope to get back to next summer once we get through the audit. And we're basically working on written policies for all of finance that we will then bring to the board and have for your review and for your ratification. So very excited to get working on that project. The financial reporting improvements I brought earlier last month, the OpenGov, and that is up and accessible to the public. We've had 160 unique views in that time frame, so I'm very excited that people are actually getting in there and using it, and departments are very excited about it. I'm working with them to do those dashboards. We do have a couple examples of some dashboards up on OpenGov already. We have the airport and we have finance dashboards, so you can see an example, and I will be back with you guys in January, I believe it is, to kind of go over those the department dashboards, since that was a request of the board when we met in October. And all of the budget presentations that we've been doing are also up on OpenGov through the 2023 budget homepage that is available under the stories icon. So everything that's getting presented is also available through OpenGov, all the presentations, all of the information. If people want to look at charts and graphs or any of that information, it's all available up there on OpenGov.
Yeah, that presentation you gave us before was just amazing.
Yes. Yeah, so very excited about that, but no major changes to our proposed budget from 2022 to 2023. Still working on staff retention. We have one position now open, so we're down from like 4 to 1, so we've made some progress. And we are focusing on training and staff retention and improvement next year.
Great. And that photo is actually from, we're doing lunch and learns in the finance department, so we all take it in turns to educate the rest of our team on various aspects. So we recently had a budget one. I think in that picture, Kelly Pazar from Public Health is talking all about grants and project accounting. You are all very welcome to come and learn about any of our scintillating subjects.
When's the next one?
Well, with the holidays, it's been a little bit hard, so probably maybe we'll get one in December. Otherwise, it'll be January.
Well, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, I think the next one will be Excel. We did Excel 101, so I think our next one is going to be kind of an Excel 201. I don't know what we're going to call it, but the next stage of Excel.
question.
If you want to go to that, I will make sure you know when that is.
That would be great. I can't,
Likes
I'd
that
love
sort
to
of
go to
thing.
math classes.
Climate action. Do you discuss that at any of your meetings? Just wondering. Is that on the reporting?
That's not a broad
That's one
topic
of those-
there, he just
It's
said.
not a broad, I know, it's a,
Well,
but we were
you
talking
know-
about how every department would talk
Right.
about it.
So I would say there are a couple of, well, there are areas that are fairly standard, like our, a carbon footprint as it relates to the office and so on. But I think one of the areas that, one of the biggest impacts, I think, is our investment policy, which we have updated to reflect the climate action goals of the BOCC. And another one that we're looking at right now is our banking services and P-card services. We have an RFP out right now, and we'll be looking at climate, environment, social implications as part of our proposals and selecting our final vendor. So
That's
I
huge.
think those are the areas where we can have the biggest impact in finance. With Munis, we are all electronic. I mean, there is very little paper. One of the things that we'll be looking at with our new banking vendor is basically doing away with paper checks. It'll all be digital checks, so there will be no paper, there'll be no mail. Everything will just be electronic.
Yeah,
So that will
the
be a-
transformation from, say, 5 years ago to today is massive. When we used to have 2 very large, tall filing cabinets and all the paper for accounts payable and
Journal
fixed
entries and
assets
payroll and everything.
Everything
Right, that's
had
pretty
to have a
huge.
paper
Yeah.
copy, and to have it entirely electronic in Munis and easy access with a few clicks you see it is really quite a transformation.
Yeah, and I think that's great, but would you promise me that Munis is going to be up more than it's down? I get all the Munis alerts, and I'm like,
They're
Yeah.
very short time, though.
I know, but it tends to be the
It's up, it's
times
down,
like
it's up
payroll's
again.
due and we can't get, or
Like my mood.
yeah.
Yeah, no, we
Sounds
agree.
like my mood.
Let's
Yeah.
work, yeah, I know we've been working on it, but,
The level out now.
which reminds me, I couldn't get in on the Munis to do my early enrollment because it wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that.
I think it knew I
That's-
was coming.
Well, and even OpenGov is a classic example. In the past, people would have to come into the building to look at the budget book, and that's how it's written in state statute, that you must have a budget book for people to come and look at. Well, now, I mean,
It's online.
yeah, it's all online, and
You can look at it from India,
totally.
You can
Nigeria.
always come in and look at mine, it's very entertaining.
Well, the thing is, that's really significant, and I think it's important and grateful that you had that, because I was thinking, okay, what is it? How does this connect? You reminded me. This is great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll move on to the treasurer.
What's
so
our
I'll
climate
work-
action plan?
Sorry?
What's our climate action plan?
More electronic payments there too.
Yes. So, with the
Should have
treasurer, there were.
suggested to Deb that maybe their climate action plan include going more electronically than paper. Because I think that's great. I totally agree with you, even though
Second bullet point,
I
we'll
like
talk
paper.
about that. So
Thank
our
you.
work volumes remain high in the treasurer's office, but it's just different kind of things. So rather than doing a lot of tax certificates and deeds of trust, when we had a lot of refis and real estate transactions, there's more work done on the delinquency side. We'll be having a lot of abatements, and also foreclosures are starting to tick up too. The second bullet point, we're going to be looking at implementing as many kind of improvements as we can, but one in particular is the online foreclosure process. And Naju can talk about that a little bit more, but previously we'd be standing out on the front steps here and running a foreclosure, and if anybody wanted to bid, then they would fly in from Texas and they would have to stand there and bid on it. And now everything's going to be online, so there'll be more opportunity for petite people to participate. So I think that'll be better prices for those foreclosure sales as well, and obviously a lot more better efficiencies. And then the controls better because we would have to accept deposits. Yeah,
so in
very
order to
large, like
be-
millions and millions of dollars. And so we'd have to work very hard with our bank because the bank, believe it or not, won't take that money unless you have some kind of special arrangement. But with this new online foreclosure system, they kind of collect and maintain the funds until the sale is over, and then everything goes back. But
So somebody in Saudi Arabia could just
totally, yeah.
buy a house just like that.
Yeah,
in
they
Aspen.
look on OpenGov, and then they're like, oh yeah, let's see if I can buy a house in Aspen.
Yeah, there we go.
And then they fly in anyway the next day to go see it, so.
Yes.
And I think
Then
it's
tear it
fun to
down.
see you guys standing out there all by yourself in front of the building, though.
We have to do it every Wednesday, just read the continuance list of the foreclosures, regardless, just
I know.
to read it.
Looking forward in 2024, as you just heard from the assessor, we anticipate a fairly significant increase in assessed values, which will affect, generally speaking, will affect our property tax bills. As you know, the treasurer collects property tax on behalf of all the districts and municipalities within Pitkin County. So we don't control what their mill levies are, so the property taxes probably will go up, and also the treasurer's fees will go up, which is a revenue to the county. And we don't really have any changes in the budget for the treasurer.
So you do all of Aspen, you do it for all of Aspen, and then you collect a fee for doing that?
Yeah.
I see.
And how do we set that fee? Can we raise that fee?
It's statutory.
Shoot, it keeps getting in the way, doesn't it, those laws? Okay, so we are,
So finance, the proposed budget, you'll see we are one less position in 2023. That's because we had a term-limited position that expired in 2022, so that position was actually vacated earlier in the year. Fortunately, though, we had a regular vacant position come up, and we're able to rehire back the employee after a few months. So our staffing increase is less than some of the proposed increases for wages and benefits. The main area of increase is in education and training. But overall, a 5% increase.
okay, does board have any questions?
Well, I just want to say, I just love seeing all these mathematical women here. I'll bet you 20 years ago, it didn't look like that. It's awesome.
How do you two feel sitting at the table?
Right answer.
Okay, so treasurer's proposed budget.
And treasurers, there have been some adjustments in positions, just in as far as how they're classified. So you see a bit larger increase on wages in the personnel there. The technical services, which is the software used, there are inflationary pressures there, so a bit of an increase. But then other areas show decreases within that budget.
Okay, any questions from the board?
That's a big cut in supplies. Are you guys, like, because you're not having to buy paper?
Exactly, yes.
Wow.
Just the mailing is, especially for delinquencies, is really big. You know, we have to return checks, we need to send receipts, people still send checks and they want a receipt back, so this is something that has decreased.
Yeah, and the time involved as well, I would imagine. That's great.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you,
Thank you.
ladies.
Thank you.
And gentlemen.
All right, cheers.
I'll give John and Greg a little credit over here. So now we're going to human resources.
Quick question. Who
Yeah.
would I talk to about, I'm really curious about these tax lien auctions. Who handles that?
Not me.
All right, good. We'll talk about it over wine and at one of our houses soon. I'm very curious about these tax lien auctions. Yeah, and like understanding how that
You
works.
can't own more than one property in Pitkin County.
Not for me. I'm just very curious. Like you pull it up and there's like a parking space in Obermeyer that seems like auction. I don't
Well,
know, I
there's
just
5
don't get
mining
it.
claims at
We'll talk about
$25
it.
each,
Thank
and
you.
somebody hasn't paid their taxes on it. I'm like,
I know, I'm like, what do I do?
Seems like a.
I'm gonna start buying
Highway
mining
robbery.
claims. I think that would be fun. Okay, Melissa, hi, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thank you for having us. I'm Melissa Knight, Director of HR and Risk Management. And this is Brett. And Brett Bergman is our Risk and Benefits Manager for our team. So I'm going to start off with HR and then we'll transition over to benefits and risk. So last year in 2021, you may or may not know, but we've had a lot of turnover in the HR department. So, I really focused on rebuilding the team in 2021, and we all came together and really got down to the nitty gritty to figure out who HR was for Picken County. So we came up with these kind of 3 areas: allies, advisors, and advocates. And I won't, read all this to you, but really, we see ourselves as trusted partners in the organization for managers and employees to come to. A lot of people come to us for advice, coaching, recruitment needs, all sorts of things. So we feel very lucky to be able to support employees in that way. So here is our team. I did do a little bit of restructuring over the course of the year since I took over the director role. And we have Brett and Jeff, who are our 2 managers in the department. Brett now oversees both risk and benefits. It seemed to be more of a natural kind of connection between that. And then we have a risk and benefits specialist who we are interviewing next week for that position. We have a wellness and safety administrator and then a benefits specialist. And then on the other side, our human resources manager, Jeff, oversees 3 business partners, and each business partner is assigned to different departments in the organization. And then we have a human resources technician, and since I've actually done these slides, we did hire somebody here locally in Aspen, and she'll be starting at the beginning of December. So we only have 1 more position open, and we anticipate filling that hopefully next week after interviews. So, if you wonder what we do, we have 5 core areas of human resources that we focus on. So between the 10 of us in HR and risk, we focus on talent acquisition, which is basically recruiting and getting people to come to the county, apply, onboarding them. Total rewards, which is what we give employees for their services to the county. And Brett will talk more about that. Talent management is everything that happens in between once employees come on board. It's their growth and development, it's training and development, it's engagement, and it's really making them feel like they're a part of the culture here. Then there's the operations side, which is more of the compliance and the laws and all that stuff that we adhere to. And then the risk management side, which Brett will cover. So I do wish I had a crystal ball for the future, but I don't. But based on research and what I'm seeing in the HR industry, these are 6 areas that I think will continue to affect us next year. So talent shortage, I'm sure you all know that there is a talent shortage happening right now. There's actually more job openings around the country than people to fill them. So we're not, we're feeling that pain here as well. And we have about 150 employees over the age of 50. So that means people are transitioning into other phases of life like retirement. And there's about 10,000 baby boomers retiring every single day. So we are, facing this with people leaving the organization and moving on. So we have some strategies in place that we're focusing on to try to attract applicants. And we're very fortunate to have a wonderful culture here at Picken County and top-notch benefits. So people are coming in, but it's just taking a little bit longer than we'd like. That kind of goes to the competitive labor market. There's a lot of competition. People have a lot of opportunities right now to work in all different organizations, and you could live here and work for an organization in California. It's not like it used to be. So that's made it a little bit more competitive for us, and people we know are moving into the Valley and keeping their jobs where, they had them pre-pandemic. So employee retention is going to be a big focus for us in 2023. We already do some really, really great things. One of those that's going to tie into inflation and wages next is we're doing a large compensation and classification study. You all also approved an inflation stipend this year, so we have our last payment in December. I think that employees have really appreciated the extra support for that. Organizational culture. This is an area that is very fascinating to me, and I think at Picken County we're very lucky to have a great culture and great leadership that has really focused on our 6 values. And our employees who do leave the organization, 80% of them do say that they feel like our organizational values were a part of their employment experience here, which is awesome. That other 20%, we're coaching managers and getting feedback from people who are leaving. So this is an area that's no longer a nice to have, it's a must have in the working world. And there's a lot of pieces that go into that. It's, our flexibility, it's us providing work-life balance opportunities and a high quality of life for employees. So I think with the support of all of you and what we've done here at the county, people are really feeling that, positive culture that we have. And the relationship between the employee and the employer is shifting. Part of that is employees are expecting a lot more from employers. Just the landscape has changed over the past 2 years with the pandemic. So that's definitely going to put a little bit more pressure on us. And for 2023, we have things that we're bringing to the table where we're going to create more advancement opportunities for employees in the organization, make sure that we have training and development opportunities for people to grow their skill set so they don't feel that they're stagnant here in county government. I'd like to report that we are actually decreasing our budget for 2023. So just some highlights here. Professional services, grants and contributions and bus passes are decreasing. Professional services is, the reason for that is because compensation and classification project will be coming to an end here at the end of 2022, so we don't need those funds to use an outside consultant to gather all that research. 2023 will be about implementing the recommendations from them. Grants and contributions used to be in HR for employee housing support, and that is actually going to shift to a newly created department, I believe called employee housing, or
it's the general fund housing department.
Oh, general fund housing department. So that's no longer in our budget. In bus passes, we actually decreased a little bit. It's been very hard to gauge bus passes over the past couple of years. It's sort of, peaked and valleyed. However, we are going to decrease it because I think with a little bit more of a hybrid environment right now, people are off the road a little bit more so, and using the stored value passes, which is the punch card, versus the zone passes, which is the unlimited access to the bus for a period of time.
Do we provide bus passes at no cost to our employees?
We do. Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting. We're trying to increase bus ridership throughout the system, and we have less employees using bus passes. Interesting.
Well, I think over the past couple of years, that's been probably a function of... Sorry, I think over the past couple of years, that's probably been a function of pandemic and hybrid work environments.
So do we not think that might come back? If it comes back up, you can come back to us. I just don't want to do anything that detracts from our employees riding the bus.
Yeah, if we see that trend come back, we'd come back to the board for a supplemental. We're just trying to reflect what we saw happen.
Because we're talking about incentivizing the RAFTA service to be no charge to get more people on the bus. So that's a great way for us to incentivize our employees is by giving them bus passes.
But I think what I'm hearing is that people are electing the option that's actually lower cost to the county as opposed to the unlimited
zone passes?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it makes
option.
it sound like the passes themselves are decreasing.
Well, they're just shifting, right?
So the cost.
Well, we are seeing a little bit of decrease, but the thing also is that there are employees like at the Airport Operations Center, employees who work 24/7 shifts here, that the bus doesn't really work for them. So, it's not everybody across the board in terms of our 375 employees.
Right, but that's always been.
It
We've
has
had
always
those
been, yeah.
services that ran 24/7 or had different transportations, like the fleet guys that ride the shuttle, their van.
Van pools, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, I think, Kelly, it's the combination of the cost of the program of giving free bus passes and the number of bus passes and the types that have gone down. So just want to make sure if we have employees that come in, we don't say, sorry, we don't, they're already taken.
No, not at all. We would
Okay.
never do that.
So
Yeah, and
the-
if we need to come back, we will.
The stored value passes, so you buy a certain amount for an employee, and then they just use it up as they go. I mean, it's like a
a punch
How do
card.
you decide how big a stored value pass to get an employee?
Well, there's only one option. It's $40. It's a $40 value, and I believe we pay $32. And
To
then
RAFTA.
yes, to RAFTA. And then we just buy 50 or 100 at a time, and we have them at different locations throughout the county, so that way employees don't have to come into town to pick up a bus pass. And we have a whole form online that employees fill out that we keep track of.
And how many can you get at a time if I
You
want
could get 2.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought. So you can use your 20 punch passes.
RAFTA's working on an app-based
Sure,
version of
yep.
that right now,
Yeah.
too. So that's gonna change.
That is
And then
gonna
we'll have
change
to
for the
figure out how
next.
to.
You have to figure out how to get it to the app, which
It's
has
gonna be
its
pretty
own set of
easy.
problems.
Let me show you
No,
some
I mean,
example.
because
It's
we're giving them the
easy.
passes through us, so I don't know if that's different than, yeah.
It's doable.
It won't be hard.
I did have a question just regarding, one of the greatest incentives and employee retention mechanisms we have is housing. Housing is no longer part of your HR department. How will housing and HR be talking and working together with our new department, assuming that it will be more focused and efficient on housing?
So Jody is transitioning into that role, Jody Smith, and we're going to hand everything off in the beginning of January. So we haven't quite talked through all those details yet, but we've always been in very close contact with her in terms of facilities management and housing needs with HR. So that'll continue to happen because especially from a recruitment standpoint, if we have positions open and we really are having a hard time, sometimes we will see if we have a county housing unit available for somebody coming in.
So you're still joined at the hip.
Yes. Yep. And we'll continue to be.
They talk to everybody in the county.
Okay.
I haven't been in there.
So increases, advertising actually is not really increasing. Our budget is increasing because of advertising, but we're taking all the advertising budget from across the organization and bringing it into HR. So that way we could work more closely with community relations. We're really ramping up social media advertising around recruiting, and so you'll see a little uptick in that. Technical services. Unfortunately, Munis has been a challenge for us on the recruiting front in terms of an applicant tracking system. So we are going to be moving to a new platform called NeoGov, which is very typical in the government world. And that will be kicking off here in December. And so that is going to be a little increase to our technical services in terms of software. And then organizational-wide training, a little uptick there as well. And I kind of hit on that with, just making sure employees have a really rich experience when they're here at the county, growing their skills, upskilling, career advancement opportunities. So looking ahead, first thing I have on my list is we will be back on December 6th to talk to you all about caregiver leave recommendations. I know that has been a request of yours, so we already have that scheduled, so we'll be back not to take up any time in budget. So final recommendations of the compensation and classification project will be coming out as the year kind of flips over into 2023. We are working through all the final details of that, which includes updating job descriptions, introducing job families to the organization, and I'm happy to come back and with our consultants or without them and fill you in more on all of that. We will also be transitioning the applicant tracking system, which also includes onboarding efficiencies. Based on feedback from employees, it's a lot to come into the organization and onboard, especially if you haven't been in a government organization before. So NeoGov will also be focusing on onboarding. We're going to be expanding and formalizing learning and development opportunities for our folks. and then working through an equity, diversity, and inclusion assessment with a working group across the organization.
Okay.
Okay, so the HR budget, you see a 4% decrease overall, and Melissa really went through all of the increases and decreases that you see in the different line items there.
Okay, do I have any questions from the board? I don't see Steve.
Steve, there, he's there.
Oh, there he is. Right there in front of me, Steve. Hi. All right, seeing no questions.
Okay, is the board doing okay as far as a break? We were going to do a break after this section at 3 o'clock, but if you're feeling a need sooner, just
I could do short break.
let
I
me
could do
know.
short because I've run out of water. So shall we take 10? Sorry.
Nope,
Okay.
that's
Professors, we're going to take 10 minutes, please. Thank you, Connie. Welcome back. Today is, I've got to get it right again, Wednesday, November the 9th, 2022. This is a continuation of the Board of County Commissioners work session. We are doing budget, and we are at Employee Benefits and Health Insurance Fund. So please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Brett Bergman, the county's Risk and Benefits Manager. As Patty said, we're going to go through the employees' benefits and then talk about the risk fund as well. So new for 2023, we'll be seeing a decrease to medical, dental, and vision premiums by 5%. And this is largely as a result of the budget work that Connie and Finance has done to have a strong fund balance, which allows us to kind of set those rates, as well as working with the VHA and our internal wellness program to keep rates low. As a result of the employee listening sessions, we've added domestic partners to the main benefits of medical, dental, and vision, and then enhanced the plan design by adding $20,000 in lifetime infertility benefits, and then supporting our employees with more mental health resources. Unmind, which is a well-being app. Brightside, which is online treatment from providers, specifically those that can prescribe medications, and then Talkspace is another resource for counselors and mental health license providers. So the well-being program in 2022, we hired a wellness and safety administrator, and so she is really looking to implement her new plan in 2023, and that's doing the great things that Pitkin County already does for employee wellness, and then adding focus months. So May might be Mental Health Awareness Month, and we might have a Diabetes Awareness Month, and just really providing all the resources for employees on those topics and getting further into those, and then working more closely with the VHA. We're going to be requiring that employees sign an attestation form that they will work with a provider within the VHA to get their wellness discount. And as you know, the VHA is really key in our ability to keep costs low, work with local providers and our health insurance company.
I have a quick question. Talking about employee wellness, apparently the sheriff's department created a really, I think, exceptional program for their sheriffs. Have we expanded that to any other, or are we thinking about it?
Yeah, the Sigma program, which there's a blood test involved. They do like a stress test.
And they do a cardiac screen.
Yeah, and that's I know that that's identified issues for people and been really, prevented things from escalating with some serious conditions. And I've talked with ARF, and we'll be expanding the program there. And then additionally, we'll have another 40 slots available, just kind of first come, first serve, and then we'll look to expand that further.
I was just thinking about the guys out at Public Works and Fleet, because, they're so extremely, especially in the winter, but, anytime that they're working on roads and they have issues with people flying by them and, and having to jump out of the way of cars and rocks and I don't know, I do know how much the gentlemen out there, the employees out there, love their yoga, their stretch time. So, yeah, I think that might be an education to see if we can get fill some of those 40 spaces and see if there's anybody out there, because it's pretty high stress, and it's, driving a snowplow in the middle of winter is mentally stressful and physically stressful. So I think that might be an important factor.
And Patty, when it's done at Public Works, it's power stretching.
Is that
I'll
with
remember
an
that.
assisted?
Yeah. Thank you, John, for clarifying that. And they don't wear tights. Okay, sorry.
There's nothing wrong with wearing tights.
Yeah, but the tight budget at Public Works is out of, just over the top.
Men in tights.
So this is just
do
a little.
This is the only way we can get through budget.
We gotta have a conversation here, yeah.
Sure, that would do the trick to get us the snowplow drivers we need. Yoga classes with required tights.
They'd be signing up right and left.
Absolutely.
Okay, sorry, we'll.
So less interesting, health insurance fund balance. We do set our, as you know, we're self-insured for medical and dental insurance. And that means that we need to set our rates for our benefit costs, what the county kicks in for each employee, and then what employees contribute for dependents at a level that will cover the claims that need to be paid, the insurance premiums, the cost of the Valley Health Alliance, and our county wellness programs. And for our fund balance, $2 to $3 million is a good range for that fund, which allows us a cushion to cover if we had a particularly difficult year. But as you can see from this chart, we're well above that level. And so for a number of years, we've been able to take some risks against the fund balance. That's why we've seen decreases in our health insurance costs, both for the county benefit and for employees. So we continue that trend this year with the 5% decrease, taking a risk against the fund balance. This is just to explain what you see on the following chart when we're looking at the 5-year plan. And we are budgeting for deficits each year in the 5-year plan. And normally that's not something we would do. In this case, first of all, we think that we will perform better than what we're budgeting, and we usually do. That's why we've built up the fund balance that we have. However, we feel that we can take that risk against fund balance, start to draw it down a little. It doesn't need to be this high. So we can decrease our costs draw down fund balance, and that's what you see represented in this 5-year plan.
Yeah, and as Connie said, we project spending 100% of the appropriations, but from an actuarial perspective, we actually are targeting 85 to 90% of spending those dollars. So there's a little bit of cushion built into this anyway. We think a lot of our trending right now with the changes we've been making with primary care attribution and starting to work on rewarding best practices with our primary care physicians is going to continue to drive costs down here. So as Connie said, I think if I were taking a bet, I would bet we perform better than this 5-year plan.
We never go over?
We do. We can go over, but I can't remember the last time we have.
The last big powder year, maybe? We get lots of ski accidents?
I think the last time we actually had to go back for a supplemental request was probably 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
I'm trying to remember.
Healthy people.
We
This
had a
is
lot of
before I was
claims
here,
in
I know that.
2010. No, 'cause-
What's the increase in the HSA contributions? Is that for additional employees?
Just the number of
5 years?
employees. Yeah,
Yeah,
we have not
got
changed
it.
the rates.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
The IRS did increase the maximum.
Mm-hmm. But
That's
the
something-
counties, we're not proposing to
Right,
cover that gap with additional benefit, right?
not right now, yeah.
So the feds increase, did that mean they increase the amount that I can contribute to my?
Correct.
So that's something I need to change in my early enrollment? Okay. Right, that's what you would do, that's when you would do it, okay. I'm learning something new every day. All right, this is are you?
Decision point,
Are
yes.
you ready?
Go ahead.
Steve, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. So this is a decision point. Is the board okay with moving this on to our final decision points?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the risk management portion. Updates. We have a new team, myself, our wellness and safety administrator, and then our risk and benefits specialist just received an internal promotion, and so we have that position available. We'll be interviewing next week and hope to have the team solidified going into 23. And, you know, like the numbers have shown, Pickens County has a very strong culture of safety and health, and that's really helped keep costs down. However, there are issues that are still affecting the county. One is building safety and security, making sure employees feel like they have a safe place at work and that citizens feel secure when they enter the building. So we did start a task force to look at that. We've involved all departments across the organization, the sheriff's office, as well as Aspen PD. And we're analyzing buildings from the physical safety standpoint, from can we improve alerting if there is an incident, and then also from a training perspective. And we may be coming back next year with a budget request on making some of those changes. Additionally, early this year, before I came on the county, Mountain Rescue Aspen was split out from the county's workers' compensation program, which is traditionally where the big losses have occurred, and so there is a fully insured program specifically from them to limit those going forward. And then with the new wellness and safety administrator, it's really matching up the men in tights with the safety side of things. So
You couldn't wait to get
yeah.
that back in.
Yeah. It's that total worker health, you know. So that'll be the focus. And then looking to restart some of these loss control programs, like the accident review committee, looking at why did vehicle accidents occur, how can we prevent them, and then looking at other, you know, trends in our claims data. For example, slips on ice, which just an environmental factor here, and that's where most of our claims come from. So
Really?
coming shortly after open enrollment, we'll be rolling out a kind of awareness campaign on that topic and trying to help reduce those going into the winter.
So I have a question. We used to have, it was required of new county employees before they could drive a county vehicle, to do a driving safety class, and Riri Baker taught it a lot. Do we still do that?
We don't require employees to do it. Certain departments do their own one-off, but we have talked about that for 2023.
We also had, and hasn't been offered in years, I was talking to Greg about it, a winter driving safety program. Tom Delisandre used to run it out at Woody Creek. It was really cool. But we used, with the sheriffs all go somewhere for that, and they think over to Steamboat. They used to go to Steamboat for it. Yeah, they do some down in Georgetown on that reservoir. They freeze it up and you get to go out and drive on it. I think we should offer that again. But that's just something to think about, because I don't know what our accident rate was during those years, but you know, it was like an hour or two class you took for just basic driver safety. Yep. Yeah, and Greg's daughters may be in need of it, so, and yours too. So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
From an industry standpoint, insurance rates are set on a national and regional level, and we've continued to see large disasters, hurricanes, wildfires locally, flooding, and that's really affected the industry and rates. Supply chain issues with COVID, we're continuing to see large increases to the premiums, and we have not received our renewals yet for 2023. We're expecting to get those first week of December, but we're anticipating double-digit increases.
Did you ask him when the last time we had a hurricane was?
Yeah.
Or a tornado?
Or the next time we'll have a wildfire.
Yeah. We're leaving that one out. We're not going to ask them that one.
Can use Melissa's crystal ball.
Yeah.
So, like I said, most of the main components we're going to see a large increase. Surprisingly, what I've heard so far is on the cybersecurity front, it'll probably be only a 10% increase, and that's because the county has really high standards in place for, you know, multi-factor authentication and those types of programs. But I think it's probably not a long-term trend. It's probably just a one-year, not a decrease, but not a significant increase.
What is aviation liability? We flying planes out there now?
No, we're not flying planes, but it's for, isn't it for the private pilots who have?
Yeah, it's
Have incidents and then
it's
we
kind
have
of
to
like
claim
gap coverage.
through their insurance company? Okay, I didn't know that was being run through you, but thank you for doing that. We talked about that as part of some of our budget talk. Okay, so-
Are we running the risk of losing insurance coverage from various, I know homeowners in my neighborhood are losing their insurance coverage because they're in wildfire danger zones. I'm just wondering if we're actually seeing fewer opportunities in the market for providers.
I haven't seen fewer opportunities, but
Higher prices.
the higher prices and higher requirements. So we did an assessment on some of the buildings with one of our underwriters, and in addition to seeing the typical fire evacuation plans, they want to see specific to wildfire evacuation and flood. And even though the buildings are out of the floodplain, from a FEMA standpoint, they have their own models these days, and it shows because of the proximity to the mountain that if everything melted at once, everything would flood. And so there's more hoops to jump through for sure.
And that avalanche is gonna come down Little Nell and get us any
Yeah.
day.
A mudslide. Hey.
Yeah, more like that. Okay.
Okay, so on the 5-year plan, the main area of increase that you see is in the premiums that we're paying. So the anticipated increases have been built into the budget. Claims actually are projected to be a little bit less because we will be fully covered on the new workers' compensation policy, whereas before we were self-insured. And this is a fairly easy fund to budget for because we do allocate out with 2 different allocations, both workers' comp and casualty and property and allocate that out to the whole organization. So that covers the costs, and we set the rates or the allocation budgets for every department and fund based on what's needed in the risk fund.
Good. Decision point.
So you just want to make sure I understood we're properly. We're moving away from self-insurance across the board, or just in?
Just in the workers' compensation.
Workers' comp. Thank you.
And we took out mountain rescue and created their own workman's comp program. Yeah.
So are we still administering mountain rescue?
We
It's
still
just a
pay for
separate-
their policy, yes.
Got it. Okay.
But it doesn't affect the county's policy,
Right.
policy
but it
when they
makes
have claims.
perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Kelly, did you have a question?
No.
Um, Am I seeing nods to move this forward?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And, yeah, it's interesting, and I will be making an appointment to come in and figure out how to get into my.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
couldn't do my early enrollment, it wouldn't let me in.
I should come with Patty, because I don't even try.
You
Yeah.
guys have one day. This
Huh?
Friday's a holiday.
Oh, we have one day to do it tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
And we'll be around, so
I'll be here tomorrow.
I'm booked
Okay.
all day tomorrow.
I'll be here too.
Really? You only have one more day?
For early enrollment.
It ends on the 12th, which is Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
But let us know if you need any help.
I just need to get into the
Sure I will.
system.
Okay.
It won't let me in.
Oh, okay. We'll get you all squared away,
I
don't worry.
know it, it just doesn't like me.
No,
All
I'm
right.
the same way. I'm the same way.
So we are
I don't
moving
even
to
try
now, I thought we were having this discussion
Hunger Games.
on,
That's part of the budget.
this part of the FTE discussion we're having on the 15th?
No, FTEs are today, and then on the 15th, we will be talking about housing
Oh, for some reason I
and-
thought we were doing FTE.
and a general fund decision point next week.
Okay.
But today, we're reviewing the FTEs, and if the board feels ready to move that decision forward today, then we will do so. If there are follow-up questions, we can follow up next week still.
And Patty, we had a smaller window next week, so we wanted to be sure we left enough time for this conversation.
Okay. All right. So, where are you gonna kick this off?
Okay, so I'm going to start by going through both for the general fund and then the other funds of the county. What changed mid-year 2022, what we're proposing in the 2023 budget, and just walk through the numbers. There are a lot of details here. Let me know if you have questions, and we'll just try to move through this. So in the general fund, in 2022 mid-year changes, we added a net of 3.75 FTEs. The assessor's office added one position. We talked about that earlier this afternoon. In finance, we reduced a position because a term-limited position went away. ComDev added a term-limited three-quarter position for a senior plans examiner. This is part of succession planning as one employee is starting to transition out. In dispatch, an IT administrator was added. And then with the infrastructure reorganization as part of also the manager's department reorganization, an engineering and construction director was added. There was also a public works deputy director position added, which was not a new FTE, it was for the general fund, but a fleet position was repurposed for that. So 3.75 total mid-year. In the 2023 proposed budget, there's one new position, and that would be an admin specialist, split 50-50 between infrastructure and housing within the general fund. Now, both infrastructure and housing are new departments within the general fund. And we have two directors, but no support under them. So this is an administrative position to assist both of those directors. Wendy in the facilities department, who's the admin specialist, and Michelle McClinton in the telecommunications department. They've both been doing work for facilities and housing and employee assets as far as admin work goes. But their services are really needed in the departments that they are in. And it's become too much of a stretch for them to also be doing housing. So with these newly created areas and more of a push of the board to do more on housing and the infrastructure projects that we have going on, this is that administrative support behind the higher level positions.
Does this include the STR program, the housing?
No.
What is the infrastructure department?
That would be GR.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
the engineering and construction director.
that, yeah. But infrastructure seems like every building in the county.
Yeah,
kind of
so
like
that's
facilities, so-
that's actually how we organized under Rich. So it does have facilities, airport, open space and
Right.
trails, public works, all the departments that might have large infrastructure type projects, which is why we named it that.
And so although infrastructure is in the general fund, GR may be working on collaborating with projects that are funded through other funds also.
So it's kind of, okay. And then if this is a pending position, it's on the next page, but it's a finance infrastructure procurement, it's an infrastructure procurement specialist?
Yes.
We're using that word infrastructure a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a person that buys supplies for the infrastructure?
So for the major capital projects, so if we're bidding out like a water system development at Phillips or septic system or improvements at the airport, those are going to have really complex RFP and contracting. That would be kind of what this position is focused on, some of those elements.
Who does it report to?
The procurement specialist would report to finance, but
Right.
very closely collaborate with GR in the infrastructure department or whatever department was working on those large projects.
So that'd be under Chris Davis.
Wait, I'm confused. Sorry, the infrastructure admin specialist, who does that report to?
That
Or
reports
admin
to
assistant?
Jody and GR.
Reports to myself.
To Rich.
Sorry, Rich.
As the direct report.
Yeah.
Rich,
okay.
I keep forgetting you're on here to answer these questions. I'm
So we're
sorry.
gonna have a,
That's what I'm looking
okay.
at
You guys
the
are
chart
doing a
from
great
this
job.
morning.
Yeah.
we're gonna have, GR is our new infrastructure engineer, quote unquote.
Mm.
Then we're gonna have a new housing department. Then we're gonna have support for both of those departments with this 50-50 split. Then we're gonna have a procurement specialist, right? That's gonna be,
Potentially.
Potentially, that we're going to evaluate as we see how projects kind of collect and move forward. You know, whoops, looks like we're getting an Amber Alert. So we do have a number of potentially large and complex, sorry, I'll wait for the Amber Alert to, we do have a number of potentially large and complex contracts that will require significant RFP and contracting services. So that's where the procurement, because
Yeah.
we're pretty maxed out there already.
And this was just a concern that, yes, we're already fairly maxed out, and depending on the volume, the need may present itself. But that will be brought back to the board if and when that need develops.
okay. Thank you.
So this slide shows the numbers, but there are changes to positions that don't actually affect the FTE numbers. In community relations, the extension of the two communications specialist positions, that's FTEs that are already in the numbers, and it's extending them. So it is a position change, but it doesn't affect your overall numbers within the general fund. Then, as you saw within the manager's budget presentation, we have some movement of different positions between departments with the climate planner, community resiliency, the assets and employee housing directors. So some of the salaries are shifting departments. So when you see an individual department their FTE may be changing slightly, but the overall general fund number of FTEs is not changing. We're changing some of the reporting structure and just how we're accounting for it, but
So-
still all the general fund.
Right, but so John, how was the decision made to move climate from ComDev to you?
When we put community development under CARA, it moved under CARA. And the reason to have it coming out of the manager's office is the climate action plans are actually implemented through individual departments. And community development does not oversee those departments, but we do oversee most of them. And so we have just more management authority. So what we're doing to community development is giving them responsibility without necessarily authority over the plans, whereas having it in the manager's office changes that.
Does the manager's office have capacity for that?
That is why we change that. That's why it's sitting under CARA with the planning side. Yeah.
Again, does the manager's office have capacity for that?
Yeah,
We can look at it as it moves
Yeah.
forward, because I have concerns about overwhelming an already overwhelmed department. So I think we need to just see how things pans out, and if it works, great. If not, I think we need to be open to rethinking.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's a function that doesn't normally necessarily sit in community development. It did because we had a director with a passion and knowledge of it, and.
But it's also so closely tied to community development with building permits and
that's
energy
why
code
we.
and all that stuff, so,
Yeah, and that's why we left it 50, kind of a.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
50-50.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then the other one I have, the community resilience manager, 50% move from the manager to housing. That's Ashley, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then Jody's the next one, housing director,
That's right.
technically. Okay, I just kind of made notes, so I know who's on first and who's not in the park or in the park or.
We've actually made a lot of changes
Really?
recently, and it is going to take a little bit of time for everyone to settle into their new roles, but we do think this is better aligned with what we understand the organization's priorities to be.
Do you think we could take a minute and go over that org chart and put people's names in? Or do you
Yeah.
want to just do it generically and give it to us, or could we handwrite
How
it in?
about if we have him bring it back?
We
Yeah.
can bring it back. Yeah,
That'd be really helpful.
I know
It
we're
helps you put
working
a-
on that.
Yeah, it helps me understand who I'm
Sure.
seeing and what they're doing.
And yeah, and then you can make it, you can understand, because, oh, I know what she does. Oh, that fits in
Yeah,
there.
it'd be really great.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
We're actually working on one.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
And so as
Okay.
Abby is working on it?
as we've created the
That's what it looks like. Thank you, Abby.
as we've created 2 new general fund departments and are changing positions around, these 2 pending positions in the general fund are anticipating that there could be other needs that come up during the year. The assets and employee housing manager is, I would see kind of as a property manager, both at Phillips and for other potential housing acquisitions or developments that the county may do. So depending on the need, this is something that could be brought back to the board. And then the infrastructure procurement specialist also.
So what is the housing department manager doing? The leases and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, Rich, you want to jump in on that?
Thanks,
with
Rich.
the-
Hi, Rich.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, sure. Now, the leases in managing the kind of the money side of it, the invoicing would be the specialist that we were asking for, the administrative specialist. This manager position is really kind of, we're going to be looking for somebody with skill sets that can do some maintenance. So if we've got to go out and do some work on on our own buildings, they'll be able to go out and do that without having to contract out some of those services. If we do get into contracting, this person will help us with managing that side of it, hand in hand with Jody. Again, with Jody's role, we're trying to get her to be a little more strategic and not in the weeds on some things, so that can help us in our future housing as we take on new buildings and start to look for opportunities. So this is really a hands-on position that'll manage those buildings And I asked Jody to hold off until she had a chance to really assess what that need would be. I foresee we're going to need it. I just wanted her to hold off until mid-year, until she got her feet wet and really saw where those needs were, so that we could, go after a person that has the type of skills that we need. So hopefully that helps.
So this is like a true quote-unquote property manager. You just,
Yeah.
assets manager makes it sound like,
Well, we have to.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
And I would also refer the board to your budget binders. There are write-ups for each
Yeah.
of the different position requests, so there's some additional information in there, should you want to take a look at that. So these are the proposed general fund changes. This is just the same information presented in a chart format, with the yellow being the mid-year changes, the blue, the 2023 budget changes, and then some departments have a little bit of a mix of both. So overall, between mid-year and the proposed 2023 budget, 4.75 additional positions in the general fund.
In a year and a half.
And those we've
Assuming we don't have more mid-year.
No, but those we've already approved, the mid-year.
3.75, yes, I've already.
So what we're
approved.
looking at here is proposed for 23 is one.
It's just one, right.
Boy, you just really did a good job of totally confusing me, but now I think I get it. I've got a partial yellow, blue, and I've got 23 and 22.
I didn't think it was your fault.
Yeah.
There are a lot of changes.
There was a lot going on, that's why.
So just trying to show it in a few different ways. Hopefully one way or the other will make sense. Then in other funds.
Oh, yeah, this is just general fund of one position.
That was the general fund,
Yeah.
yes.
We're just starting, Patty.
I know, thanks.
Now, in other funds,
5.225.
mid-year, we've actually seen a decrease in positions. Senior services, a 0.15 FTE was added. That's the kitchen assistant going from 24 to 30 hours per week. In the Healthy Community Fund, the grant analyst went from 32 to 40 hours per week. These were changes made a little bit earlier this year. Fleet went down a position because that position was repurposed for the Public Works Deputy Director. And then in Public Health, they have a number of COVID positions which will be ending June of 2023, but one of the COVID specialist positions was vacant, and they just eliminated it mid-year 2022. So a net loss of 1.65 FTE mid-year. 2023 proposed is a little bit more complicated. In Human Services Fund, there's a proposal to add 0.225 for veterans services. This would be going from 21 to 30 hours per week for the Veterans Services Officer. Sam brought this proposal to you just recently in a work session. So this is included now in our budget proposal. 30 hours per week is enough to have benefits and hopefully get a stable person in that position.
A stable veteran.
Yes. There are 2 mental health positions being proposed, one in human services, one in public health. These are both 2-year term-limited positions, and they are both fully funded by contributing partner organizations and by a grant from the Healthy Community Fund. So there's no net cost to the county for these 2 positions, and again, they're 2-year term-limited positions to get a program up and running and then hopefully pass it off to contractor or private sector organizations or nonprofit. In the Public Health Fund, we are also proposing the addition of 1 epidemiologist. That's an ongoing position. In the Translator and Public Safety Radio Funds, a telecommunications specialist split between the 2 funds. Open Space and Trails has proposed an additional ranger, a full-time year-round ranger. And then there is a position that for a few years has been split between Open Space and Trails and Road and Bridge. And because of some employee changes, Open space and trails will be losing that 2/3 of a position, and road and bridge is asking to pick up or gain that additional 2/3.
About that.
Yes.
So then this would be reflected in the general fund budget as opposed to the open space.
In road and bridge.
fund.
Yeah.
It'd be in the road and bridge fund and open space and trails.
Okay, and isn't road and bridge partially funded by general fund?
No. We allocate our sales tax between the general fund, road and bridge fund, and capital fund. So we do have a choice when we're setting the budget on what percentage we would like to allocate to those different funds for the year. So in a way, it's a shared revenue source, but it is a different fund, and we do not transfer any general fund money into the road and bridge fund.
So the epidemiologist, what if we don't get another pandemic and we don't have a whole lot of communicable diseases? What is this person going to do?
40 hours a week, that's a lot. It's
It
full-time.
is. It is a lot.
Yeah,
I
so-
know that they talked about it when they were here, but at that time I had my doubts as well.
Yeah, and actually, we did have a epidemiologist part-time before the pandemic. A lot of that work is going to go into a combination. There's all kinds of transmittable, like RSV and such, that's going around, and working with childcare, schools, and such, and that are also statutory requirements that the epidemiologist would be working on directly. Those things are always around one way or another, and then we have our more acute pandemic-oriented, not necessarily like COVID. I know we've had responses since I've been here to Ebola scares, influenza, our norovirus, and so there is a fairly constant stream. The other thing that is typically going on with an epidemiological function is planning associated with that emergency response if something does get out of hand, and so they're constantly doing that
Does this
work.
sound like a full-time job?
I'm not sold on it. I mean, I've been here a long time, and we used to have other forms of communicable diseases that we managed. TB was a favorite one for a while, and measles, and a few cases of mumps, and some foodborne, illnesses. And for some reason, we managed all of those without an epidemiologist. I just don't see 40 hours a week in a department that's public health. I mean, I just have to wonder what other people are doing in public health. That it's just I could do the mental health positions term. We'll see where that goes in 2 years with term limits. A full-time epidemiologist, I'm not sold on that one.
I would imagine that's a pretty expensive position.
If you get an MD
Epidemiologist.
versus a PhD versus somebody with a master's, somebody.
It's typically either a bachelor's or master's level
But
position.
the true
It's not-
form of epidemiologist is a physician.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
That's
This is not a
that's-
physician?
No,
Oh.
it is not at that level.
No.
It's a statistician?
It's it's within a public health degree. Typically, like I believe our last
track.
was a master's level position in public health with a epidemiology. Speaking of which, epidemiological training, like the contact tracing and those sorts of things. It is. We could do some research. I think you'll find that other health departments are staffed up with greater epidemiological resources.
Well, they also have greater resources, like Eagle County, what's their public health department? They have 3 epidemiologists. They also have a population of 35,000 or something. I love the fact we try and cover everything that might happen in the world from here. But, sometimes we just need to be a little more realistic about what we can do and where of course, public health is a priority, definitely for mine, but I'd rather vet this and see, especially if now we have this other position being requested for an air quality that's also going to be doing some septic work. And I mean, yeah, it's just, thinking of another 5.225 positions, some of them are funded, some of them are just existing. Everything else on here, I'm believe it or not, okay with. It's that one that just, something that's just not setting right.
I guess I just question the full-time aspect of it, that, are there other things this person could be doing if there isn't a whole lot of stuff to track and?
Do you know how many times you've said that about positions? You say it, now I agree.
Phyllis, did you want to?
Yeah, I thought I would just jump in. The public health staff looked hard because they asked for 3 different positions and identified the epidemiologist as the priority.
Yeah, I remember that.
Currently now. And it is just a bachelor's or a master's level position. It's not a doctorate. They do a lot of planning, and we outsource a lot of our public health services to community health services.
They used to do all the epidemiology work. They were the ones that tracked the TB, they tracked the mumps, they tracked.
And Liz was very concerned because that was not their specialty. And that's kind of where that came back into public health. When they were doing the H1N1, what was the flu that was floating around?
Yeah.
We looked to community health services, and they felt totally unprepared to be able to do those kind of services. So that's what they're looking for, to have someone in place. There's planning, there's all the respiratory diseases, there's the bats, there's the rabies, there's all the things that we have that you never can tell that's going to happen. And they feel that this is really the most important position that they have as far as response and planning within the public
And they
health
do
department.
realize that we don't have a funding source for public health other than the general fund. And so we keep adding, and I don't have a problem. We have to have a public health department. Me of all people with my background, I don't have a problem with it. I just think, we can't do everything all the time. And I think a half-time, but I'd like to see it come back. I don't know,
Doesn't the hospital have one?
No, I don't think so.
No, this is part of the reason we created a public health department when we did, because both when we did tabletop exercises and we had the N1H, I can't even remember.
No,
what it
but
is
we
now.
created a public health department because state statute said we had to create a public health department.
Why is that a population-based requirement?
Well, you could share this. You could share the services, or
Yeah, timeout. So we had a change in law in 2008 that changed the scope of public health services that we had to ensure, Patty, were being provided.
I know I was at those meetings when we
Right.
created the public health
No, I
department.
wasn't, so let him explain.
Yeah, so no, he
And so-
directed it to me, so I'm just clarifying that I was there.
And so that happened in 2008, and we worked to try and accomplish that through contracting, and specifically for epidemiology and emergency kind of response to public health crises like that. That is where community health services, while they're able to provide the clinical services and still do provide those clinical services at a high level, felt like they could not offer some of the emergency planning and preventative social determinant of health kind of requirements and the 8 new requirements that were established back in 2008. It took us a few years to get to the point of proposing that we needed to then establish our own health department and start to build out the organization so that we could either ensure that we were meeting the state statutory requirements through contracts, or we had to build that capacity ourselves. The epidemiology and planning and emergency response was one of those areas that community health services was not comfortable providing versus the clinical, and that's why we started building that in. What we found is that when it is true, when we were just doing the planning and that sort of thing, we had a part-time position, but when it came to actual response, we didn't have the capacity particularly in this last pandemic, under our structure. And it was really hard to find, right? We did not get the support. We found that the state was not there. Our neighboring counties were overwhelmed also, and didn't have that opportunity to support. And so that is one of the areas where I think are viewing it a little bit more like having the capacity for when we need it. You can't just buy it once the pandemic or the major public health or emergency hits. And so it is a lot of planning.
Good job.
So if we don't need it, because hopefully we won't have another major pandemic, we need to make sure that this person has something to do 40 hours a
Absolutely.
week.
Yes.
You know, and I was at that first meeting when public health came in and they wanted 13 new positions.
Right.
Because they wanted somebody to do everything, every point the state was giving us mandates of 13 things. They wanted a full-time person for every one of those 13 things. I said, that doesn't make sense. So I'm just trying to make sense of hiring up. And Kelly.
I'd like some clarification, please. So when public health first came to us, they were requesting 4 positions, right? This is what I'm reading. A mental health
That's
data
right.
analyst, a health promotion and education coordinator, an epidemiologist, and an environmental health specialist for air quality. And now they've come back with 2 requests. One is paid for otherwise, and the epidemiologist is the request in front of us. Now, when I read so is all that right now?
correct.
Okay.
That's
The
right.
only,
Clarity I
the
need,
only
but-
nuance I would put in there is I think public health request is still the 4. Our recommendation was to roll that back, and we asked them to prioritize within the FTEs, and the epidemiologist was the priority.
But the air quality one is under public health, but under Kurt Dahl.
But that's been not prioritized,
It's-
is what I'm understanding in this follow-up conversation.
That's
It's
correct.
still,
They have deprioritized that as
it's
opposed to
under
the other
pending
2.
positions on the
Pending.
next page.
I know.
Yeah.
Just,
I know that.
just keep that.
So, but then when I read the profile, so there's a person who's serving, or a position that's designed to serve half epidemiology and half emergency preparedness. So that position will be fully emergency preparedness if we have a fully epidemiology person.
No, I believe that the position that's response and epidemiology program administrator, which you see on this slide, is one of the COVID positions that will be going away June of 2023. So there are 5 positions within the Public Health Fund that will be eliminated June of 2023.
So that half and half, half of that will go away if we replace it fully with the full-time epidemiologist.
Is
Okay,
that?
so it's a net?
So it should
half
be
position.
epidemiologist / emergency response planner?
They
Yeah.
still do
Yeah.
planning.
They do planning, yeah.
Why don't we just call it response and epidemiology program administrator? That would be so much clearer. Because epidemiologist all by itself there, I agree, it looks like a physician. It looks like, it doesn't really explain what this person is. And if we're replacing this other job, why don't we just call it that? Because they will be doing response, right? Or not?
They'll be doing planning. I mean, they would be doing response as an epidemiologist. Epidemiologist is the industry title. So if we're going to look for an epidemiologist,
That's what we have to call it.
We have to call them an epidemiologist.
But I know a few epidemiologists, true epidemiologists, who don't do response planning. They just do. So that, I think the fact that we have an epidemiologist who's going to do response planning should be in the public health position. I mean,
that can be
I guess I would
identified
just
in the
say
job
I'm less
description.
concerned that this person is not gonna have a full workload if we are not funding the 4 positions that they're asking for and saying they need.
Right,
They will
right.
continue to have a need that they will fill with staff, one way or another.
Yeah.
well, and the 4 positions are not, were term limited because of COVID and funding, right?
I'm talking about the 4 that they have
They
requested.
requested the other
So
day.
they requested, we,
Right.
as part of our budget recommendations manager and budget, asked to roll back to better fit our revenue, asked public health to prioritize. That's how we got
So
here.
what were the two, I thought there were two public health ones in the request list. Do you have that list in front of you?
Yeah, I
So
do.
we've got the two mental health ones that
That
you
are
might be
partially
thinking of.
funded
One
and
is
term limited to 2 years.
correct.
I thought they were fully funded.
They're funded through
Through the
mental
Healthy
health.
But
Community.
only one of those is the public health.
Yeah, right, okay, the
Right.
other is human services.
Right,
yeah, okay.
those are fully funded.
And the other one that we,
So there's epidemiologist, and then there's the health promotion and education coordinator,
oh, yeah, that,
and then the environmental health specialist.
okay.
And the environmental health specialist was also gonna help with wastewater system management, et cetera.
And they're still in here somewhere?
No,
Yes,
it's being pending.
on slide 74 as pending positions.
And what
Maybe-
what pending
Yeah.
is that we want to see the either the need better demonstrated, or we think there might be additional revenue sources that the department could seek out or develop to bring forward with the budget request to make it fit in better with our 5-year plans.
So sometime in 2023, not between now and December?
Correct, correct. They could come back during a supplemental. We're flagging that for you. What we've asked, there's a lot of public health dollars still in flux, basically, that may be able to fund, for example, the planning and promotions position, and we'd rather see how that's going to come out and frankly, have some pressure on ourselves as an organization to really seek out those revenues before we bring that recommendation forward to the board.
Okay, that
Yeah,
sounds good.
plus it also looks much better if they didn't add those two in here, because then it would have been 7.225. So we just need to remember, when they come back, we want to see the whole picture.
Yeah.
What we approved and what
We will.
was pending.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't like piecemealing, but I understand this. We'll have to see what happens and how permanent those public funds would be.
I will add the other environmental health specialist that's being requested here, Tom Dunlap. We anticipate will retire at some point, and we'll lose an awful lot of capacity that's being covered by Tom. So that will impact that
So
environmental
that
health
would be
specialist.
10 FTEs to replace Tom because of all he knows and
That's,
does.
that's part of that pending position,
Yeah.
would be filling all that in and understanding the super fund that he manages now.
So what would
The
that
air
bring our
quality,
total
that's the
staff
air
to? We're getting up to 500 here pretty quick, aren't we?
no, we're just adding 7 to 390.
Four, something like that.
We're over 4? Where are we
No.
now? How many
No,
employees?
that's coming up here in
It's
just a
coming
minute.
up.
Okay, I'll wait.
That's coming up.
Kelly, did we get your question
Yes,
answered?
yep.
Okay.
I'm clear.
So in other funds, there was actually a decrease mid-year, but a proposed increase of 5.225. That would be a net increase in other funds of 3.575 total. However, that does not include those positions that are going away in public health mid-year. So actually, by mid-year 2023, we would be down to a decrease overall in other funds because 5 public health positions will fall off as their terms expire.
Okay.
So what is our proposed total staffing increase?
Yeah.
Rather than give me,
Right, so I wanted to walk through the details
Okay.
first.
looking at some other numbers that are.
The
yeah,
position,
There we go.
the positions that we've recommended have all been included in the 5-year plans for each fund, and we've made sure that we have funding sources available. That's why there are staff, like in public health, that did not receive our recommendation to proceed with all of their requests, just because of the funding available. So net mid-year changes were 2.1. Total proposed in 2023, 6.225 new positions. So this is the total number for 2023, 6.225 additional.
That we would be approving? when-
Yes.
Two
Yes.
of those are the temp, term limited.
2 of those
mental
are
health.
term limited.
So we'd be
That's
funding
correct.
6.325.
And two,
Funding 4.225.
I mean, 4.225, right.
Yes.
so we have 2 term limited in communications, and we also
Well,
have,
communications is not included in the FTE change because they're already included in our FTE count, so that's not really an FTE
But they're
change.
Got it.
over,
okay.
And so, and how many county employees do we have
So,
altogether?
we have, with the proposed changes, we would have 374.4 FTE.
Okay.
But that doesn't include our,
The actual-
there's other factors in there when we add up all those.
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Go
I
ahead.
do have a chart on that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Patty, you had asked for the information.
Yeah, no, thank
So
you.
this table of organization that we present to you every year with the budget shows our regular budgeted positions. These are both part-time and full-time positions, but they're regular positions with benefits. Some are term limited, most are ongoing. So this shows the change from the original 2022 budget. Then the positions added mid-year, the ones proposed in this budget would bring us to a total of 374.4. But on the slide right before that, since Patty, you had asked to know, well, what about other positions within the county?
Before we
ahead.
go on to that, Connie, I just want to point out that a lot of the growth in FTEs has been converting contract work into county employees. So or temporary kind of positions or seasonal positions into FTEs. So for example, at the airport, we recently made that change where we converted a number of seasonal positions into full-time year-round positions that were not previously reflected on the FTE chart, so that we could reduce the number, have it year-round, and it also helped with recruitment and retention. In other cases, we've taken services that we've previously contracted out and brought in-house. So, yeah, we did that with the landfill. We've done that with some of our custodial work. We've done that with IT over time. And so some of the growth you see over the years has been conversion. So it's not necessarily that it's all brand new.
Expensive.
It's how we've chosen to conduct business. And sometimes it makes more sense to contract out. Sometimes it makes more sense to bring in-house. And we've been flexible that way.
So I have a point of clarification. So you, technically it's 6.225,
Yes.
but you said the two mental health people were not included in that, but they are.
They are,
They-
yeah.
But
yeah.
that's what I.
That includes the mental health.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard you say that
I
wasn't
think I
included
was
because
talking
of-
the communications people.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Oh,
where
maybe
we
that's
got
what I got.
confused.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on your decision-making page, you give us the 5 years past to 2023 proposed. So that the 5-year increase from 2019 to 2023 is 56.75 FTEs in 5 years.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so on this page, the non-regular positions, did you want to
Yes.
say something about that?
Yeah, just because Patty had brought up this subject in an earlier meeting of how many other positions do we have, and we do have other positions. If you add them all up, it is almost 100 other positions. However, these are not constant year-round positions by any means. Half of those are election judges.
I was gonna say, yeah, you can take those, toss them out.
So half are election judges. We have 21 on-call. So on-call includes an historic preservation officer in community development. It includes 5 in the coroner's office who simply work when there is work to be done. That includes Dr. Ayers, admin help, and 3 deputy coroners. There are on-call deputies, former employees in both the jail and the sheriff's office that occasionally get called in. The jail, I think, was only used twice during the last year. In the senior center, there's on-call kitchen help. Tom Dunlop provides on-call support for both environmental health and the Smuggler's Super Fund. Then at the airport, the air rescue and firefighting capacity is on-call, most of those positions, and then also facilities and airfield. So that's a total of 21 on-call. On-call for the airport, of course, also includes the winter snow plowing when they're called in. For seasonals in community development, there's one seasonal plans examiner inspector just working during the busy season. Open Space and Trails has the most. They have 8 maintenance crew and 3 rangers, so 11 total seasonal positions, and then 2 seasonals at the airport also. There are a number of temps, and the temps are there for various reasons. You heard the assessor earlier this afternoon talk about needing 2 temps for this upcoming reappraisal year. Clerk in Elections has used 1 temp in the elections function. In facilities, there are some situations where either because a staff person has left and they're trying to temporarily fill that capacity, or maybe a staff member is on FMLA and they need someone else to step in. Those are reasons why sometimes there may be a temp. So these are just current numbers. If we looked at this a few months from now, we may see 0 in some of these areas. Public Works will occasionally hire either a summer engineering intern or some admin temp help. It's been one or the other, and some years they have done neither. The library has hired a temp, a former employee, to help with a project, so just a limited period of time. And then interns, there's 1 intern at the airport.
Why is open space employees, why are they called, they're just seasonal? They're only there in the summers?
I believe they start up
Spring, summer,
around
fall.
April or sometime in the spring to begin training and ramping up, and then they'll taper off, I think, beginning of October, sometime in October.
Yeah, we bring them in like a month early just for the training because of
Some
enforcement
permits and that
issues,
sort
et
of
cetera,
thing.
safety issues.
Thanks for that, Connie.
So these positions are not regular FTEs, and of course they're quite varied. So when you hear numbers of how many positions are out there, maybe from HR with vacant positions, sometimes these are included in those numbers. That's why there may be some confusion.
So we technically have
sometimes.
about 375-ish on the books.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that
I
information.
thought we had 390 when I came on board. Are
Well,
those unfilled positions, or?
Those
is
are all
this-
those people you let go to get that number down.
Yeah, I'm more likely to
All
bring
right,
them on.
questions from the board.
If-
Steve has his hand
oh,
up.
Steve, I'll go with this, Steve. Sure.
Please, Steve.
Thank you. How many unfilled positions do we have right now, and what is the kind of the status of, filling positions? Are we going to be able to fill these new positions that we're talking about adding?
I think
and
recently.
Given that we have unfilled positions right now.
Recently, I think it was around 40 to 50 unfilled positions. I know that they've made headway on those, and
40
we've been
to
bringing on a
50?
number of new employees.
Now
Uh,
that includes a lot of our seasonal or those sorts of things. But look, we're in a pretty volatile
tough.
period, just like every other organization right now. And what has been interesting, Steve, are we likely to ever be fully staffed in this environment? I'm going to say probably not, to be honest with you. However, what we are finding is that as we've gone out, we've had some real opportunities, and we've been able to make some very, very good hires recently, particularly in our professional positions and such. And so, in a volatile environment, sometimes you really, that's an environment where sometimes people are looking for that career change. Sometimes they're looking for that opportunity to do something that they feel provides more meaning. As a public sector organization, we have an opportunity to lean into that. And so we are finding some folks who either want to make a career change, or frankly, we've had a lot of luck lately with people who had left our organization but have come back. You know, appreciate the culture and the work. And so I think we have a very good chance of filling these positions. Will we continue to have turnover, and will we continue to have vacancies in a competitive environment like this? I suspect so.
So I'm still unclear then about the bottom line, Steve, if I can add on to your question then. So the 374 includes the positions that are not filled at this time?
Correct.
Yes.
Those are approved. So what that table of organization is it lists for the board the number of full-time equivalent positions that we are approved to fill. We like to do that in addition to the budgetary numbers because it's very easy. Some organizations, frankly, don't do tables of organization and have those approved by their board and do it based on budget. Well, budget 1 year, if you have savings and such and hire somebody, turns into an ongoing expenditure. And so this is a form of budget control. And so these are all good questions, you know, about the long-term commitments that we're making to employees. But these are full-time equivalents that are approved for us to hire. They're not all filled.
So we might have in January 360 employees.
That's correct. And so,
Or we
and
could have
that's
390 because we've been able to fill. Oh, no, they're already
No,
added
no,
in.
no,
They're
no,
already
no.
added in.
Most
yeah,
we can have
they're
is
already
374.
they're already
Yeah,
added
they're already
in,
added
and
in.
so we can't exceed this authorization. That's why we get the table of that's one of the controls that the board
Right.
has.
Even if a department has budgetary savings, they cannot add another position without coming back to the board to ask for permission for that position, or even an FTE change. As you saw with the senior center going up just a couple hours a week for a kitchen assistant, those requests always come back to the board.
That's pretty
Yeah,
conservative
and
finance.
if I could add on
Yeah, Steve,
to
go
my
ahead.
comment, and I realize, of course, that we have to budget. These are approved positions, even though they're not filled. We have to have the money in the budget to pay for those, just in case we do fill them all. And maybe we don't fill them all, but we have to plan as if we were going to fill them all. And I realize that fully.
And I would note that we do have, I think you call it a positive budget variance. That's anticipated budget savings. That's budgeted in the general fund, which tries to take account of. We know with an organization our size, it's very unlikely that we're going to be fully staffed throughout the year. Just there's too many factors working against that, and so we budget savings to account for that. And we've probably been a little conservative on that, and that's part of why our fund balance is where it is too.
Yeah, we're budgeting 2%, and obviously we've had more vacancies than that.
Yeah.
So John, have we ever been fully staffed?
Typically, organizations our size are not.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, it's nothing new.
I don't
except
think since I've been here. That may be
and I don't think since I've been here, but I think that it's not a new problem, it's just an expanded problem.
Right.
It used to be maybe we had 10 vacancies or maybe we had 5, and we have significant, it's just harder and harder, and I think some of the problem too is, you know, to get some of our positions that we want to have multitasked, it's hard to get somebody who can do all of the things we're asking them to do.
Correct.
So we're kind of creating that on our own, so it's a tough one. All right, anybody else have questions? Steve, did you have any other questions? We are at another decision point.
Patty, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I know Sam's on the call, and last time we had this conversation, I wanted to circle back regarding the veteran services position. We're proposing a 0.225 increase to what we have already. Is that
It
how
would
I'm to
be
read
up
this?
to 30 hours per week.
Now it's like 21.
It is,
Well, it was
How does
20.
that work?
Yeah. It was
yeah,
21 hours.
it is
now it's 30.
21 hours a week. Let me make sure I get
We're
it
gonna
right.
try 30
yeah,
and see.
21
So
to 30 hours a
30
week.
does a couple of things. It triggers benefits, which is a huge difference. Now, from an efficiency perspective, you know, does a 30-hour a week with benefits, you know, that's a whole nother conversation. But is Sam on? I can't.
Yeah, he was on the
Yeah,
call a
he
minute
is.
ago.
Oh,
I think he's
okay.
there.
Well, I think 30 hours, I think we need to try it and see if we drum up enough business, we can always expand it.
I see him on this.
But, you know, it gives them another 8 hours a week
Right.
to be working on projects and getting out there and getting the word out there. We may not have a lot of veterans who want to jump into this program.
Right.
But we need to find out if we do or don't.
I guess my intuition is that it's a solution looking for a problem, and we definitely have some veterans here, but it's a fairly small number. The number of contacts are quite small, so we're funding a fairly expensive position to take care of them, and I'm all for doing that. I think we need to take care of our vets, but I think we also need to be really clear just what's happening and who's being served, and I think we should keep an eye on it, because it doesn't seem like it just seems like it's a responsibility we have. We're trying to go through this budget with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak, and make sure we're beating people up on Slack, and you know, that was the one thing that still stuck with me. It's like, okay, if this is the way we have to do this, then I'm willing to go forward with it. But if there's another way to take care of these people through the senior center or other services organizations for veterans and pay them to do it, there just might be economies there. So I would love to get a report back on this at some point to see how it's going, because if there's 5 contacts a month at the coffee and donuts, it doesn't seem to justify does it justify a position? I don't know.
Well, for me, increasing it to allow benefits may help us recruit somebody for a position at 21 hours was difficult.
Yeah.
And I think also giving them that 8 hours and tasking them with getting outreach out there to see if we can increase those numbers. I think one of the reasons we have low numbers is because we just haven't had anybody who had the time to really put the effort in to getting the word out there and trying to bring people into the program who don't even know some of the benefits that they're missing. So I think adding the 8 hours, which gives them the benefits, is a benefit to us to be able to recruit somebody, and then we can task them with, I'm looking at Sam, coming back to us in 6 months or whatever, or when they feel the need, could be sooner than that, and giving us some numbers and data.
Great. I think that would make me feel better, just to understand
It would make
that.
me feel better too, but I think it's
Yeah.
worth that extra 8 hours. Kelly?
Sam, I have a question. Can we contract this person out to help other counties that have a gap, similarly to the way we've been relying on other counties to fill our gap?
Theoretically, we could, kind of like the work we do with La Plata around their eligibility specialists. I was looking for other counties to help contract this work out too, and they were all overwhelmed. So, you know, there might be the need out there, certainly, and that's something we can explore.
It just would help with keeping that person busy and possible revenue offset.
So you're looking at contracting our veterans person out, not contracting our services out.
Yeah.
So maybe we could have somebody who could help on this side of Eagle County with the veterans in the Roaring Fork Valley, and then we could contract back to Eagle. That's something we
Either
should
way.
look at over this next year. You could contract
You know, we
that
just want
back
this
out.
person to be busy.
Because
right?
what Ann, is that her name? From Eagle, who's
Pat.
Pat. Is it Pat? She keeps herself really busy, and if she has to drive over here to meet with one veteran, so I think that's something we should be looking at over the next year. I think we need to get somebody in the position first, and it might even be worth then bringing that position to 40 hours a week if we had a contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like my point was not understood.
Did I understand your point?
You understood it, yeah.
No, I'm saying we could contract them out if we moved it to 40 to help Eagle County,
Sure, well, let's
and
give
the
it. let's-
revenue would come back
we
into
could move it to
Pickens.
40. Why not? Go to, you know, it's, the point was to try to determine if there actually is a need for a full-time employee.
I'm just saying we bring it back for discussion
Yeah,
when we bring the
yeah.
numbers back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the only way to find out if there are veterans who would use the service. It seems
I'm not
backwards to me.
defeating I'm agreeing with you, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, trying to combine yours with what Kelly just brought up. So Steve?
Yeah, another thought about another aspect of that, I think some of the counties that have a really successful program with their veterans actually have a place for the veterans to go, that they can go and hang out anytime and visit with other veterans and just
Like a
have a place to
VFW.
go sit down and have some coffee and have some camaraderie or whatever. And so we don't have a space like that right now. It's kind
Third
of
floor.
stilted when you go into a little
Yeah.
meeting room in the library for
The new
coffee
building.
and donuts or something. That's not a place they can go anytime and have a cup of coffee.
We have a
Whereas
VFW in
the
Thornhill.
Veterans Center in Glenwood Springs, that's the kind of place that, I'm sure they get a lot of veterans going in there just to hang out because they feel comfortable and they can see their buddies there.
Okay, we have a decision point, right, Connie?
Yes.
So, where do we stand on moving FTEs forward into the budget?
I'm comfortable with it.
I see Greg nodding. Steve? Kelly?
Yeah, I just want to confirm I understand. So we're not approving this housing manager or finance procurement specialist right now.
Not at this time.
You've just given us a flag. We might come back in the middle of the year to ask you for this.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Great, because I wasn't ready to approve those. I am good. I think I'm good with the proposed positions, including the epidemiologist, and not approving the other two public health positions right now.
So you have 4 commissioners moving it forward. I do have concerns. I'm not gonna stand in the way of moving the budget forward because of one position I might not agree with.
The epidemiologist.
Yeah, I just, if it just was more clear, but I'm okay with if you guys move it forward. I'm not gonna, start a pandemic or anything.
That's a horrible thing.
Yeah, keep somebody busy. Yeah, we're done with that, so.
We've discovered the source.
Yeah. So we're starting to pay for airline tickets around the world. We're gonna be a little nervous.
And Patty, I think we'll have public health come back to the board at maybe a quarterly reporting during the year and let you know a little better what they're doing, what their positions are doing, so the board can be better acquainted with that.
That would be
and-
terrific.
And have a better comfort level
Yeah, and I'll
with
just say
that.
there's just some acceptance of like growing that department, right? Like it's
Or not.
growing.
I remember that first meeting and I have
growing
not, I mean,
the
I was
public
very
health
clear.
into a formal
And they will
more
also.
formalized department than it's been in the past. We were thrust into that, and now I think it's just part of that.
And keeping in mind that they will also
Effort.
decrease by 5 positions mid-year.
So that'd be, I think it's further discussion at some point, but we need to move the budget along. So Connie, what next?
Okay, that is all for today. We will be back next week with Healthy Community Fund grant recommendations, the ambulance district budget, and then also follow-up discussions on housing appropriations, whether there are any changes the board wants to make to the proposed budget for housing, and then a general fund decision point. So that's all coming up next week on Tuesday the 15th.
So next Tuesday, we can buy that new ambulance. No.
And you'll see our general fund also improves a little bit because we had anticipated transferring $600,000 if
I
that
know.
had not passed. So
Out of the ambulance.
No,
Out of the
transfer
out of the
fund.
general fund to
Yeah.
ambulance that we'll now get to take out of.
So,
Awesome.
Yep.
I do want to thank the
That's
public
right, I
again
remember
for
we put it in there as a
approving.
placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I want to thank the voters in the district for approving that mill levy increase. And I promise we will spend it wisely and we will continue to provide the services that this community wants and deserves. Okay, thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
So
Good
much,
day.
Connie.
Good job
So
today.
now,
Got us through
we
it.
are at future agendas, I believe. And I had a lot of comments, but I've already sent them off to Phyllis. just some corrections and clarifications on agenda items.
Yeah, and this may count as way future agendas, but I just wanted to flag for the board that we have handed out the 2023 board meeting calendar. We've also tried to research a list of holidays from really different religious traditions where there may be a conflict with some of your regular meetings. This is not a proposal for new county holidays, but this is more an awareness because we have run into circumstances where we've had a meeting or an important issue come up, and we've had members of the public concerned that we weren't aware of a significant religious holiday, and that may have precluded their opportunity to participate. And so we've tried to note in red where there are conflicts. So the first one is on February 22nd with Ash Wednesday, which is a regular meeting. Yeah, you can read through, and if there's any desire from the board members to try and either change meeting dates or any accommodations that the board would like to recommend, we wanted to try and make you as aware of what we're aware of, since we do sometimes get those concerns expressed from the public.
Well, I think we might need to talk to somebody who represents one of these holidays and see what their preference, I don't know which ones are most important. Some of them I've never heard. Which ones means you practice them only after sunset or before dawn. So I kind of need more info on, I mean, we've never taken an Ash Wednesday off in the 20 years I've been here, because people can go to service, but there are some of these holidays where actually I think people practice some form of their religion or something during the day, or things they can or cannot, and I don't have enough knowledge or background in that. Does the board have any thoughts?
No, I think that would be helpful. Like Passover, what does April 12th of Passover look like for someone who's observing that?
We can try and dig a little bit more as far as what the conflict might mean for somebody who would want to participate in that meeting. We don't have that knowledge either right now.
So I think that would be helpful.
Are you talking about for the whole county? I mean, if we take it off.
No, we would move our meeting to a different date to accommodate those.
But other county workers would have to work. Well, none of us are Muslim, but maybe
No,
somebody else
we're
who
not
works
taking
for us.
we're not making a holiday out of it. We're just moving our meeting time to accommodate, like Passover's on a Wednesday, so then should we have our regular meeting on
We
Thursday?
had the core ribbon cutting on Rosh Hashanah, right? Was that I mean, that was a bungle right there. Like, that's a pretty high holiday, during services. Like, we did not, that was just completely tone deaf
And that's-
in scheduling, right? So this is trying to avoid.
No, I know what this is doing. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering what the repercussions are. If we decide that something or other is really important for us not to meet, but we're asking all the rest of the county to go to work that day, that seems weird to me.
Well, or it could be an early notice
See what I
that
mean?
if,
Oh, I see what you
for
mean.
example, you didn't want to have a conflict for Ash that Wednesday, do we try and move that regular meeting to Thursday?
But she's
that
saying we're
week?
still asking our county employees to come to work on Ash Wednesday when we're not
Yes.
gonna come to work.
Well, you'd be just changing your meeting day.
Right,
know,
It's
but
in
on
that-
the Ash
really
Wednesday,
insensitive to
staff
me.
is still here working.
Correct.
Yeah, but they could opt if they practice to take that day, or
So could we.
It's just we're not offering. This is a public meeting, so we're asking the public to come to us on our terms and not respecting them when we do it. I think it's different than staff.
I
coming
see
to
that
work.
as being a little
Yeah.
different.
So could you bring us back some more clarification
We
on?
will see what we can find out more on these.
And I
but
want everybody to know, this is when our regular meetings and our work sessions will be planned for next year.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
I would like for us to schedule a meeting in Redstone on this calendar and figure out when the best, we heard about it shouldn't be at this time of day, it shouldn't be at this time of year, So I think it would be nice for us to have that as part of our annual calendar and to figure out with the community what the best
Well,
scheduling
and
is.
I don't have, we used to go to Redstone when the agenda was pretty much Redstone. The problem is if we have a meeting up there and we have how many people from staff or the public who have to go to Redstone for their own issues that are on our agenda. So we'd have to craft the agenda. Francie would have to craft the agenda to accommodate that because she'll be doing that. And we also would have to find out about technology because we broadcast live our regular work sessions. So there's some things that, not glitches, but things we need to work out, and I don't have a problem looking at that next year.
Well, the obvious thing here is that the calendar was designed so that people in the community would have certainty to know when we were meeting.
Exactly.
Second and fourth Wednesdays, every Tuesday. So if we start changing that too much, it becomes an inconvenience for how many people in the community, I don't know. People who are tuning in or plan to be there, paying attention, have an issue. So we're going to be inconveniencing people by having meetings, is what it comes down to. And by changing them, we may inconvenience even more people. So
That's why I'm asking
right.
to prioritize, maybe so we don't just take them all, move everything
You're
around.
right. So I think I like your suggestion, Patty, that we have drill down a little bit more to see if there's some way we can try to stick to this program, but accommodate. If there's 1 or 2 days when it just really makes a lot of sense to change it, let's contemplate that. But then realize we're also inconveniencing people who count on us to meet on certain days.
Well, Ash Wednesday, for instance, I have celebrated Ash Wednesday every single day of my childhood. And it's not like you couldn't go to a meeting on that day. You go to services.
That's what I was saying, Ash
And
Wednesday.
that's it, and then
Right.
you're done. And so our meetings start at 12 on Wednesdays, you'd be done. And,
Or you could go in the
and
evening.
Good Friday's the same thing. I mean, I spent hours in church every Good Friday, but I left school like half day to go to church
Well,
in the
that's what I
afternoon.
think. I just think we should try to, if Ash Wednesday is normally celebrated by going to a 5 p.m. mass, then maybe we just try to be done
Right.
by 5 p.m.
Yeah.
We keep
That's
that
why
in
we just
mind
need
when
some
we
more, as to what
build
are
the agenda.
the dates of most special importance to people that would honor and recognize these services.
We will try and consult with representatives from our faith-based community and see if we can get a sense of that.
Patty?
Yeah, Steve.
Couple thoughts on that. The only time I remember when we actually changed a meeting was a Jewish holy day for George Newman's sake. He was the one who brought it up, and he did not want to have a meeting on those days because he was following his religious tradition. And I suggest kind of what Greg was, that if it's a regular meeting day that's regularly scheduled, let's go ahead and just hold it, because if we move it, it's going to inconvenience other people as much as those people. And let's not plan anything special like the ribbon cutting or any other special event on what we perceive as an important holy day. And I think that would be a good compromise. And then if there is one day that it just seems like this is not working and we need to change it, we could do that at that time and not try to plan ahead for it.
Well, I think one of the things we were trying to
second
do,
that.
yeah. So why don't we just get some information, we'll come back and continue this discussion.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other potential future agenda item, and just wanted to see how the board might want to handle this. The Aspen Fire Protection District has submitted a funding request for the Pano cameras, and I think you're all familiar with those. That's
Didn't they come in
AI.
and do a presentation recently?
they did.
I wasn't here, but I talked to
Yeah,
Rick
it was.
Valentine.
It didn't include the funding request at that point. It was more a report on how it had worked. They are looking at $120,000 a year, split 3 ways. So they're asking the county for $40,000 a year. City of Aspen and the Fire Protection District have made that commitment. I don't know if the board just wants to consider the letter request, or if you would like to invite the fire district to come and talk a little bit more about that request.
Does it assist snowmass and basalt?
So, in right now, the funding and the program is solely through the Aspen Fire
Right.
Protection District. I think there is some concern with other agencies right now that the technology is still in its developmental phase, and they have not grabbed on to funding or expanding at this time. It doesn't mean that wouldn't happen in the future. I don't know exactly what their position would be on it. I know in talking to our own staff, the same concerns were raised about, you know, it being a new technology that is still getting proven. I think the Fire Protection District believes that the technology is useful, even if the AI isn't fully capable of identifying fires or such. It does provide a early warning mechanism, for the fire district to check out. I think Holy Cross is using the technology to kind of monitor under their power lines, their transmission lines right now, as well as Aspen Fire Protection District. They're asking for partnership from the county. I would anticipate that if it were expanded in the future to include, say, Roaring Fork Fire or Carbondale Fire, to the degree that that's covering Pickens County or adjacent, lands, that we would probably get a similar request if we funded this.
And then if they expanded, the cost is going to go up for the putting it in, installing it, and monitoring it.
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah, and I think we need to remember that, we are in the Aspen Fire District, but we're also in the Roaring Fork Fire District, and part of us is in the Carbondale Fire District. So we have that other factor in there. And this project, which I think is pretty cool and hopefully very helpful, but it came to us because somebody was funding it, and we didn't go out for an RFP. Well, they didn't. For the company they were hiring, they just took the guys that wanted to try it here, which we all thought was great. So I just am wondering, are they going to go out there and see if there's a different company now that the whole funding mechanism is different and we're using public dollars directly?
That's a really good question.
So that would probably be best for the fire district to answer. I do not believe that's the intent right now. I think they've experimented with the Pano AI, and they believe that that's a good system at this point, but they would be the best ones to answer that.
So I don't know if the board wants to approve it, move it forward, or bring it back, Kelly. Then great.
Why can't they pay for it?
Again, that would probably be a good question for the fire district to answer.
I appreciate partnerships and everything, but this is solely within their wheelhouse of the services that they provide, and they are a taxing entity in their own government. So I don't. I guess I just would like some insight about what implications for their budget that means if they're not fully all in on funding it on their own.
Yeah, and my concern about, we don't technically do a process for somebody who comes in here and says, hey, we're going to, with private funding, we're going to come in and try this, and then we don't follow our RFP process. So, to use county money, public money. So, I think we need to schedule some time and have them come in. Yeah, go ahead, Francis.
Yeah, well, I would love to fund it because I think it's really important that we use the tools that we have access to try to prevent wildfires. But being from the Carbondale Fire District, it's like, well, that's part of Pickens County, and that's not covered by Pano right now, although it did seem like it looked pretty far
looks
wide.
pretty far down there.
I thought it went, was there one at, on the top of, was there a proposal to have one at, what's it called, Sunlight?
Yeah, and my understanding, from Rick, of course, is that as that triangulation technology, and that if it identifies something that may be a fire in another district, they would, of course, be notifying.
It
that
did
district.
identify the one, was it by Deer Creek, our property we own, where
the
CPW lives.
Yeah, up on the
Up that one it was-
other side of the
Yeah.
highway there.
So I would be inclined to approve it, but I think Kelly has a good point that we should ask them why they can't. fund
And
it.
see what their process
We
is.
can schedule a time and give them a
I would
heads up
love
on
to,
this.
I would approve it on a one-year basis and ask all those questions, because I think Kelly makes a very good question. The coverage is the other question. I think it's good insurance. You know, if in a dry season, one fire is gonna cost a lot more than the cost of this.
A lot more.
So I think it's an insurance policy that we can afford, but I also think those are all really good questions, and I'd wanna understand that. Is this something that we should be funding, or should this be fire district? Regarding other companies doing it, this may be proprietary, and there may not be anyone else who offers this. So,
And
it's
maybe
possible,
instead
whether
of
it's
our,
satellite-based
instead
or
of
something else.
Pitco and stuff, maybe it should be Carbondale Fire District or Roaring Fork Fire District and Aspen Fire District that are funding it rather than Picken County.
I think the state should fund it and cover the entire state.
Well, I think we bring them back in December. I'd rather not approve it now. I'd rather get the information, because I think they have the information. I think they can answer the questions
Yeah.
we need.
Okay,
It's
that's
not like
fine.
they're gonna collect it over the year, but we can, after we hear from them, say we're gonna approve it for a year, we're gonna, because, yeah.
It's possible the company could go away in a year or two. We don't know. So I think it's, as
Or a
you all
new
say,
company
it
could
is
come
a
in.
new, it's a new thing, and there could be new technology. Could be satellite-based next time we check.
Yeah. Okay,
That's all I have on future agendas.
I don't have anything for future. I have something for open discussion. Board have anything else for future agendas? Okay.
I'm gonna have to let you know about the 21st of December, if I'm gonna be here.
20th.
It's the 20th.
21st, we have a regular meeting. Francie
No,
will
it's
not be
OTR
here.
on the 20th.
Code. I have to pick my dad up in Eagle. I don't know what time he's flying in. I'm happy to
Rancy
bring
won't
him
be
and
here,
make him
so
sit
we'll be down to
I'll
3.
probably be remote too.
I said I'll be here for the 20th, I wrote Julia, but I definitely will not be here on the 21st.
So we need to make that, and I don't think Steve's gonna be here. I think he's planning to go to Alaska, so that won't give us a quorum.
Okay, well, the good news is we used to have that meeting for certification of mill levies, but with the legislative change, Ann is able to sign that as treasurer
We
now.
do have X Games presentation, I think. Oh, that's on the 20th.
20th, yeah.
So we need to figure out what we're gonna
So
do here.
I think we're looking to keep that light anyway, because we
The
anticipated
20th, we're
that-
only having 2 items on the 20th for our work session.
So the 21st, you just need votes to certify something?
We don't anymore, and that's why I said we do have items that we could bring forward on the 21st, but I think,
And the 20th, we have a special meeting to do our final approval for the budget.
And
right.
Steve was trying to answer you a minute ago about that.
I know, Steve, are you going to see grandbaby for Christmas?
Well, I was just saying that Robin is actually coming here for 2 weeks very soon. And we're thinking now to go celebrate Christmas here and then go there after Christmas is kind of what we're looking at right now.
Okay, so we'll do a tentative on that. I'll write it on our agendas for tomorrow, Phyllis.
Tomorrow.
Anyone waiting?
We have agenda meeting tomorrow at noon.
Oh, you and me, that meeting.
Will Roush is,
Okay,
Scared me.
anything else? Well,
Are we to open discussion? Or
No,
we-
we're still on
okay.
future agendas. Are we good?
I'm good.
Okay, open discussion.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, Will Roush was going to join us to talk about a letter of support for the GORP Act.
Darby?
I can't remember what that is an acronym.
Gunnison Open Recreation.
Thank you.
Program.
And I think you
Is that how
all
you spell
received
GORP?
a letter and some background. I don't know if you had a chance to look
We
at it.
were concerned about the boundaries and
Yeah.
what the effect was for their recreational winter use.
This is the sage?
And it does not look like Will is
No, this is-
on.
No, this is the wilderness boundary up above Marble
no-
on, remember when Kelly brought up the point about
Yeah,
the
moving it
What
back.
are the
recreational
moving to
vehicle.
pull the
While
While we're waiting for him,
Unfortunately-
I have one.
Okay.
Do you have another one, John?
No, I'm done.
I have one. On Friday, Sheldon, the young man whose grandfather is Colonel Merritt, Lieutenant Colonel Merritt, will be presenting at Veterans Day, his project for his Eagle Scout badge. And then he's also presenting in front of the Elks Lodge members a request for funding. Right now, they're tentatively looking at $2,000. I'm assisting him with some connections with Mayor Tory to see if we can get some funding from the city, and hopefully with the fire department, since they always participate in Memorial Day and Veterans Day ceremonies. So I think his target goal is about 5,000, 5,500. I've said if you could bring in 6, two, and with another 2,000 from the county. I had been talking with Rich Engelhardt before, and Greg brought up the point, well, let's make it part of his project to raise the money, which I think was a very good idea, and he's taken it on. My question to the board is, do you want him, it's really difficult, he's a student in Carbondale, so it's difficult for him to come to our work sessions or to our regular meetings to do a presentation. Would you like me to see if there's some more information he can provide? Or does the board want to go ahead and, allow him the $2,000 in contributions to this project?
What will the money be used for?
It's going to be used for the plaque and the mounting of the plaque right out here. It's right in the middle. Then there's going to be the plaque on top of one of the square little pillars out there directly. If you just walk around directly through, if you could walk through the centerpiece there.
And what is that commemorating?
It's going to have the names, the ranks, and the military branch of service of our local people in the valley that died in the line of duty. Those names are read every Memorial Day and every Veterans Day, and he wants the plaque to be in place so people can see those names year-round.
I'd just love to see a presentation, whether it's a written presentation with the specs and the design of the plaque, so we all understand what it is.
Okay, I've got some of that information, but I'll have Sheldon put it together, and either when I see him on Friday, it's going to be a duplicate of whatever he's going to present, I think, to the Elks.
Wait a minute, so they read a list of all the veterans who have lost their lives over time in the Roaring Fork Valley?
In service.
Right.
Yeah, in service, in the line of duty. And there's like 15 or so that we have record of, that he wants to put the names. And he's vetted it through the Eagle Scout Commission in Denver. He went down and met with them. They approved his project.
Ostensibly, someone will update it.
Yeah.
In the future.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll have to talk about that.
Died
Yeah.
in the line of duty.
Yeah, and so we can make it removable to
So
add
it needs
names.
to be, it needs to also match whatever else is out there in terms of design.
It'll be bronze and
look
it'll mimic. And he's gotten approval from the veterans, our local veterans organization. They have approved it. So he's got a great little presentation for Friday at the veterans.
We could videotape it.
Why is he doing it in Aspen if he lives in Carbondale? Why isn't he doing it in Carbondale?
I don't think they have a Veterans Memorial Park in Carbondale, and he's been coming up here with his family because of Lieutenant Colonel Merritt since he was a little kid. And this has always stuck with him was these names.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
I'm very impressed with this young man, so I'm going to meet him for the first time on Friday. So I'll bring you back some stuff.
What time is it?
It's at 11 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Do we not have Will?
I'm trying to text him. I think open discussion we thought was going to be at 4:45. So
He had an easy answer to our question. Of course, I haven't thought about it in a week, so I can't regurgitate it for you.
What was the question?
It was just regarding the boundary and why is their wilderness boundary cut the way it is with the road? Remember the road?
No, to allow continued motorized recreation.
Right, they're not promoting more. They had to negotiate being able to do this.
Because the boundary would have included that. The boundary doesn't allow motorized vehicles,
Right,
the
so they had
wilderness
to alter the
designation.
boundary so that the road still has its.
Just want a
The
clarification.
wording was weird though, because it talked about ensuring the quiet use of the Lindley Hut by allowing snowmobiles to go by it. Sounded like when I read it.
Well, which they already do, right? So they're not making things worse. They're not making things noisier. They're just trying to carve out the wilderness section, but still allow the use of the road as it passes by the area.
That's what I
Because if we
tell
cut
my
the road
grandson.
off, you'd cause another set of grievances among the people who.
We
cheat
tell
the
our children
snowmobile.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
And Will just texted me back 2 minutes. It just took me a little bit to.
Oh,
find
he's
his
calling,
number.
he's gonna call in.
So we don't have to
Is there any
guess anymore.
other discussion?
Appreciate y'all working through the long day of budget. We're almost done.
I have something.
Yeah, please.
Gosh, let me see if I can pull it up, but I think we've all received some outreach related to asking the BLM to leverage their wilderness protection capabilities more forcefully or more enthusiastically. I'll note it for next week and I'll come back, but I talked to Senator Hickenlooper's office this morning because they wanted some input on whether they should sign on.
How does this play into the new, oh, that's the migration
The big game
corridors.
charter, let me talk to that for just a little bit. I think I told you the last meeting was just torture. It was like 3 hours of Tom Jankowski's just saying whatever he wanted to say the entire time, and Fred.
This is the BLM Wildlife Corridor?
It's the Wildlife Corridor. So the BLM is reaching out in an effort to not give out leases which are going to negatively impact migrating herds. And so
For big game.
yes, but that now includes elk, deer, antelope, and bighorn sheep, which of course Fred was really upset about. Why are we adding bighorn sheep to this? Blah blah blah. Anyway, it went on, and so there being really big obstacles to the BLM trying to accommodate big game herds in their leasing of sites for
their criteria.
And who's Fred?
fuels. The other,
Sampson, the third
Yes,
commissioner?
yeah.
Oh, I never knew his first name because he never
Mike.
comes to. What?
Mike Sampson.
Mike
So I don't know who Fred is, but he was there, and he was
I
from,
don't know who Fred
he was
is.
from Garfield.
Right, yeah, he's a.
And I don't know why he's on this. But, so I would think it would be tied to this big study that they're doing. If there's a push for them to do more conservation, this is their outreach for trying to do some conservation for big game. But I didn't hear anybody from, my side of the tracks at the last meeting at all. So, I don't know.
Did Ellen go?
No, she couldn't go that time.
Okay, so Kelly will bring us back more specifics and.
Yeah, I'll forward this letter, which actually was from the Wilderness Workshop, so we can also ask Bill.
And Will's on, he's here.
I, for some reason, was tying it in with Francie's involvement, but looks like it might be tied in with it anyway. So Will Roush, hi, we need some clarification, kind sir.
Absolutely, good to see everybody, and thank you all for considering this letter. Happy to provide answers.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to Kelly, who had a question, and then to Greg, or Kelly and Greg, because.
Kelly's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I maybe just give us a bit of an overview. We received a request for each of us to individually sign on, and I was just confused about the language related to pulling back the boundary area, and I'm wondering what's being envisioned there, if that was a negotiated compromise, how that helps or doesn't help the integrity of the wilderness around it. Just not knowing a lot about this topic.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you guys all know, but this is a letter supporting a portion of this, or supporting the Star Peak proposed wilderness area, which overlaps between Gunnison and Pitkin County as part of the Gunnison Outdoor Recreation Corp. Gunnison Outdoor
Resources.
We just went
I have this.
Outdoor resources, what's the P
We've been
for?
through that a couple of times.
It's called
Oh,
GORP.
protection.
Leave it at that.
Protection Act. They've changed it from PLI to Corp. So the vast majority of lands are in Gunnison County, but there is this portion in Pitkin County. That reference in the fact sheet on the Star Peak Wilderness to pulling the wilderness boundary back to Star Pass and along the ridge between Star Peak and Crystal Peak is in Gunnison County, and was the result of negotiations that the stakeholder group, the Gunnison County Public Lands Initiative stakeholder group, had with a variety of folks, but including the motorized recreation community. And so that's an area that there's a decent bit of existing use occurring in. And
Summer and
so that's-
winter motorized use.
Yeah, I think
much year-round.
there's a dirt bike trail that goes through that area, but one of the differences between the Gunnison National Forest and the White River National Forest is their winter motorized travel plan, and so there's a lot more open areas on the Gunnison National Forest than there is on the White River, and so unlike on the Pitkin side where the whole kind of upper Castle Creek area is open just on designated routes, the Gunnison side has lots of open areas, and this is one of them. So I guess all that to say that this boundary and all the boundaries in the proposal are the result of years of negotiation and agreements. We were not party to most of that. Our partners at High Country Conservation Advocates and other organizations were, and so I think that everybody's supported the current boundaries, and it makes sense to stick with those, and that this is all on the Gunnison side of things as opposed to in Pitkin County, where the boundary tracks existing roads. That
So would the
open to
wilderness
motorized.
area extend into Pitkin County? It's just there wouldn't be any accommodation needed on the Pitkin County side. Is that right?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. So if you look at the map that's in the packet,
Get a pack.
you'll
We got it last week.
I just got the letter.
the boundary basically tracks the county line in that area between Star and Crystal Peaks, and so that on the Gunnison side there's not wilderness because of the open motorized use in that area. On the Pitkin side there is wilderness, and then where further to the west there's wilderness on both sides of the county line, where there's not winter motorized use allowed.
Okay.
Is there
That's
mountain
helpful.
biking allowed on the Gunnison side in the wilderness area?
No, so the Wilderness Act does not allow mountain biking, and so none of the areas that would be designated as wilderness have current mountain biking trails within them, and would not if they were protected as wilderness either.
Okay, well, this is Francie, by the way. So what exactly are we being asked to do? Assign a support for this new wilderness boundary? Is that what we're being asked to do? Could you clarify that?
Sure. The ask is for the county commission to send a letter to Michael Bennett supporting the proposed Star Peak Wilderness Area that's included in the Gunnison Outdoor Recreation Protection Act.
Because part of it's in Pitkin County.
Exactly.
Okay.
They need our support. Our support would be pretty critical.
But as individuals or as all together
Well,
on this thing?
that was a question I had. Two points, real quick. One is, do you want us to sign individually or just as the Board of Commissioners? Because it's down there pretty much leading me to believe you would like all 5 of our signatures, which we're fine with doing if that's what you would like us to do.
If that works, I think that's great.
Okay, we can arrange that because sometimes it's good to have all 5 of us on there. The other point is, I think our concern in just reading this without you being in the room with us was we wanted to make sure we weren't expanding any motorized vehicle use by changing any boundaries, and it sounds like we're not doing that. We're
That's
just
correct.
accommodating the existing boundaries with changing it, the wilderness boundary itself. Okay.
That's correct, and that fact, there's no reference in the letter to this to motorized recreation. That's just in the background.
Okay.
Kind of
I
background.
know that's what
sheet.
we were looking at was the background, and we wanted to just clarify that.
Steve has his hand up.
Okay, Steve, and then Greg, I think, did you have some? No?
I'm good.
Okay, Steve, go ahead. Thank you. Well,
Yeah, I think that it would have more impact if we would sign a letter from our board, with all of us signing
Yeah.
on to the same letter. That would definitely be better. Looking at the Star Peak proposal on our side, going on the Iron Mine Road, they have this little cherry picked pick part going out in between the two parts of the road that seemed funny to me. If you were standing in that part of the wilderness with the road going by on both the upper and lower side of it, it wouldn't seem very wilderness-like. And I mean, if I were going to change anything, I think I would shorten that cherry-picked area and just leave it out of the wilderness. But they're not asking for that. They are including that in the wilderness. So they're pretty much going from the Iron Mine Road, excluding the Lindley Hut, and going clear to the Pearl Pass Road is the part in Pickens County. And it's definitely, you know, rugged wilderness quality land up there. So I'm totally in favor of the Star Peak Wilderness, and I think we should support that.
Okay, so
Thanks, Steve.
we're hearing the
Yep,
board
and I-
want to move forward, so
Yeah, let's
we'll
do it.
get staff to clarify the draft of the letter, and I think I'm fine with the content, the way it's written now, and then get it out to the board for individual signatures, however we do that.
Don't they have our
Electronically.
signatures?
Well, they can do it electronically, or we can
Yeah.
bring it to a meeting when we're all here. I like to sign things when I can, but we'll figure it out. We'll get it
Okay.
done.
I'm definitely in support.
Will,
of
do
it.
you have another moment for a different topic while you're here?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I just talked with Senator Hickenlooper's office this morning about kind of they're trying to figure out their interest in writing to Secretary Holland related to the BLM using more tools for wildlife and wilderness protections. And I understand you guys are involved in that effort a little bit. So I wanted to just see if you had some information to share with our board as a whole, so I can kind of communicate back better to their office.
Kelly, it'd probably be best for me to follow up with you.
Okay, that's
offline.
fine. No worries.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Leading that
we're
effort.
asking for more information ourselves for
Yeah.
clarification.
I just know we got this letter from you guys in the Wildlands Project looking for support for wilderness study areas, and I think it's along
Yeah.
those lines. Yeah.
I
Okay.
will, yeah,
Okay.
I guess I'll just say, I think it would be, you know, we think it would be great for the BLM to essentially have that tool of wilderness study areas back in their toolbox. It's been decades since they've utilized it. It's a really important way to protect potential wilderness and public lands. And I'm happy to ask either Peter or Scott Braden to follow up with you, Kelly,
Okay,
specifically.
great. Thanks.
That'd be
I
most
could,
helpful.
yeah, I could use some more
Yeah,
understanding.
then
in that.
Kelly's gonna
I'd
be
love
bringing,
to
she'll bring it
participate.
back to us,
I'd like
just so
to
you know.
All right,
participate
cheers.
too.
That works. Thanks, Will.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
Thanks,
Nice to
Will.
see you, Michael. All right, bringing it back to the board for open discussion.
That's all I had.
Okay, Steve, are you good?
We're within.
Yeah.
Okay,
Big tree fell over on our property
Yeah, I don't have anything.
today.
the winds. Okay, we, I believe, are done. And tomorrow is Thursday. Today is Wednesday, and it's confusing because we see what happens when you move a meeting to the wrong day. You get confused right off the bat. All right, so
I will let you know, we're touring the Summit County Jail
That's right.
tomorrow.
Yeah, boy.
Members of
I know
the-
John arranged it so he doesn't have to buy
CJCC.
lunch for our
Who's going?
agenda meeting.
I'm skilled that way.
I'm keeping track. John and Rich and Kelly are going, and I don't know who else.
Rich
Yeah.
is
Graham,
actually not gonna be able to make
Lindsay,
it. Yeah.
Naish,
Yeah.
Brian Olson from Snowman.
I've been there once to pick up one of my sons.
Well, you have the user experience. Okay.
Which I had at Boulder was not, I wasn't picking anybody up, I was visiting somebody in Boulder, and
All
that
right.
was
Well, I
scary.
just want to let y'all know that. and
Okay,
we'll report
so Friday, 11 o'clock is Veterans Day ceremony right out here in front. And then, of course, they'll have their traditional lunch or whatever afterwards at the Elks Lodge. So thank you, guys. And Grassroots, thank you. Staff, thank you. John, nice to have you here and healthy. Okay, so we are done.